की इन बूंदों में आज भी तेरा नाम सुनाई देता है। तेरे जाने के बाद ये कमरा भी खाली सा लगता है। दीवारों पे तेरी हंसी का अक्स अब भी रहता है। जो सपने हमने देखे थे वो रास्ते में सो गए, और हम दोनों देखते देखते एक दूसरे से खो गए। मैं मुस्कुरा तो लेता हूँ पर दिल मेरा रोता है। हर महफिल के शोर में भी तेरा ही जिक्र होता है। तू लौट के क्यों नहीं आती, ये दिल आज भी तेरा है। मैं टूट के भी जी रहा हूँ पर दर्द अब भी मेरा है। जो इश्क था हम दोनों का वो आज भी जिंदा है। तू लौट के क्यों नहीं आती, ये दिल आज भी तेरा है।
Yeah, 4 games going on today.
Think of the results.
I mean, Tiamo already winning that one.
से पूछा था क्या उसने तुझे देखा है, उसने चुप रह कर बस इतना कहा। कोई आज भी तेरा इंतजार करता है। हर रात तेरी यादों का एक मेला सा लग जाता है, और सुबह होते ही फिर से दिल तन्हा रह जाता है। काश वक्त वही रुक जाता जब तेरा हाथ मेरे हाथ में था। काश मैं कह पाता तुझसे कि मेरा घर तेरी बात में था। आज भी जब आंखें बंद करूं सबसे पहले तू ही नजर आती है। तू लौट के क्यों नहीं आती, ये दिल आज भी तेरा है। मैं सांसों में तुझे रखता हूँ जैसे तू ही सवेरा है। एक उम्र भी कम पड़ जाए तेरा इंतजार करने में। तू लौट के क्यों नहीं आती, ये दिल आज भी तेरा है।
Hello everyone, how are you guys doing? This is your one and only Prince, and I welcome you all at the brand new watch party of EWC finals. अपन इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं आज फ्रॉम पेरिस। लेट्स गो। क्या ही होने वाला है आज। आज एकदम लंका लगा देंगे। आज दिखा देंगे इंडियन प्लेयर्स में कितना दम है। क्या बोलते हो? आज दिखा देंगे अपन कि अपन इंडिया को इस लेवल तक लेके जाएंगे कि अगर 2 साल गेम बैन नहीं हुआ होता ना तो अपना क्या लेवल होता, समझ रहे हो? खत्म कर देंगे बिल्कुल आज। टेंशन ही नहीं है, कोई टेंशन ही नहीं है बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स। अरे स्टार्ट होता हुआ
Teams expected to do well, but the real question is, will the likes of Four Thrives
क्या चल रहा है गाइस? कम ऑन, लेट्स ब्रिंग आउट टीम इंडिया टुडे। कास्टर्स हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं फाइनली। चलो 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 चलो, आओ जरा एक बार थोड़ा सा इंट्रोडक्शन दे दें। फ्रॉम इंडिया वी आर रिप्रेजेंटिंग वर्ल्ड कप, लेट्स गो। और फटाफट से आ जाओ। नहीं ज्यादा हो गया। एक मिनट गाइस, एक मिनट जरा। वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं, वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं इंडिया के लिए। वर्ल्ड कप के लिए फाइट होने वाली है, 3 दिन है अपने पास। 3 दिन में इंडियन टीम को टॉप पे रखना है एंड वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं गाइस। फटाफट से लिंक पे टैप करो और आ जाओ। टीम इंडिया को सपोर्ट करते हैं, गॉड लाइक एंड ओरेंगुटन को। लेट्स गो, गॉड लाइक ही आ चुकी है, देखो यार, लेट्स गो। वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं इंडिया के लिए। वर्ल्ड कप के लिए फाइट होने वाली है, 3 दिन है अपने पास। 3 दिन में इंडियन टीम को टॉप पे रखना है एंड वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं गाइस। फटाफट से लिंक पे टैप करो और आ जाओ। टीम इंडिया को सपोर्ट करते हैं, गॉड लाइक एंड ओरेंगुटन को। लेट्स गो, गॉड लाइक ही आ चुकी है, देखो यार, लेट्स गो। वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं इंडिया के लिए। वर्ल्ड कप के लिए गॉडलाइक ने यहां पे तो अपना डोमिनेशन दिखा दिया, ओरेंगुटैन ने भी दिखा दिया था एंड अब आ चुके अपने ग्रैंड फाइनल्स। इंडिया को स्ट्रीम में रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं इंडियन प्लेयर्स, साथ अपने डोमिनेशन दिखाने वाले डे 1 पे। लेट्स गो यार, दिखा दो यार कि इंडिया गन पावर क्या है ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में भी गाइस। सेमीज एंड क्वार्टर्स में अपने दिखा दिया है। फटाफट से लिंक पे टैप करो और आ जाओ गाइस। टीम इंडिया को सपोर्ट करते हैं, फटाफट से आ जाओ, वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं। गॉडलाइक ने यहां पे तो अपना डोमिनेशन दिखा दिया, ओरेंगुटैन ने भी दिखा दिया था एंड अब आ चुके अपने ग्रैंड फाइनल्स। इंडिया को स्ट्रीम में रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं इंडियन प्लेयर्स, आज अपने डोमिनेशन दिखाने वाले डे 1 पे। लेट्स गो यार, दिखा दो यार कि इंडिया गन पावर क्या है ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में भी गाइस। सेमीज एंड क्वार्टर story. पहला वो डाला है बस एक. बाजी आज भी मारना ही है, टेंशन नहीं है कोई गाइस.
Which was a little bit difficult right
आज
now,
भी
but
मारना ही है.
Orangutan, they moved up on this one versus Flash. They struggled a little bit on the gunfight. However, they ended up winning that game. It looked a little bit shaky. I think that they solved a lot of the issues coming after that. But yeah, I do think the rest of the team needs to develop around Aru, essentially.
Yeah, I think Aru's got some. अभी तो मैच. क्या कर रहे हो आप?
International events. So Flash, I feel like, could be a big surprise, especially as they picked up the mantle of Deke Xavier earlier this year, right?
Yeah.
Could be. Could be happening. Also, last thing, chicken. Whoa, chicken right there. There you go. Check him out. He's very cool. Check out the booth right here at EWC 2026. With that said, thanks so much for joining the analyst corner here for PMWC 2026. We'll throw it right back to Lace and 7WG.
Yes, thank you so much to our special reporters, Max and Neptura. I don't know where we got the budget to fit Blank in there. I thought we spent it on him saying Vitality 100 times. However, our players are now arriving and getting ready for the show. 7, I do believe we are missing one caster.
We are, oh, not again. Not again. He ended up missing last year on the final day of PMGC. We cannot have that happen again. Let's send our special reporter, Calares, who's going to be looking for none other than John Allen.
Here, reporter for PUBG Mobile here at PMWC, and a major problem has occurred. It seems we've let one of our commentators out in the wild here, and we've got to actually wrangle him and get him back in. So it looks like maybe a little bit of movement's going on here, actually. I don't know if they're actually going to be able to capture him. This is the problem with commentators. A lot of the times, they just go wild. They somehow get... He's on the move! He's on the move! Okay, no, we've actually got to be able to try and find him as quickly as possible here. He seems to be hiding. I'm not exactly sure if we're going to be able to capture him. This specimen, in fact, actually has a microphone already. You can see he's dangerous. He's very dangerous. He has a microphone already. That means he's actually ripe for the commentator desk already. They might be able to actually capture him here. They've caught him cornered a little bit. I don't think he's very interested in it, but he might take to it. Let's see if we can place down some bait or something like that. Some bait actually might be able to work. Usually chicken dinners are the prime meal of a commentator here for PUBG Mobile. Will they be able to make it happen? This is a tense moment.
John Allen?
It looks... I think they might actually have it. They might have it. They might have the John Allen. It looks like. Oh! Did you see that? Get a close up of that. Get a close up of that. I think they've got him. Unbelievable scenes here at PMWC. Oh, that was close.
As an Australian, I would have caught him a lot faster.
I'm just glad we caught him, okay? This man was on a loose. We weren't able to find him yesterday during the day off, and I'm just glad we're able to set some bait to actually find him.
Absolutely, he needs to lock in just as much as our players, Seven.
They really do, because there is an alert right now going on, and that is that the players are ready. We are ready to rock and roll here at PMWC at EWC 26. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the finals, baby. I'm ready.
Months of preparation, thousands of hours played, and sacrifices have led to this point. Life-changing money sits on the horizon, and a legacy that dreams are made of.
We saw it in the group stage, we saw it in the survival stage. These teams are here for a reason, and every single one of them can actually clutch it all and become our PMWC champion.
Today marks the beginning of a 3-day gauntlet that each of our teams have to navigate. Each day more intense than the last.
Barney, I think we don't have to wait. The players look really ready, and it is time for us to welcome our finalists on the Gidia City grid, starting with
Esports. Nongshim Red Force.
Al Hula Club Esports.
Tianba.
S2G Esports.
Nigma Galaxy.
Hora Esports.
Team Flash.
फ्लैश आगे नेपाल आ गई, माफी चाहूंगा, अब आवाज आ जाएगी.
Godlike Esports.
इंडिया लेट्स गो गॉडलाइक. भाई दिखाना है पावर. मान्य, सौम्य, एडमिनो.
Aurora Gaming.
भाई टॉप का गेम चले बेबी.
Ida Esports.
भाई फाइटिंग स्टैंस में है पूरा. आईडी है भाई.
Orangutan.
ये बॉय आज करना है यार. चलो दिखाना है.
Vitality.
वाइटैलिटी. भाई डोमिनेट कर गए थे. वन साइडेड 100-150 पॉइंट निकाले थे ग्रुप स्टेज में.
And finally, 4 Thrives Esports.
हैशटैग 1 पे थी. इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान. इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान है गाइस. यहाँ पे भी अब दिखेगा इन्हें.
We can't emphasize enough the
ढोल
importance
बजाओ,
of the
ढोल!
days. On Sunday, we will crown the greatest team in the world. So start as you mean to go on.
Absolutely no room for mistake. If you want to be the best team in the world, you need to prove it from the very
इसी
first
ट्रॉफी
day.
के लिए फाइट
The
हो रही है यार.
PMWC finals at PMwc 2026 starts right now.
We are feeling it. Guys, आज भी हमने बप्पा को हमारे साथ रखा है. So it's all about कि बप्पा हमारे साथ हैं. गणपति बप्पा, सब आशीर्वाद ले लो उनका. एंड लास्ट टाइम भी बप्पा ने हमारा बहुत साथ दिया. आज भी मुझे पता है हमारा साथ देंगे. एंड इंडियन टीम डोमिनेट करेगी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में भी. प्रॉमिस है ये. बप्पा, आपकी कृपा है. लेट्स गो. बप्पा हमारे साथ है गाइस. एंड हमारी टीम इंडिया भी अच्छा खेली है, हमें पता है. लेट्स गो. गणपति बप्पा मौर्या. दिखा देते हैं कि क्या चीज है हम लोग.
You are looking to do it here. Pushing up close and personal. Mew with the nade, turning the tables, and he's doing this all by himself. It's the Slog Wife 1v4 from Milu.
Let's put the 11th on the board. Looking for teasy. Is it a self-denial? It might be. Get to double digits on the
भाई स्नैक्स भाई तो भाई वहां से कर रहे हैं, पेरिस से.
Shut down 108 points in 6 matches. Nade misses, Darkin peaks. That's on target. Good shot. Follow-up there. HG takes him away as Turney K falls. Mormon closes the gap in the shotgun standoff, but will he win it? No!
Are you kidding me? What a finish! It's Ida! S-Power is just insane. He's been throwing heat-seeking missiles all game long and opening the fight for his team. A full 4v4. S2G tried to catch a couple of their players off guard, but it's S-Power, baby. You can't shut him down that easy.
You can't stop S-Power, and you cannot silence Godlike in this moment. Adamino for the closing play as Godlike take this chicken dinner with ease.
That is how you do it here, folks. And you can see the look on their faces.
भाई आज यही डोमिनेशन दिखा दो यार 2-3 दिन, मजा आ जाएगा यार. यही 2-3 दिन अगर यही डोमिनेशन आ गया ना, सच्ची बता रहा हूँ, मजा आ जाएगा.
A big nade threaded on up, and it's finding 1 and 2. Falak charges on forwards, and they're cutting the rosters in half. Another one right up in his face. They go wide. Top's moving around the side. Aurora, a difficult beast to handle. The run coming through from India.
Come on, Orangutan. बहुत उम्मीद है. Godlike और Orangutan दोनों से उम्मीद है यार. भाई गूज़बम्स फील हो रहे हैं यार. यहाँ वॉच पार्टी कर रहा हूँ, यहाँ पे भी गूज़बम्स फील हो रहे हैं. सोचो, देख रहे हो ना, इस झंडे के लिए हो रहा है भाई जो हो रहा है.
It's time to crush some dreams of 10 teams. Can I get you to press this button and open up the iris? Oh, with a bit of vigor. I like it. I'd like you to pull on this in 3, 2, 1. Send them home. Let's go. There we go.
I don't think we could have set the stage better ourselves. So it's ironic that we were featured in that nice little collection of replays there, Blank. An incredible way to give you a glimpse into what's gone on over the past couple days. But it's going to get even more climactic here. The best of the best return to the lobby, and this is where dreams truly do become reality.
I'm slouching, but hopefully the players aren't, because this is a day, right? Day one always gives you the most freedom, the most chance to get a big buffer online without that stress, because we saw that come through in survival stage.
Yeah.
Teams were sweating, teams were shaking in their boots, but it's time to get boots on the ground over on Rondo very, very soon for our first match of the day.
Rondo का मैप है यार पहला.
That gargantuan point total. Can someone try and
गणपति बप्पा, let's go.
Maybe not the same, because that's once in a lifetime type of a deal.
Well, if there was a time to pull it out, try and elevate a world record even further? Hey man, there's no better stage for it, no better crowd, no more excitement and anticipation than right here.
चलो रोंदो स्टार्ट हो रहा है पहला मैच आज का गणपति बप्पा मोरिया लेट्स गो
PUBG 2026 3 years of intense competition.
कम ऑन लेट्स गो बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स
We'll get another one.
गणपति बप्पा मोरिया पहला मैच आज का अरे को लगता है कोई टेक्निकल इशू हुआ
Who's going to be the defending champion? Will they be able to defend it next time? But right now, all that matters is getting those points online. Playing path is in the air for day one of finals. Match one, Rondo. Let's get it started.
चलो पहला मैच बप्पा के साथ शुरू करते हुए
It's good to hear you, Paris. Let's keep that energy going.
कम ऑन ओजी कम ऑन Godlike
For you, as we get our playing path on board for this one. We've had some pretty good games of Rondo, mate. You touched on E-Arena there. That was something to be remembered. But the consistency and the level of aggression we've seen from these teams back in their respective groups was intense. Now we put that all together.
Godlike
a big hodgepodge of talent.
fight lane.
They're going to be stepping over each other blanked.
I mean, they will. They will have to,
Julian
because there's going to
fight
be
lane.
bodies on the ground shortly. As soon as these players start.
Bottles are stadium very Godlike.
E-Arena here, though, and teams do need to be worried. They've been taking this little odd stadium drop where they've been searching out players from different teams on their res beacon positions. Now, if you are remembering our game versus Alpha 7 just the other day, on survival stage day 2, they had a real tough time of it. They were able to hold out, but E-Arena made their lives extremely difficult, but it wasn't just them. So let's see what E-Arena can get done, because a lot of teams are going to be taking those res beacons off towards the northwest side with this playing path as the fight do open up towards Yulin.
Just how hot these drops going to be and how much aggression is going to come out.
फलक ने दिया एक नॉक वाइटिलिटी ने ताइन बागे तो हौरा ने एक ओपी नॉक हो गया यार अरे आतंकी भाई भी चले गए अरे 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 थोड़ा सीन हो गया जीजी हो गया ओजी के दो बंदों के साथ नॉक एक ही फिनिश आतंकी भाई फिनिश अरे क्या मैनेजमेंट है इनका
QZZ already hitting the knocks left, right, and center.
यार दोनों बंदे नॉक हो गए फिनिश हो गए अपने यार पर मिल जाएगा 4 मैन अच्छे से खेलेंगे एनएस ह्यूमन गया विज बचा विज नेट फाड़ दे विज नेट से फोड़ दे विज तेरा है चल विज चल विज चल
Yeah, that's an unbelievable start for Tianba.
पिन कर लिया विज को इन्होंने और एक नॉक दे दिया विज और यार फिनिश डाल पाया कोई बात नहीं विज हो जाएगा रिवाइव तो मिल जाएगा इन्हें रिकॉल मिल जाएगा इन्हें और अरे नेपाल और इंडिया का भाईचारा मेंटेन नहीं हो रहा है यार और चौकू वाकू मार दे रहे ताइनबा वाले 40 वालों को फ्योरा कई बंदे को खत्म करा विजगॉड ने एक नॉक दिया था बट वो हो नहीं पाया किल फिट लेट आ रहा है और इनकी फाइट है एनजीएल का एसटीजी की यहाँ पे ओए निगमा S2G का नॉक दे दिया एक
Gorgeous stuff here. But for S2G, got to chat with him for a little bit. My boy was actually getting a haircut when I was talking to him, but they were saying that they have the aggression, and that's what they're bringing here in the finals. It's what Ulf kind of lacked a little bit of. But for that Turkish team, they were looking to bring that aggression over in the group stages. They're looking to bring it again here. They've had a lot of time to study those teams.
Oh!
It's Kamikaze.
अब नेट पड़ेगा.
The man with it all to give. One nade, one dream. Good damn.
Yeah, it's nice bit of chip damage on the peak.
अरे क्या दे दिया रे? Finish. मैं लगा निगमा गैलेक्सी खत्म होने वाली निगमा गैलेक्सी डेड है मुझे लग रहा है. दो मार दिया.
Absolutely pumps them full of buckshot.
निगमा गैलेक्सी एक बंदा बने रिकॉल दे देगा.
That distance is able to recall the team back into
गॉडल की फाइट नहीं हुई क्या?
We do have a Western circle. We didn't get to talk about too much. Flash already has tops in that region, so Jiao Ting currently covered, but that place.
गॉडल की फाइट नहीं हुई
A lot
guys.
of teams late game. Aaron now.
गॉडल लड़ी नहीं.
Bears them out. HP, but at distance, it's Milu once again. Tiamba up to 8 probably after this.
भाई 8 फिनिश हो गए ताइनबा के. भाई तियानबाज खत्म करने की लग रहा है, तियानबाज खत्म करेंगे मूड में ही है।
The fact that he's got 6 individual eliminations alone, mate.
मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है तियानबाज खत्म करना ही है। मीनो ने नॉक दिया है, चल मीनो मार, अभी भी पंप है। मीनो ने फिनिश डाल दिया, फ्लैश का 1 किल कंफर्म हो गया गॉडलाइक का, लेट्स गो, चल मीनो मार।
There's no luck involved, but there is luck involved over on the lucky spin, which you can join in with us in game right now for the 2026 PMWC, for the exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set, which you can see on screen.
हरा वाले हरा के पीछे पड़ गए भाई।
Make sure to try your chances, just like QZZ.
Oh,
And they spray down
QZZ
with the S12K. We are looking at 2 eliminations per minute.
भाई 9 फिनिश हो गए इनके तियानबा के। तियानबा भाई क्या बाहर क्या हुई ग्रुप स्टेज से, रुद्र रूप अपना लिए रे। मारो यार प्लीज मारो यार। और भी भाई, और के 5 फिनिश हो गए। अरोरा, हाँ अरोरा है ना, अरोरा भाई 5 फिनिशेस, टॉप 2 फिनिश निकाल लिया भाई।
You gotta get in there and get stuck into the thick of it, and Tianba are doing just that.
Again, for Tianba, their biggest success in the survival stage was the fact that they started out so incredibly hot, where it felt like all the weight was off them a lot of times. That Milu making that 1v4 look real easy, I think that came from the fact that they had nothing to lose at that point. They were already in.
Vitality
They're just pushing a little bit further there. We haven't talked about it too much so far on the cast, but we do have Smash ruling this event. And not only does that mean that, yes, you can win technically, game 2, but it also means the further you are ahead, the harder it is for teams to catch up to also get into that Smash ruling.
So
we are looking for more similar result to 4th
हर बारी टीम कभी भी कम बैक करती है, पता है पाकिस्तान की वाली टीम।
They set themselves ahead in those rankings to make it difficult for any team to catch up, to really engage that Smash ruling on the final day. Might be coming down to match 6.
मीनो यहाँ पे कैंप करेगा, मीनो इनको मारेगा, पक्की बात है मारेगा इनको, मीनो मारेगा इन्हें, पक्की बात है।
It will be a fun little storyline to see how that affects things going into the last day of competition. How big of a barrier that'll be, and really if other teams will have to rise up to the occasion for it to even be a potential pipeline for them.
मीनो एक नॉक तो देगा इनको, मीनो और मारेंगे, पक्की बात है इनको।
In the back of your mind, you have that context with just how much these early points matter for some of our squads. 2 sides that you touched on there, though, of course, being Vitality and 4 Thrives, they were dominant in both of their respective groups. Easily the best squads we saw when it came to how consistent they looked and how aggressive they were. Yeah, Vitality even kind of completely blowing away what we thought was the upper limit when they then played their group, right?
I think they knocked it out by 1 point, but even that 1 point is a hard point to squeeze out.
कभी राउंडों में देखने को मिलेगा कि पहाड़ से जो बने पहाड़ के ऊपर भी चढ़ जाए, सोचो।
It's a little less impressive, I would say, just because you are playing with the dregs coming through.
ये गॉडलाइक के पीछे आ रही है, ये मुझे लग रहा है पुश कर रहा है गॉडलाइक पे, सामने पे। अरे यार इतना स्प्लिट मत खेलो यार, इतना स्प्लिट मत खेलो गाइस।
And they've done exactly that. It looks like all the lights are on at home right now for Tianba. They are burning the midnight fuel. It's crazy.
क्या फिनिशेस मिले इन्हें फलक वगैरह के। 4 TI का पाकिस्तान का कुछ नहीं बदल सकता गाइस, यही होता है।
So was that 1v4 again? Actually, now I'm thinking about it. Technically,
3 दिन 3 राउंडों मैप बहुत जरूरी हैं, पता है। आप पूरा गेम बदल सकते हो, पता है, एक राउंड से।
The conversion rate we've had on raw 1v4s from him has actually been unbelievable.
I think we're more astonished.
यान बस को बड़ा मैच कन्वर्ट कर सकती है, हौरा बना भाई मार रहे भाई। गॉडल पे जोन अच्छा आ सकता है यार, गॉडल ने सेंटर ले रखा। ओ ओजी पे पूरा जोन गया है, गॉडल बाहर, ओजी पे पूरा जोन है गाइस। अच्छी पोज ले लो ओजी, कोई ना 0 किल्स पे मिल जाएंगे 10-12 किल चिकन। गॉडल कम ऑन यार, दोनों इंडियन टीम टॉप 3 में खत्म करो यार, हर बार टॉप 5 खत्म करे अपनी इंडियन टीम से, आज एक टीम जीते। भाई क्या है, ओ जी और ये की फाइट हो गई. अरे विज नॉक हो गया. अरे आरू नॉक. शिट. ये यार 2-2 के स्प्लिट में थे यार. एक के पीछे रह गया. आतंकी भाई भी खत्म यार. विज और वही बचे यार.
Leaves Orangutan just on one singular player, AKOP, who is sending for a res beacon. I think he might go far Bailey on this, actually, Jackie. I don't think he's going to stop off early over towards the lake. Like we said before, you get a res off there.
अब तो रिकॉल भी नहीं है. आरू भाई पे खाली रिकॉल है. आरू भाई को रिकॉल दे पाए तो देंगे.
Rotate. But honestly, for Orangutan, it's not terrible because they can just swing back in from that northern side, and it's fairly free with where most of the teams dropped off down towards the south.
Thankfully, he's got just enough time. Pulls slightly further out as well. Hedges his bets. He goes up towards the top of the north side. Going to get that recall in. See Vitality on screen here as well. Just the one elim to start us off with. I mean, you said it yourself, mate, doing your little special report on Vitality. Razak and Razy, that's been a hell of a duo. They're like the Cray twins, bro. You're just terrified when you see them coming at you.
What are you pressure hai yaar?
One of them bringing the double hammers as well. It's a bit of a nightmare, honestly, and they are always looking for a proper shootout. But it's nice to see Axel as well as Federales. I mean, Axel really astonished me.
40 का नया पाकिस्तान का गया.
There had been so much talk about Razy and Razak. Federales has also had a massive amount of tenure throughout the entirety of PUBG Mobile.
Zone hold कर रही है कुछ teams.
Swinging and not missing. So that's what gives me a lot of hope, and I'm very, very excited to see this team perform as this tournament goes on, just because of how good all of them have been playing individually and as a unit. Take a look at Godlike though. They're over towards that center side. I think Godlike showed us something different from their region. Honestly, they had some great aggression. I think they've been making little adaptations here and there, figuring things out they go along. But genuinely overall, we're impressive. We're impressive. They were second best inside of their group.
सेंटर है.
Only beat out
कोरल चिकन मार सकती. और आरू को रिकॉल कर लिया. बहुत बढ़िया.
To be fair play.
Wiz का है.
Vitality really did get it there, mate.
तो उसको जोन कैसे मिलेगा? बॉर्डर तो है जोन में. फ्यूरिया नीचे से जोन ले रही. जाओ तीन के ऊपर वाला हिस्सा.
The dead center of it all. Godlike, as you touched on, 4 frags. Vitality, Nigma Galaxy as well. The representation.
चिराग क्रोमा की हटाओ. ग्रीन की से गायब हो रहा है फ्लैग का क्रोमा. मैच के बाद हटाता हूँ.
Just seem to have this capability to choke in the finals.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's their major issue. Every single player on that team has greatness inside of it.
उसको हटा ही देता हूँ.
It just seems to dwindle a little bit once we get to a final. And we've been asking for that not to be the case for the longest time. And get to the point now where I just don't believe in it, which is sad. But they are consistently always here, and you can't really put them down too much for that. The fact they're in most of the finals is like that's already a big achievement. Reefus though opening up over towards Yasser from Alula. Tiamba's cut out on that eastern edge. Now there's a lot of these big pillars involved inside the circle, as well as stadium over towards that northeast side, which is a bit open on the outer edges. It slopes down into it, so if you are really kind of swing past here. They also know this area very well. It is their drop spot, but Fourth Rise have beaten them to the punch here down towards their southwest from stadium.
Excited to see what the form of Fury is going to be looking like in a final situation again as well. They were massively coming alive, dude. Felt like it was way better in terms of the decision making. The communication was on point. A lot of the fights we witnessed from them. Igor as well, just playing so brilliantly with some of the individual plays.
Nope. छुट्टी 3 दिन की.
Feel like a whole new man showed up. We spoke about this big man though, and he's back on our screens again. Milu scouting around, seeing if he can get a line of sight potentially. Just playing close towards the geometry here at the cliff face. It's Ulf that aren't too far away.
Eagle and Aching desperate to get some elims on board. I mean, man, every single one over on Milu and QZZ, but these guys are the fraggers on side. Aching a lot of times playing off the back of him. Eagle very good at playing that anchor style.
I'll start करें.
Generally is the last player to go down. Plays that survivalist very well for them as well.
मैं तो मेट्रो में हूँ। यार ये मेरा फेस कैम सही आ रहा है ना, पूरा अच्छा आ रहा है ना फेस कैम? गॉडल पे पूरा जोन है यार, ऊपर आजा जोन बप्पा, दे दो जोन। गणपति बप्पा गॉडल पे जोन है, पूरा हिली एरिया उनके पास है, बस S2G NS से फाइट होगी, EA भी आएगी, मारो इन्हें यार। गॉडल वाली जगह छोड़ के गई थी जाओतिन की, जाओतिन के पीछे ले लेंगे ओजी वाले भी, बहुत प्यारा पूरा जोन ले लेगी ओजी वहां से। ठीक है ना, बस ग्रीन कलर गायब हो रहा, फेस कैम बढ़िया आ रहा है ना मेरा। अरे NS और S2G की फाइट, S2G खत्म है, NS से मारेगी भाई, NS भी भाई जीतना ही है। नॉन शिम रेड फोर्स, नॉन शिम रेड फोर्स, यार क्या मैनेजमेंट है यार इनकी।
Forced to bail out and try and keep their dreams alive as he breezes out of action.
गॉडल की फाइट ही नहीं हो रही पता है अभी भी। ओ जी Godlike India.
They got crunched in by Vitality as well as Aurora. I think you somewhat deserve that coming into this stage of the game. Joutin's still far on the western side, but because it's such a big amount of landmass with a lot of places to play, you do see a lot of teams confirming here early, but you sort of want to be on that end where Aurora is, Vitality, where there is those clear exit points across the road. A lot of other teams have to take something a little bit more unfortunate. Fourth rise though, Joker stepping up to the plate. He is spraying through the smoke. There's one close.
अरे इसको पता नहीं लगा इसके करीब बंदा है।
Yeah, this is risky, bro. IQ had to be so swift with the shotgun here. It's Joker just teasing them, dancing around on top of the rocks. So much damage already done to Fourth Rise. This would be a hellish way to go down, and that's how they fall in our opening game. E-Arena.
भाई अरीना मार रही है, फोर्थ ट्रैप का तो खत्म कर दिया। तियानबा खतरे में, उल्फ के साथ फाइट, और तियानबा मार दी भाई, उल्फ के बंदे गए, उल्फ डेड भाई, 13 फिनिशेस 10 फिनिशेस पे आ गए हैं ये 11। रोंडो का क्या फायदा उठाया इन्होंने।
Aaron had to tuck his tail and absolutely bolt it. Finds a lone rock in a field and gets his head down. Turns his attention back up onto him though. Few shots as he dumps the magazine towards Milu. Someone needs to stop him, Black.
Milu is just out of control this game. You're right, needs to be leashed. QZZ still taking some damage here. I'm kind of curious from where. What if it's Fury? You're actually taking a couple of pot shots over towards them. Aaron not letting up. Just about press over the top of that bridge side. They're going to take the blue for a little bit to try and deny those sightlines. They make their way over towards the pagoda. Just about in here, Jackie. Difficult spot to play.
फोर्थ ट्राइब मर गए यार, पाकिस्तान की टीम मर चुकी है गाइस। पाकिस्तान डेड है भाई। ओजी यहाँ से कैंप करके 5-6 फिनिशेस निकाल के मजा आ जाएगा भाई। क्या किल निकाल सकते हो ओजी पे आए के, और आरू अंदर का जोन आएगा तो दिक्कत है थोड़ा गॉडलाइक के लिए भी ना। एसटीडी का एक बंदा कैंप कर रहा है भाई, बहुत अच्छा जोन है गॉडल के पास भाई। गॉडल मार दो यार इनको, ऊपर चला जाएगा जोन, ऊपर जाएगा, ऊपर का जोन आएगा, ऊपर का जोन आएगा। यस गॉडल
going to really crunch up away from all of them. Still dead center for Vitality.
Yeah, Vitality's actually in a really good spot here.
Godlike, let's go.
Capability to move out over towards that northeast side of Knees B, but they also can crunch every.
बस NS और S2G के बंदे को मारना है। EA भी आ रही उधर से, EA को देने तो थोड़ा जोन, EA को मार देना, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। जाओतिन का पूरा एडवांटेज लो गाइस। मुझे लग रहा है ये वाले ये लोग ना डालेंगे, अंदर डालेंगे, ऊपर नहीं जाएंगे गॉडल पे। आई डोंट थिंक सो गॉडल पे जाएंगे, मुझे नहीं लगता ये जाएंगे। और तियान पे पूरा पुश देती रही वाइटिलिटी पे, हक दिया भाई, गलत करा भाई।
What's gone on there? This is an insane push from Tiamba, by the way. They have
अरे क्या खा के आए हैं आज ये तियानबा वाले? नया रिकॉर्ड बनाएंगे क्या? अरे अभी तो रिकॉर्ड ही बनाता है एक.
I was like, goodness me, Vitality's going down. I was like, goodness me, Vitality's going down to Tiamba of all teams.
Mate, this is lunacy. Milu's looking for the nade as well, wants to really commit to this. Meanwhile, the last man from Ulf goes down. They fall second into our first game. Milu priming the nades.
Oh! रिफ्यूज का नॉक आ गया तियानबा वाले पे. और अरोरा का पुश आ गया इन पे. अरोरा वाले भी पूरा नेट वेट डाल रहे हैं कि भाई मिल जाए किल्स.
Last of a player up, probably the one you want to see as well here for Tiamba. 14 eliminations this game so far, though still decent. That is greedy. Vitality.
अरे जो अल्फा 7 को सपोर्ट करते हो फ्यूरिया का आज वो पहन के आके पूरा ब्राजील को सपोर्ट करने के लिए.
The Rez is going to get him back up. The insane bit was as well, it was the nades from Aurora from all the way in the backline that got that initial knock back over onto Milu. Vitality have just been caught in the middle of it all. Most aggressive game of badminton with nades being bounced over the top of their heads. Molly in round the corner, QZZ with a nade back.
He's just going for it.
Angle, good no.
Oh!
The shotgun knocks him.
Solo finishes.
This is what I can't believe about QZZ, because he's like, I've run out of grenades. You see so many players just
Vitality बाहर.
But he's like, if I
और
can't
गॉडल पे भी जोन है यार. 16 फिनिशेस निकाल. हाय अरोरा का पुश आ गया. अरोरा का पुश आ गया. यहाँ पे ने खत्म कर दिया. 16 फिनिशेस है, खत्म कर दो नहीं. ना है बड़ा चिकन भाई, लीड बन जाएगी इन पे. मार दिया. तियानबा खत्म. तियानबा डेड ऑन 16 फिनिशेस. भाई 16 फिनिश पर निकाल के गए भाई. पॉइंट्स निकाले उन्होंने. Aurora with 9.
And I'm sure you can hear that.
S2G dead.
The entirety of the arena.
दूसरा फिनिश निकाल लिया. ऑर्डर नहीं मारा होगा S2G वाले को.
A spectacle to start here on game 1 of Rondo and it's Tiamba.
गॉडल पे पूरा जोन है यार. NS से फाइट होगी. बाहर है. सिटी से बाहर है जोन. मजा आ जाएगा. Yes! गॉडल! बप्पा! गणपति बप्पा मौर्या!
They need to leave at some point in the near future.
नहीं नेपाल की टीम भी भाई मार रही है भाई.
Flash still got bows in the back line here, lining up a grenade inside the warehouse. Hard to pop these off the wall though because of all the concrete.
गॉडल और मीनो बहुत बढ़िया पावर का नेड आ गया. लेट्स गो.
Just lets him run straight into the barrel.
एक नेड खत्म है. 100 में एक नेड.
Shotgun straight to the cranium.
और ये कहाँ से दे दिया इसको? अरे यार ये वाले पीछे से थर्ड पार्टी कर दिए यार. फोड़ दिया था यार. थोड़ा खराब हो गया. अरे यूएलए भी आ गई.
They've seen the blood in the water. They want to see if they can roam over. They smell potential points here.
Honestly, grab what you can. Alula sends up Yasser. Longshin Red Force has not got the reset online at all. Still priming nades upstairs. There's going to have to be a big hole. Tizzy on the outside. Luckily that Molotov is not on target. Tizzy's just going down.
खत्म.
What are we doing?
NS भी dead. अरे यार NS क्यों आ गई फाइट लेने? नहीं आना था
To drop off the top of the rafters, spamming the shots. It's all gone.
I feel like Tizzy just panicked.
मारने को थोड़ी देर काम करना पड़ेगा. 3 फिनिशेस निकाले हैं. अरे मारना खत्म है यार. यहाँ खत्म है. चलो NT कोई बात नहीं. पहला मैच है, कोई बात नहीं. अच्छा खेले लड़के अपने. 4 फिनिशेस मिले हैं. 4 पॉइंट आए, कोई बात नहीं. सबके डिसेंट ही जा रहे हैं. एक आधा टीम का तो बड़ा जाना ही है मैच, ऑब्वियस सी बात है. तो याद करो ये ने पहले में 40 निकाले थे, बाहर हो गई थी. कंसिस्टेंसी इज द की टू विन. वो करेगी अपनी टीम, टेंशन मत लो. आज थोड़ा रीड वीड करेंगे. कल आएंगे, परसों आएंगे. पता है ना 2 राउंड तो लगातार भी 30 चिकन मार सकते गॉडल और ओजी दोनों मिलके भी. भाई अरोरा का चिकन आ जाए, मजा आ जाएगा तेरा किल का. I'm अरोरा का चिकन देखना चाहता हूँ टू बी ऑनेस्ट.
Turney K in the back trying to keep his eyes on what's going on, but if you flick to the Elim feed, you can see Docs doing damage. The scalpels come back out for Aurora. And Blank, it was 16 for Tiamba, but Aurora now on 14 Elims. They might be able to lap them.
अरे ओजी बची हुई थी, ध्यान ही नहीं किया ओजी वालों पे. ओजी वालों ने मारा ना.
She didn't even grab that.
आने नहीं दे रहे.
Top was able
एक
to
एक आधा
save it.
नेड फोड़ दे भाई.
But for OG, they live a lot longer than expected. But with 0 eliminations, they will not get a huge amount off this game other than the placement points involved. AKOP inside. Has to move soon. Might just end up denying the point here. Reefus spraying in. Has 217 bullets as well. So they have had a lot of loot crates to pursue and peruse.
Heat battle कर रहा है.
Akop just trying to keep himself sustained and run the clock down on this one as long as possible. See if he can deny it out to the blue potentially, because if he goes running in there, that's just another point for Aurora.
Just try and get an extra placing on this one, but I don't think anyone else is going down anytime soon. Still more. He's missed time.
अरे हक दिया. Heat battle. गलत है पेगन हाथ में आ गई उसके. वो जी उसके रिएक्शन से पता लग गया यार क्या हुआ मेरे से. कोई बात नहीं. पहला मैच था चिल करो. जाएंगे अच्छा मैच. फाइनल्स में चिकन तो आएंगे नहीं. मतलब ये पहले मैच तो थोड़ा डोमिनेट करते हैं ना तो और मजा आता, बट कोई बात नहीं. कितना चलता है. कितना चलता है.
A lot of practice in the meantime. But Enigma Galaxy
Aurora आ रही है पीछे से.
key group stage for them, but we're still able to grab those points, and I do attribute some of that to Coops. He is a nuts player on side.
He's been a big king Cooper
नेड
for
नहीं है
this
इसका.
team,
एक
bro.
नेड फोड़ता मरते दोनों.
Wearing that crown.
तो गाड़ी फोड़ देना.
He wants to slam down on the off-angle peak behind the vehicle here. Alila trapped, cowering one by one.
ये मारेंगे. अरोरा पीछे थर्ड पार्टी कर देगी. क्लीन 4v4 फाइट है. फ्यूरिया का एक बचा हुआ है. फ्यूरिया वाला गेम खराब करेगा देखना किसी एक का.
He got just trapped in the ditch between our two teams that are going to scrap
खत्म.
for the dinner.
अब प्रॉपर 4v4 फाइट है.
For an extra elim.
Pure 4v4 fight.
Shots coming through. So we're down to Aurora. Reefer swings very wide here over towards the northern edge. And hold both positions. An awkward angle like that could make them very worried. Has a little bit of hard cover here, but it is outside the zone. Going to wrap back, but at least got the info on side. Coops tries to hit the shots. Has to go for the reload here. Going to go for another as he passes on by. Again, I do think for Enigma Galaxy, Coops is a really big deal. Not just on his own, though. It's the fact that Lord has someone to play off.
Yeah.
Lord is also a very aggressive player, but Ralph and Satan, they like to take it slow, and that's great, and it works out, but you do need someone else to move forward and bank off of one another. So for Enigma Galaxy, I do think this is the perfect setup
Doc
right now
कहाँ
for
चढ़ के
them.
बैठा है रे?
Joel will move forward
17
into the
finishes,
scoreline,
what the heck?
17 eliminations
Doc!
in the game. A teaser, potentially, from Aurora. And we'll hold our breath for it.
ओह साल का नोड़ा भाई.
It's greatly timed from Joel.
ओपनिंग मिल गया. इनका चिकन है. अरोरा चिकन निकाल रही है. पक्की बात है. फटेगा ही फटेगा 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 ये फटेगा.
Wants to get it behind the cover flare, barely, but they bait him out enough. That's more chip damage. Coops on half HP.
Molly.
Could be good.
Oh, this is annoying. This is very frustrating for Coops. It's really slowing them down. Giving quite a bit of time for Aurora to reposition off the back of this as well, because both the front targets have been distracted. Discombobulated in the chaos. Thought it might be a little harder for Aurora to get back into the circle. They also know the north side's free after that original rotate from Reefus. Ralph had to go back.
भाई जोन में आके मारेंगे क्या इनको?
But they have all the knowledge in the world going forward here. They've opened up the full library on this game.
A lot of nades being baited out here by Coops as well. He's down to 2 nades and 1 Molotov. Ralph actually being isolated from his off-angle peek round the backside. That's half his HP gone. The vehicle detonates in front of him. One Blessing's got a little bit more cover to try peek off of, but no easy rotation.
Still the 4v4 here. Utility down to nothing on side of most of these players. It will just be a dry gunfight, and honestly, on top form, I do think Aurora beats them out on that.
होम यो भाई कैसे हो? मैं एकदम बढ़िया. आप कैसे मेरे भाई? वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम भाई. डू आई नो यू? भाई दोनों एक साथ फेंक रहे हैं. ओह सिंक में डाल लग रहा है. बच गए. टॉप नॉक करना पड़ेगा. क्लच. ओह भाई चिकन थ्रो हो गया. भाई निगमा चिकन नहीं छोड़ रहा, अरे दे देता नॉक, रिफ्यूज और अरे एक ही बचा, अब तो चिकन आ गया, एक नॉक दे दिया। ओ निगमा गैलेक्सी ने चिकन डिनर के साथ शुरुआत करी है, पहला मैच।
Did say though, Aurora do like to choke.
The crazy thing is, it was
खतरनाक हो गया
probably
मामला।
head-to-head of two teams we could have. Yeah. Similar contrasted play styles, the way they split off, confident their 2v2s, the off-field progression.
हैप्पी इंडिपेंडेंस ब्रो एडवांस में, हैप्पी इंडिपेंडेंस डे भाई आपको भी। कल भी अपन 3 बजे मिलेंगे वॉच पार्टी में यहीं पर ही, अपनी इंडियन टीम रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं।
Wonderful stuff, actually wonderful stuff. I still think Aurora played that game very, very well though. I think when you watch them in those moments, they are so clean on the shots here and there. I think it's just a little bit of a stumble towards the end there where you're trying to pull yourself out of those buildings. That is hard, getting back across the road. They don't have a huge amount of space to play with. Nigma Galaxy also has the high ground, so they set up well on this one. But yeah, good stuff from Nigma Galaxy. Again, Lord and Coops though.
भाई खतरनाक होने वाला है भाई ग्रैंड फाइनल्स।
Fantastic duos be born here over at EWC and really spread their wings into these matches.
You can see them enjoying it as well. Ralph enjoying the celebration from the fans behind them there. Everyone in the arena popping off with Nigma Galaxy taking game 1. Stay tuned for even more.
भाई मामला गड़बड़ा सकता है थोड़ा, नो डाउट, बट हाँ मुझे भी पूरी उम्मीद है कि इंडियन टीम्स ऐसे तो नहीं हार के जाएगी, इंडियन टीम पूरा डोमिनेशन दिखाएगी भाई, मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है। तुम्हें क्या लगता है कैसे, बताओ मुझे, क्या हम लोग डोमिनेट करने वाले हैं आज? क्या लगता है? डे 1 से पहले प्रिडिक्शन देता है, सेकंड मैच का प्रिडिक्शन देता है इंडियन टीम किस पे रहेगी, है ना? बाकी मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि अपन खतरनाक वाला दे देंगे सबको आज, समझ गए? खतरनाक है मामला। शाउट आउट टू अमन, अमन भाई शाउट आउट टू यू, शाउट आउट टू यू मेरे भाई, शाउट आउट टू यू। अमन भाई शाउट आउट टू यू। लव यू मेरे भाई, होम भाई लव यू यार। यार बस इंडिया के फ्लैग स्पैम करते रहो और इंडिया को दिखाते रहो कि इंडियन टीम्स को अपन सपोर्ट दिखा रहे हैं, हम लोग हैं उनके लिए आज यहाँ। चलो क्या बोल रहे हैं?
Please. Oh, wow. Yeah, but I think we're gonna handle this.
It's a very strong group of finalists, isn't it? So if you get on a roll,
नहीं सच में मतलब काफी ज्यादा थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट है क्योंकि अच्छी अच्छी टीम्स है फाइनल्स में। सो वी आर आल्सो थिंकिंग एज अ एनालिस्ट, अगर मैं बोलूँ एज अ प्लेयर मैं बोलूँ तो इट्स रियली टफ बट इम्पॉसिबल, नथिंग इज इम्पॉसिबल यार। अपन यहाँ तक आए तो अपन ऑब्वियसली भाई। ओ मीनो और ओजी औरंगुटैन आरू मीनो, yes legends है भाई दोनों,
as well as what may be to come. So of course I have Admino and I have Aru here, as we have Godlike and of course Orangutan representing.
मानने का जीतने के बाद ही
आऊंगा। I'll ask you Admino first. You guys must have watched the survival stage. What did you think about the teams and gameplay overall from the survival stage?
It was kind of little passive, like the previous group were too much aggressive, or maybe they were one more chance, that's why they were aggressive, and this was a survival stage. But I think Tianma got the momentum, and the top 6 were expected, as we have decided already in the podium thing that we have a fun activity over there.
Yeah.
And I think Alula gave a little bit surprise, and I hope so they perform good in grand final also. But I'm hoping for Tianma to carry forward the momentum that they have already got in survival stage.
How about you, Aru? What did you make of the survival stage?
We tried to grab as many things as we could from the playstyles and the lobby structure to get a better understanding and to be able to predict better what the structure of the finals lobby would
मीनो
look
कह रहा
like.
क्या बोल रहा है ये?
And, obviously we
मैं भी
don't
English
really,
नहीं बोल पाया.
fear anyone, but yeah, there are many respectable opponents that we need to respect in game as well, as much as we should, not more, not less. So yeah, we are confident coming to the finals and looking at the survival stage. We know that when teams have like only one last chance, it's like they play more in pressure, and yeah, that's it.
All right, so I wanted to actually ask a bit of a fun question since we've got two fantastic teams here. I'll start with you, Aru. If you had to take a player from Admino's team and add them to your roster, who would you pick and why?
Maybe Espoir, because he's really consistent.
Okay. Same question to you, Admino. Who would you take from Aru's team and why?
Aru insists because he's a good IG.
What do you think about that? You think you're a good IGL? You think that's fair?
I don't know, I just work.
All right, so kind of final thoughts, final kind of look at the finals.
मानने गुस्सा हो जाएगा.
I'll start with you, Admino. Well, what's your expectations here for the final? Obviously, it's an amazing lineup of 16 teams, arguably one of the best lineups of all time here at PMWC. So how do you think your chances are here?
Well, I wouldn't be saying anything. I'll just prove it by performing over it.
Perfect. How about you, Aru? What are you thinking for the final?
I'm just here to play and enjoy the 18 games because I love this game. I don't want to feel any pressure or, set unnecessary expectations from myself. If we are going to enjoy the game, inside the game, then we are definitely going to perform well as well.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me and best of luck today.
Thank you, Kalaris, for that amazing interview there with
Pressure
Admino
है
and
यार,
none other than Aru. But it does end up coming down.
Pressure मत लो यार, खेलो बस.
At the end, even though Nick Galaxy won, congratulations, Nick Galaxy. I gotta give this team some props because we're finally seeing the MVPs show up for that squad. But Enigma Galaxy, Coops, especially at the end, what a surprise for them being able to come out with a win.
It's so nice. Just in my notes, I just have Coops because that's all you gotta say, really. I do. Can confirm. Yeah, see that? Yeah.
I can't read that.
Yeah, my handwriting's not great. But Coops was awesome. I really love the jump that they're coming through throughout that game, right? They played on that edge side. They waited for their moment. They bided their time. And what I loved particularly here, Max, was their push onto EA was not super aggressive. All they wanted was space inside the zone. They didn't go for that full push and that full clear of the team. They're just like, hey, we want some space. We're going to take it from you, take a couple of points as well, and then wait some more. I really liked that from them.
I have an idea, but this is just pure speculation. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I'm like, maybe they slowed down the final to E-Arena, hoping...
Bro, how can you able to watch party?
Let them fight each other and pick off the rest.
बड़ी मेरे पास invitation आया यार watch party का, इसलिए मैं watch party कर पा रहा हूँ. I have the invitation.
And we get just pure aggressiveness right off the bat. This feels like a PMWC finals, baby. As 3 teams were able to get 13 or more eliminations. Aurora with the 17. Tiamba started off hot as well.
Man, I did not like, I mean, we came out of that survival. It's just, I just love the fact, right? I'm just getting so excited, so passionate here, that the fact that they carried
Yes, buddy.
on the same
मेरे पास invitation आया watch party का.
I mean, it was exceptional from them. Obviously took the hot drop seriously, which, shout out, love a hot drop.
And how are you, Bachelor भाई? How are you, my friend? अगर आप चैनल पर न्यू हो, सब्सक्राइब कर दो and watch party enjoy करो मेरे दोस्त. अभी और भी मैचेस हैं. 5 मैच अभी तो.
Looking to carry that momentum that we saw out of them in survival. Something that you actually enjoyed watching that game is the plan B, the adjustments that Tiamba was able to do, Max.
Because they had a great hot drop, right? I think it was, 9 eliminations after the hot drop? Absolute mad start for these guys. And then they start losing players. They want to go for the recall, which is usually Tinglong Garden. But then Hora, coming out of nowhere, looking to chase down the recall player, which usually is Eagle in Tinglong Garden. And Eagle instantly, instant response, seeing we don't want to go out to Hora. We're going to go for an Eastern rotation, a bit out of their way. But by doing so, he gets the entire team back up, and they get 16 eliminations off the back of that. Eagle, definitely, maybe not in terms of elims, but the MVP of the game in terms of what he allowed his teammates to do this match.
Allowing the team to be able to come back, allowing the team to just be able to just be there for support. Allow the other players to just frag out. And for anybody that had Tiamba, Enigma Galaxy, or Aurora in your predictions, congratulations, because those teams have been performing quite well. If you haven't already, make sure you check out the EWC Play app. Go put in your predictions. You could end up getting some rewards there depending on what your predictions are. And no surprise here that it is Milu from Tiamba with the MVP once again. 8 eliminations. This man is just non-stop right now.
He is, you can't stop this man. He's just gonna go from better to better to better performance. Here we go, the head-to-head. You're seeing here 16 eliminations versus 17 of Aura. And if I'm not mistaken, Milu had at least 8 or 9 of those. So,
बराबर ही आ गए थे.
Just had some notes and it was just Coops. Yeah. Just Milu. Man, this man's just chasing that MVP at this point.
He is. He absolutely is. QZZ though, shout out to QZZ. That 1v2 onto the rest of Vitality. He was wiped out by Aura like seconds later, but yeah, it's some really, really good stuff there. There's a lot more players on the team than just Milu that are really fragging out.
I mean, I was wondering going to this, are we going to get group stage Champion? Are we going to get survival stage Champion? Clearly, with this opening performance 7, it is survival stage Champion in the finals.
And we're hoping that that's going to be the case. If you're a Tiamba fan, you're going to be looking really happy. If you're a Fourth Rise fan, Fourth Rise, so it's looking for a comeback here. Same with OG. Let's see what's going to be happening here on the second game of PMWC at EWC 26 Finals.
Thank you, Seven. Great breakdown there, recap of what we saw on our screens live in game 1.
चलो next match.
Starting to get a little bit louder in here, but Paris, I want to know, how loud can you get? Let's get some noise going!
It's a good crowd. It's a real good crowd here we got here in Paris. Supporting all their teams. I mean, the Enigma Galaxy crowd, they've been loud. We'll see if they can get louder. As Enigma Galaxy are doing fairly well here so far. It's really, really nice to see. I think, again, mad props to Coops. First of all, mad props to actually being here. The guys dodged
Alula.
so many events at this point.
Alula.
Some matches. But yeah, the rest of the team's also looking fantastic. Ralph looking a little bit more reserved, I would say, in the gameplay, which is good to see. Holding those angles. I actually liked where he set himself up. Became a real nuisance. The big thing was, didn't immediately go down either. And I think a lot of times that's all he needs to do, because he knows the layout of the land. He knows where he needs to be playing. It's just sometimes he'll play those spots and then humble. And that's bad. So he's just letting the rest of his team work those angles whilst he plays that off angle in a really, really strong and quite frustrating spot to deal with. But we're heading over
Hoping for best कि इंडिया का ये मैच अच्छा जाए.
Action involved, a little bit more calm, chilled out as we head in towards the first portion of the day. Fury at last game did come down to Eagle once again.
Yeah. And honestly, mate, you know, normally I think you'd favour him in kind of positions like that, where if he had to step up as a solo, it's just how late in the game it was and how strong everyone else he was up against was looking, right?
चलो second match बप्पा. आर्य दोनों इंडियन टीम top 5 में. Let's go.
For some of our other talented squads, they're far down the standings, but like you touched on, Rondo is Rondo, and now we get something a little bit more normal. Opening playing path established here, whole way down the middle.
Down on that eastern side, Yaz. Opening here for teams to move into. Gaku a little bit harder to get towards on that western side. North George, as well as South George, probably
एक टीम है OG के finish में निकाल देंगे कोई बात.
Vital is just out early. I don't really ever mind the Kameshki split, honestly, over towards South.
चलो,
on
let's
that
go.
eastern side, you have a lot of position to loot. Most of the time you're not having a second team come over here, so it's just a really good position to get set
को drop
up
fight होगा मुझे लग रहा है.
in the early game. But man, Tiamba, we didn't talk about them too much at the end of that game, but there is definitely fire in those bellies today. Because to make that push, to make that decision, to just be like, let's have a straight fight on the central compound when we're playing Edge, I I don't know what's gotten into them, but I love it.
It is so good.
अरे नीचे का जोन है पूरा गॉडल ले सकते अच्छा जोन चांस रहेगा गॉडल पे अच्छा जोन लेने का और आगे लिए दिक्कत होगी वाइटलिटी के लिए दिक्कत है अगर फाइट लेते हुए अंदर नहीं आ पाए तो मानना बन उठा लेगा था हाँ बताता हूँ आज
A lot of the rotational tools will probably be removed.
Oh, Nigma Galaxy और IDA की fight है.
Vitality, you are correct. That might end up, or probably will end up, creating a little bit more of a passive game for them, a slower game for them. 4 thrives though, loving life.
Last match chicken निकाला ये top fight हो गई.
The yellow's on the eastern side. There's no one around here. It's chilled out. It's peaceful. You get yourself set up nice and early on one of the prior compounds as we head into zone 2. I think the scary thing about this one is it does eke in a little bit of Sosnovka, and there isn't a 0% possibility that this doesn't go down towards Sosnovka in the future. It still can. Could even center up around bridge. Satan on our screens. You know what, the last game, first time I've seen Satan smile this tournament, by the way. Even when they win, he usually looks like something's gone wrong. He enjoyed that. He did like that one. That was a nice win for him.
Yeah, they were chuffed to bits. And to be fair, it was great. You know, nice head-to-head. 2 very talented squads. Lots of contrast of play styles, but Nigma Galaxy proving that it was on the money today in that first game. So low utility, but made every bit count. Can they keep it going though? You start well on Rondo. How does it look then moving in here to Arangao? Another chicken dinner, big placements. What are we looking at from them? That will be a nice, I suppose, a litmus test of what the quality of this team's going to be looking like throughout the next 2 days here.
Ida. These guys kind of trouble. They made the similar approach to Tiamba actually last game, but I think what Tiamba did very differently was they isolated the Vitality compound away from Aurora, whereas Ida kind of came from that north side and just sandwiched themselves. I thought that was a very strange play for Ida to make. I think most of the time most teams would understand that probably don't want to place yourself between those 2 squads or those 2 buildings. They're very popular in that location on Rondo. But I don't think Ida had done badly before. They had some really cool clutch moments, some super awesome 1v3s right at the end of the games. Like, they have what it takes to be a champion, but not like that. So stop making silly mistakes.
And obviously we touched on Vitality going down quite early into that one. 2 other squads that I'm assuming towards the end of the day will be in a very different place to where they are in the standings right now, would be both 4 Thrives and Godlike. 2 teams that have got so much firepower.
Come on, power, yaar.
Even just individuals as well. Yeah. Fanak hit some of that old 4 back out immediately, mate. You won't only see it.
Fight weight नहीं हो रही यार. Boring आता है ऐसे. Fight weight लो यार. बाकी की teams. और Gordon और OG को दे दो यार top 3 के जगह.
It's cheeky. It's cheeky. But even when I was talking to him yesterday, he seemed like he was ready and raring to go. The rest of the team all looked happy. IQ is in high spirits, which is very, very good news for the team. Be able to give that advice and those crucial bits of information, where the team wants to go, how they want to play it out. You need all of your team to be happy. Though I am kind of worried about Godlike and Orangutan.
Okay.
Not because of gameplay we've seen so far, just because this is a finals at EWC. I think for them, it would be unwise not to say they're under pressure. I think if you're a fan of both these squads, and maybe today looks a little bit rough for them, I would caveat with that there is a tremendous amount weighing down on them right now, being in such a prestigious finals versus some really damn good squads. I'm hoping they could probably get back into the run of it, like by match 3 potentially. But if it takes till tomorrow, I think that's fine as well. OG already still showing off that they have the rotations capability to make it happen. They got far into that late game. Not a lot of eliminations, that's fine. Godlike similarly, still that aggression in play. I like to see it, but maybe not where we really wanted it to happen during that game.
I I think it's also for teams like that, Blank. For our other squads that are forced to play the survival stage, you've had to consistently keep grinding and keep that
और
form
गिर के
on
मर
the
गया.
go. Yeah, exactly. You come out from your group in those top team spots, you get a few days off, but that does cool you down a little bit. And the thing that's changed is what's going on behind us. The energy in the arena, the noise, the hype. They're getting excited because 4-5s have made the play. That's IQ with an opening takedown. But that's the difference as well. You come back into this area, Blank. Sure, with the noise-cancelling headphones, they might not be hearing it, but I tell you what, they can feel it. The vibration. I know the floor is trembling under my feet, so it'll be the same down there on the stage for our players. And if you're trying to instantly snap back into that tournament-winning mindset after a few days off with all this going on, it might take a game.
Yeah. I don't like that though, from Aurora. Because you can scout that a lot easier just by sending over towards the beachhead, having a look over towards Lighthouse and being like, okay, there's the guy up there. Try and check the girders. I always think it's an odd maneuver to try and just send someone, slingshot them across. And it's like, well, we know there's someone across there though, but you also just lost a player. Like, it's so early into the game, could have even just waited for zone 2. I'm curious to hear what the analyst desk has to say about that, because for me, that's just
ऊपर से जोन ले लिया.
PMWC potential.
Quarter final जोन ले लिया होगा अच्छा.
Yeah, the trade of it. One player's life, one of your squad mates for an information play. Economically, it's not the best trade on it.
ऐसे पता नींद क्यों आ रही है?
See him get a good run out of this game.
सुबह 6 बजे उठा हूँ.
Player of difference, Blank.
Hell, I mean, even this circle right now, where it's down towards the eastern side, 4-5s knows that. This is prime time to go for bridge camps.
Yeah.
Like, if this circle is further over towards the northwest, maybe you don't go for that type of thing. But I think this one, if you're Aurora, it shouldn't be a case of, oh, let's check if there's someone there. You should just know.
Hora. Nepal भी भाई अब.
Picture here for some teams. For Aurora, it results in 3 players alive in game 2 to kick us off.
मॉडल पे भी अच्छा दोनों
Flash also having
छाक ले
one
गया
player
वाला.
knocked here. Zone
फाला के लोगों पे जोन चला गया पूरा. अरे ऊपर वाला एरिया ले लो ना, वो जो एरिया होता है वही सब साथ आ जाओ यार.
Very awkward on these types of circles, and it can center up around bridge across both sides, which is super unfun to play. Because now this really could go back over towards Sosnovka way. I'm sort of expecting it to head towards the northwest, but for Aurora, they're stuck now. As are Alula. Alula's kind of considering whether we should take an eastern crossing or should we just play over towards the ridge side on the southern edge. It cuts out a massive amount of space though. So much water involved. So teams are just going to be sending towards Ferry Pier because there's safety in that location.
Vitality did thunderfoot their way down from Stolber quite quickly, so you can see there amongst the rest.
और ये की फाइट होगी
Bulldogs
पक्का.
attempting to forge a path into the zone, knowing that play space will be very limited with a decent chunk of it cut out by the water and that bridge dividing either team from each other. Only 2 squads on the island right now are Alula and Aurora.
बचा के ले गया उसको.
Arena on screen now. This is the POV of Joker.
अरे विस्गॉड गिरा बच्चा मेरे भाई बच्चा बच गया. ताइन बाज बच गया भाई, बच गया मेरी जान बच गया. एक फंस गया. एक ले ले कम ऑन. अरे यार एक शॉटगन यार.
Despite that, though, A-King has been consistently winning these trades of it.
He's bringing it back in fashion. Seems like a horror.
गॉडर वाला भाईचारा में और उसको पुश दे दिया. आरू चल. अरे यार आतंकी भाई.
Another one falls. An orangutan, it all goes down to
मॉडल वाला मार देगा मुझे लग रहा है. दुख हुआ रे.
Stepped up to the plate, but not worthy to sit around here. Would be
Come on यार guys.
some good shots to the start there, but tried to crop
भाई
more
order पे
slightly.
zone है यार अभी
Tony
भी.
K came in like a demon though from the sidelines. I think WizGod was not expecting him to be so up close and personal.
Order पे zone आ गया अगला.
Back here, they're over towards the pier itself.
Praying that.
Four drives mirroring them over towards the eastern side. We are close towards our next circle now. Nigma Galaxy making me laugh at the moment, man. They're like, this circle looks horrendous.
Come on Godel.
इधर ही आ गया. We're get very looted.
हाँ.
But we think about moving, and we're still.
Fourth है good zone.
With this one.
Godel पे भी अच्छा zone है. Zone ऊपर आएगा.
Down towards the southern edge here. Vitality trying to confirm over towards that compound that sits towards the field. I don't think that's a bad idea here. Gives you a lot of control of the Longwoods that sits around this
ओजी पहली टीम में एलिमिनेट होने वाली.
Not sure what S2G is doing.
ये का एक ले गई है. एक किल में.
Yeah, it seems like at least one boat in play there. Dream scenario, maybe it's a hovercraft wrap back over to the
मान्य नॉक हो गया. टाइम मैंने पुश कर दिया. पावर बहुत बढ़िया. पावर मार. पावर है दोनों. को फिनिश डाल दिया बहुत बढ़िया. पावर. पावर है भाई. पावर है. एस पावर है. इंडिया का पावर है भाई वो. मारो यार इन्हें. यार कंसीव कर दिया. नेट वेट आएंगे फोड़ेंगे यार. चल 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 मीनो मीनो चल. मान्य भी जगह चेंज करा. बहुत सही मान्य. नेट ना फट जा यार. बच जा बच जा. पिन कर रहे हैं भाई. पूरा पिन कर रहे हैं पावर को. इन्हें पता है पावर जिंदा रहेगा ये फाइट हारेंगे. त्यान बाप को मारा है हमने पहले भी. मारो इन्हें.
Actually goes for a swing by, try and get some information on that. So Eagle's going to move round, understanding the position has been compromised.
इनको हमने पहले भी मारा है. इन्हें मारो.
Slowly trying to take some space back. Faint smoke wall goes up.
अलूला और औरा की फाइट. औरा को मार दिया उल्ला ने. 12 पॉइंट 13 पॉइंट हो गए उल्ला के.
This was the other team that was on the island. There's now a third party that's joined them with that late rotation round from S2G. Looks like they did go back to grab the rest of the squad. Yeah, it was kind of.
मीनो ने नॉक दी दिया उल्फ का. बहुत प्यारा मीनो. गॉड मीनो मार.
Over as well to Godlike, so that battle turns into a third party fight.
For Godlike there, quick swing around, take shots over towards Ulf.
तो यूएल और उल्फ अलग अलग है. ठीक है.
Ulf should be able to pick the players back up. They've got a good spot.
उल्ला और उल्फ.
It's not as safe as they might like it to be, but it is decently central. It feels like the circle's peeling away.
मीनो ने एक नॉक तो दिया था. फिनिश नहीं हुआ शायद वो. पावर पावर पावर.
Trying to make the cross. S2G, Hamzi at distance will find a shot over towards Aurora there, leaving them at 0. Out of the game early, 23 points is where they'll end. On a single point earned on this one.
निगमा गैलेक्सी तो जोन में ही नहीं आ पा रही है.
So a great start on Rondo, but a bit of taste left in their mouths off the back of the Erangel performance.
But these guys have been playing the same game.
भाई तो बहुत सेफ खेले थे. इधर जाएगा दोनों. उधर जाएगा. आईडी की साइड से आ सकता है. एफएल की साइड जा सकता है. ओ एफएल की साइड गया. उल्फ को मारो. अब थर्ड पार्टी बहुत आएंगी. यहाँ तो कहीं थर्ड पार्टी दो. थोड़ा वेट करो. थर्ड पार्टी का मौका मिलेगा. यहाँ तो कर दो भाई. इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान. इन हॉरा भी आ जाएगी वहाँ से. भाई निगमा गैलेक्सी बीच से निकाल ली. व्हाट.
Well, Nigma Galaxy might try and trade up. They're just in. They're just in. They're absolutely playing a different game.
ले पकड़ लिया एफएल के बंदे ने.
There's some shots that go towards them now. It's just such a wild play from Nigma.
उतार देगा उतार देगा उतार देगा उतार. एक हेड. अरे बच गया.
Hell of a lot of damage. Slowly careen it back in towards his team. And lock it down. They have.
गॉडल की फाइट हो गया पक्का. गॉडल में दो ऑप्शन है. एल्स वो ले ले फ्यूरिया से फाइट. पहले तो एफएल वाले मारेंगे पर फ्यूरिया को मार सकते हैं वहाँ से. एल्स वो फाइट ले ले. उल्फ से ले ले फाइट. फाइट लेके ही जोन में आ पाएंगे. ऑप्शन नहीं है उनके पास भी. फाइट लेके ही जोन में आ पाएंगे वो. टाइम बार ये इनकी फाइट हो गई. मैं कह रहा हूँ यहाँ थर्ड पार्टी मत देने आना बिल्कुल भी मेरे भाई. यहाँ मत आना. फलक तक चल साथ मेरे फलक तक फलक ने भी दे दिया भाई गई ये तो ध्यान वाले गई ये को पापा टू फाइट है अरे गॉडल आ गई पुष्टन है अरे गॉडल
just outside the window. Big Papa pump in his hands. So many teams crunching in.
Yeah, good Molotov here, but really good timing from Godlike as they move into this one. Just leaving
Godlike ने पुश ही दे दिया और आएगी नीचे से फाइट लेने पक्का फलक का गाड़ी चला रहे हैं
coming through for Godlike, and they understand if they can get rid of two teams, they're going to be opening up a lot of space down here. Edmino still at high HP count, but Manya finally does fall here.
अरे मान्या गिर गया ये मैं नाम हॉरा आएगी यार नीचे से पुश करेगी हॉरा भी आएगी यार नीचे जाएंगे मरेंगे
Smoke on the stairs. Mormon's going to clear it.
मोरमन 1v3 कर दिया 4 है क्या अरे दे दिया सौम्य ने सौम्य भाई लेकिन अब हॉर आएगी वाइटिलिटी आएगी यार पुश करने यार यही है यार मारा पावर ने भी यार 3 मारे यार बट क्या ही कर सकते थे यार और वाइटिलिटी आएगी भाई पुश करने इधर यार थर्ड पार्टी तो होना ही है यार इधर पक्की बात थी मॉर्मन ने यार 1v3 बहुत गंदा दे दिया तीनों नॉक फिनिश डाल दिए रे चल सौम्या इतिहास रच दे मेरे भाई
This place has been the graveyard of 5 separate teams so far. Vitality finally just come over towards the dregs. The funeral's almost over. Can Salme stay alive as the sole participant?
अरे हॉरा वाले मार क्यों नहीं रहे इन्हें उसे वहां से दिख नहीं रहा ये बंदा अरे दे दिया एक नॉक दिया बस एक नेड अच्छा डाल दे
Sumek still just guarding the stairs with a nade pin pulled. He's going to go down. Razak on a dive around the corner. He wants to punish him with a shot.
अरे यार
Really good job from Razak. I think you have to make that play in that moment as well. You hear the pin pull coming down, trying to get
एंटी यार मारने की ट्राई तो कर रहे हैं अपने लौंडे ऐसा नहीं हम फाइट लेने डर रहे हैं बट थोड़ा सा हो जा रहा है यार इधर उधर मामला कोई बात नहीं कर लेंगे अपने लड़के अरे उल्फ पे फाइट लेनी थी यार वही मैं कह रहा था
The next couple of compounds, they got Aura in front of them and Fourth Rise after that. Alula down towards the south side. Circle finally moved away. Still a lot of war.
मेरा भी चॉइस ये था कि उल्फ से फाइट लेते हैं ना फायदा रहता पता है यहाँ थर्ड पार्टी नहीं होती इसीलिए बट कोई ना भाई वो गेम के अंदर है उन्हें ज़्यादा अच्छी सिचुएशन पता है अंदर क्या चल रहा है तो उस हिसाब से कुड बी अ गुड डिसीजन आगे देखते हैं यार वो 1v3 गंदा हो गया बट ओह दीदी और उसका बंदा भाई दे रहा है फोर्थ टाइप का चिकन आ रहा है मुझे लग रहा है जिस तरह से जोन है उन पे एनएस वाले ने मार दिया एनएस आगे पुश करना अरे वाइटिलिटी वाले गाड़ी क्या घुमा दी अपनी लो ये भी पुश दे दिया
That was a speedy rotate. I like that. You know, cut your losses. Moving through Aura as well.
एक फटेगा
It's going to be hard, and eventually you get third party by one of them. You hear the engagement happening on the north. You send it. Now Wolf is in a very tricky spot. Cut between two strong teams in Nongshim as well as Vitality.
फोर्थ टाइप का अच्छा मैच जा सकता है नो डाउट
Quick decisions.
फोर्थ टाइप का अच्छा मैच जा सकता है
So impressed by Pryor. Once again, back on our screens, it's only the one elim they've been able to garner so far. But they are licking their lips at the prospect of so much more.
Getting a little bit more here, you get yourself the Naruto skin in-game, as well as the Ninetales Fury Org. Both looking very cool here. Wolf's going to hopefully have to drop a substitution jutsu here to try and get out of this one, because it is going to be hard.
आइने सोलन ने पूरा पिन कर लिया उन्हें पता है मारेंगे ऊपर से एनएस मारेगी
Nongshim still in play. They're the ones getting the most of the damage though. Federales at least will confirm one. Quick switch round the side, denying some of the sight lines. Ulf does go down. Vitality though, they've been hugging the wall so far. Not allowing a single moment for Nongshim Red Bulls to try and challenge that spot. Razak though, what are you doing? Testing the waters, a little bit hot.
Yeah, did not like the feeling of that one. Although maybe he wants to go for it from a
क्या cover दिया रे?
Runs back out. Meanwhile, attention turns onto Federales, and that is another knock going the way of Nongshim. Oh, Razak.
Oh, yeah, good shots.
He's got so easy, very low. Nade right on top of it as well, following up from that. Oh, mate. Hyunbin with the instantaneous conversion. Now it's a raw free.
क्या था ये? Knock डाला नेट से लाके फिनिश डाल दिया. Fourth drive का चिकन आ रहा है मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है पाकिस्तान का चिकन आ रहा है मैच.
Nongshim was quick to it. Hyunbin pushing up right now. It's a little bit close for comfort here. But I think they know they want to get rid of this guy sooner rather than later.
Oh! Finish लेगा इसका finish पूरा करेगा पहले अपना. आई एनएस चोक कर दिया खत्म. इसे कहते हैं ओवर एग्रेस ना करना और लिमिट में मतलब पुश चला. लाइफ फैला गई अब.
They are next in line to try and keep them pinned here, knowing eventually they'll have to move. Slightly paranoid about the other teams that could be behind them.
Blue is ushering Vitality forward.
S2G क्या zone में आ रही है भाई. खत्म सीन है भाई.
Same angle as Flash. How will they make this work? S2G, you were right. You were actually right. They had two hovercrafts in play. Being able to keep both of these alive all the way through to this end game is giving them a lot of pressure. Loss isn't quite able to get it up though. And the hovercraft is stuck on the side. Yeah, just about. We'll take it. I mean, they're just letting it happen. Come on, bit more gas.
Kill चुरा लिया उसका.
Got to give it some welly. His teammates taking a fair bit of damage, but with that added armor of these big hovercrafts in play. If you say like this, man, if you can get them into the zone, there could be a lot you could do with it late game. I'm surprised the Lula have been able to guard this for so long, make it look uncomfortable. Nade after nade as well, just trying to soften them up.
Vitality do move over to the side. They're looking down over towards fourth rise. The shots are pouring in. S2G, they brought repair kits as well with them. But the blowtorch in play, I mean, that's bold. On fire. Get out. Falak. Down, Aura, no fear, drops them all up top side, looks fairly decent on that one. Airburst are slightly too far. This is some comedy. Not gonna lie to you.
Okay, they should be able to clean up from here at least, as long as there's not any more mistakes.
Why S2G ने overcraft का cover बना के fight ले लिया.
They do hold on, shut down Alula.
अलूला क्लब को तो बाहर कर दिया.
It was a weird one. I'm glad you picked it up strong though, because I mean it is an important fight. It's just interesting.
S2G nice comeback, bhai.
Flash continues to push the advantage. But it is majority of fourth rise doing that damage. Enigma Galaxy after their strange approach from the early game. Now going out.
अभी तक 0 points पे finish नहीं करा Enigma ने.
As well as Lord. Flash has been all over the place so far. Next circle will pull in stage 7. Fourth Rise have been weathering it though. They have held a ton of space. It has been a little bit greedy, but they've been doing a good job of playing off one another. Yes, they've taken some knocks here and there, but they've maintained a 4-man. They're in this area early, and they understand better than anyone else. This is a game that they should be doing well on. I don't think I'd put as much pressure on to say this is a game they should win from the spot they had at the start, but it should be at least a top 5, which I think, you know, we've already achieved. So this is a good game from Fourth Rise and shows that they still have it in them.
And with them being able to have enough timing here to get IQ back up once again, the 2-2 split from them could still pay dividends massively. It's been a very elongated firefight between them and Hora, effectively just mirroring each other's movement up along the ridge into the zone. A little bit more split here, no fear in the back, trying to protect some Overwatch. right above you in the building as well. Meanwhile, that's an engagement over onto Enigma Galaxy. S2G, after moving in and cleaning out Alula, they head center zone, and they find the final blow there. Goodbye, Enigma Galaxy. S2G stealing points here, there, and everywhere.
Do we have to call this play the kamikaze from now on, where S2G just launch him out like a rocket to center circle and leave him there on his own? This is the kamikaze. This is crazy stuff. The rest of S2G trying to regroup with him, but it's not likely. Kamikaze in play right now. The other hovercraft does go down, not really any other vehicles. Might need to regroup, pick it back up again, but Kamikaze, he's going to hold that spot. He's planted the flag, the S2G flag. T24 goes down, jiggle around.
चलो नेपाल की टीम पाकिस्तान को मारो.
Top side of the stairs, but you can't weather the storm as 4 Fribes arrives, and the brain of the operation kicks in the brawn. The shotgun does damage. Falak there in the back line to assist, but no fear. Charging up. He's going to play on the edge, wants to run in now with the timing, see if he can shut them down. Falak charges back, can't do it. No fear, holds on. Quick switch to the primary. Gets himself onto an off angle. With one more play, if he can shut down IQ, he can take out...
Oh! नेपाल डोमिनेट कर रही है भाई. 1v2 कर गया भाई.
He's fighting all of them, but S2G falling in the meanwhile. No fear. There's a possibility of winning this.
हौरा का बंदा आगे आ जाए. भाई तो को बहुत किल मिलेंगे.
Involved in the action. Everyone's weakened. Doesn't have all the info we do right now. He's going to top himself back.
भाई ऐसी पोजीशन पे अगर यहाँ से इसको नॉक बंदे दिख रहे हैं ना, उठा ले भाई kills.
Continuing to punish. Oh, a horrible spot. Tries to get the heal in. Kamikaze's got a single nade in the back pocket if he chooses to dash it. They've got clear vision now. Peppering the bullets. This is it. Pulls the pin, looking to cook. Let's see if he can land it.
Kamikaze looking for it now. A bit of splash damage.
हौरा भाई.
Just there yet. Kamikaze keeps
Clear 1v3 2. अरे उसका एक जो बंदा उधर बैठा ना, वो आने नहीं देगा. वो पक्का इसको लेने की ट्राई करेगा.
What's left out here? Quite an unfamiliar target. Solke will take down tops. But Kamikaze is out, and we're down to a 1 versus 1 versus 1.
1 versus 1.
The outside contender in no fear. Solke looking at both angles.
The battle of the solos to decide our second game, chicken dinner. No fear already picking up that big clutch. He's amped up as an individual. Got a rough read on where he believes Solke can be.
देख ही नहीं रहा S2G का बंदा उधर देख ही नहीं रहा है. उसका सारा ध्यान आ गया है. सारा ध्यान उसका वहाँ है.
I think he knows there's a team in that general direction, but he does not know where no fear is.
भाई FL का बंदा easy chicken ले सकता है, पता है? उस पे अच्छा चांस है.
He has the information. Watching both of them.
FL के बंदे पे अच्छा चांस है. मर जाएगा, ये मर जाएगा, ये मर जाएगा.
Into the last 2 teams. Zeus is just pushing forward. Instant spot though.
ओ ले गया.
And now Zeus.
FL का अंदर ले लेगा चलो.
Flash who had swept everyone aside. Solke, the last to fall potentially here versus Team Flash.
Zeus.
सॉल के कर रहे लोग. अगर सॉल के ने चिकन लेना बहुत मजा आ जाएगा. बहुत क्रेजी हो जाएगा भाई. क्रेजी हो जाएगा, क्रेजी.
A smoke wall, giving him limited play space. That tree, the only protection for the peak for Flash.
Why open fight of anyone?
Starts charging in, wants to close the distance. Here's the peak up bullets.
Oh, S2G.
That's the damage coming through.
क्या कमबैक है भाई. पेशेंस का गेम दिखाया भाई बंदे ने.
With the kamikaze play towards the center. It's an explosive finish right at the end. But Solke steps up, a lad that's
ये तुम जुड़वा क्यों लग रहे दोनों?
for the longest of time. He's still got it in him.
Feeding the crowd energy. A celebration in unison for the nation as they pop off on that one.
कोई नहीं, अभी Godlike का आने दो.
Locking it down and everyone's living it up.
And it's all in the name because it is all gonna be okay. At the end of the game for S2G. They had a lot of confidence coming into this one. They look good on the stage. They look good in the game. Is this the S2G comeback that we were looking for?
Aggression, confidence, some brilliant gun skill. Showing us a lot of the moves we needed to see on that one. A smart rotation from start to finish as well, playing by their own rules, Blank.
I think the thing for me is just, man, 2 matches so far, they have been both electric. I mean, this shot from Zeus.
Oh, the quick reactions, dude. That sent me.
His eyes must be going 2 different directions, man. He'd be seeing everything.
He was so locked in for an S2G fight.
एक चिकन आया हाँ इनका एक चिकन आया S2G का एक चिकन आया इधर
That's what it is. I mean, they're so good from this team so far. I mean, they were involved in everything. I think Horror.
कौन आया भाई कौन आया रिहान खान हेलो भाई क्या हाल चाल है वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम रिहान खान भाई अगर आप न्यू हो पहले एक बार सब्सक्राइब बटन दबा दो 1370 के अपन बहुत करीब हैं अपन कर सकते हैं आज कंप्लीट आई एम प्रेइंग कि 1.4 ही कर ले अपन लेकिन जल्दी करेंगे कोई बात नहीं अभी आप बताओ कैसे हो आप बढ़िया चल रहा है सब एंजॉय करो मैचेस इंडिया को सपोर्ट करो
Yeah, everyone's so much more quick to the punch, lot more early contact, and it feels like sometimes we were seeing maybe a bit too much respect for the big dogs. Now everyone's playing on the same level. It feels like we're all on an equal footing here, and they're giving it their best. It really has changed the dynamic. But let's get down and hear from Kalaris himself on the stage about what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Yes, you can cut the tension with a knife here at the moment for our first 2 games. And I'm here with our winners from game 1, of course, Ralph from Nigma Galaxy to talk.
गाइस मैं आता हूँ
Some of the games that have
इसका
happened
इंटरव्यू एक बार होने दो नेक्स्ट मैच से पहले मैं आता हूँ ठीक है हम लोग यहीं रहना Yes, we are back, guys.
That we gave this squad during groups and also survival, and they're finally starting to put up those eliminations. As you can see, Nongshim Red Force right now with 9.
Yeah, absolutely, 7. I mean, they're finding important fights on their rotation to solidify that position, especially on that northern side. They were able to sort of catch Furia off guard. And now I do want to kind of segue into Furia and to why I need to highlight this. But one of our most aggressive playstyle teams is prioritizing the rotate on Rondo. We actually saw them grab utility, move into zone, and Max actually made a good point about this when NGX was sort of on the, I think it was the eastern side next to E Arena. Furia should have just pushed them into it, caused that fight. They would have had control over that whole entire side because they just sort of stopped the revive from Ulf. Then again, on this map, they found themselves in the position, and Nongshim, from the northern side, just obliterated their defense. This is just unusual for Furia. They are the power play team. They're the ones that get in a goddamn vehicle and shooting out the window and making that position them. It's just unusual.
They're right. They are supposed to be that aggressive team, and they're currently not showcasing that in the opposite, like you just mentioned, and I was mentioning too. Nongshim is putting up those eliminations, but something happened at the end of that last game. With the hovercrafts and S2G, that was a little bit sketchy, Net.
It was a little bit. It was a bit touch and go here, but the momentum they've been able to build with these hovercrafts, they had 2 or 3, and they just went, let's go for it. And it's this replay that I want to talk about here, because look how they're going to play this. It's like my driving. First of all, yeah. Secondly, look how they take that first hovercraft and they deny the sightlines of Aula, right? They separate them one by one. They can no longer play as a duo. They try and get as many of those sightlines abolished as possible with those hovercrafts. And to be honest, S2G with those hovercrafts have been actually insane. It feels like because they take more damage to explode, and they have it's just a tank, and so they are able to just run with it. They were making crazy rotations from the very beginning of the game. They had those positions on the rocks in the middle of the water, which are normally inaccessible, but having 2 hovercrafts, I wonder if other teams are going to start picking up on that, because that was an insane game from S2G.
I mean, we've seen it happen in the past too, and you just sounded like Max there for a second. I was going to have to double check to make sure it was Michael Natura Jackson or if it was Maxman, but we're looking at the overall ranking here. Nick McGalaxy is currently in first place with those 26 points. Aurora, top. What happened at the top of that bridge? That man ended up falling down, and he actually ended up hurting Aurora with the rotation that they were looking to do into the main island.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate there. I mean, that's what it's all about. You know, you're trying to be able to get into that end game and make those plays, and if you're Aurora, you know, 24 points on the board, you can't shake your head at, you know, and S2G being able to get that win, push themselves up to 3rd place. You know, I like what we were talking about there about Nongshim a little bit earlier, right?
Hey, just look at the elements.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. 18 eliminations, and they would have gotten even more if it wasn't for those clutch plays from Vitality right there, because we saw absolute Hyunbin in action making some serious plays. But hey, again, super clutch moments here.
We have to talk about some of these other teams that are currently on the second page. I know it is the first day of PMWC at EWC 26 finals. It's only 2 games, but there is some things that we're starting to notice here, especially with 4 Thrives, the passionate that you were kind of talking about earlier, Neptura, as well as OG. OG needs to start being a little bit more aggressive and making sure they look a bit more cohesive when you are being aggressive, because they were pushing one by one. It seems like a chicken without its head.
Yeah, it really did. And also they're losing players very, very early on. I think we've had that in both games now, where they're losing at least one or two of their players. Godlike have had a better opportunity to keep their players alive. They've been split up a little bit more. They've been using a little bit more of the zone, but it's just when they actually get down to the fight towards the end game, that's where they start to falter. And that's why we're not seeing those strategies convert into points. So that's what we need to see there.
And India, if I have learned anything about OG, it is they need their third game. So don't count them out yet. I've learned my lesson. Don't you stress. Orangutan in their third match, what they tend to do is actually prioritize just kind of scoping what the rest of the teams are doing, making their game plan. Game 3, 4 is where they set their sights on fire.
Oh, I like that one. Now this is the group of death. Woo! This is the group of death, and this does feel like a finals right now with the way that some of these teams are playing. One man that I know is happy because he ended up picking that team that was in the top 3 here, none other than Team Flash. Maxman is looking to make sure he reverses curse. So let's send it over to Maxman in Kalaris.
Well, we're not going to let him do any predictions here. That would be very, very serious indeed. But of course, we take a look at how things have gone down so far here in these 2 games. And we did have an interview just with Ralph, who's also a little bit confused about said hot drop.
I saw the hot drop that could happen on the map before this event. I'm like, they're not going to go for it because Nigma Galaxy has been dropping in Pachinki before I was even born. And yet, a team is trying to contest it away from them. And as he said, they're going for the hot drop, but they're not fighting and very confused. And they just see the loot truck pass by like, oh, my P90. No P90. Oh. So, Ida, I might want to change that because it's not helping you out.
I think it's going to be difficult for them to go up against that, but we will see if it continues. Ralph is also a little bit confused. Let's pivot kind of where we're at here as well. They've already alluded to it on the desk and how things have gone down so far for S2G, but just masterful control of the double hovercraft, some crazy plays, and the send out of Kamikaze to be able to make that work. For S2G, that was very, very impressive.
Yeah, it's just a domain expansion double hovercraft. I'm sure you get that reference right there, Kalaris. But no, great use of it, especially you saw there in the during a little bit of a replay analysis where they block out the line of sight of one of the players of Alula to really separate them and win the fight off the back of that. When you're near the water, when you have these open-ended finish, hovercraft are, I'm going to have to say it, they're completely broken, and S2G made full use of it until the very end of that game.
A tough circle though, right? If you think about where Aurora was when it comes to the bridge as well, we're having kind of conversations in the back about this is a military island kind of heavy team, and yet the bridge seems like a conundrum to them that can't solve like a Rubik's Cube.
It was a bit weird, especially because Top was on top of the bridge itself. And I think the player 4th Thrive's got an angle onto him, so he goes down, kind of drops to his death at that point, right? And then the team tries to go and back up and hopefully get him back up on his 2 feet. But then Al-Ula were very sneaky, pushing right behind them on the bridge. I think Aurora, they're very experienced on that western bridge. We should be expecting more on the finish like this. So, you know what? First Durangle, it's fine. But the next Durangle, they need to show up.
All right, well, thank you very much, Maxman. It is time to head on over to the commentator team once again for game number 3 of the finals. Let's do it.
There we go, we'll pick up that throw. Thank you very much, James. There's a good arc on that one. Swift, great elbow on you. You can tell he used to be a drummer, but we'll be beating the drums of absolute anticipation and excitement here, Blank, as our 3rd game of the day.
3rd game ho raha hai, Ganpati Bappa!
Yeah, national guns as well as we get into this game because it is going to be a lot
Chalo!
going so far.
Aa raha hai Godlike
I mean, even from watching the desk, to
OG
watching
ka
the
chicken
stage
dono ka hi aa
hits,
raha
to
hai.
watching the interviews.
Look,
There's
किसी
a lot
का
to
आएगा,
break down
आएगा,
over
chicken
the last
आएगा.
match. And even
India
for
का
the
एक
2
chicken
games
आएगा
we've had
इस
so
बार.
far, there's been a lot going on. 4 tries on the
आज
first
India का
game,
एक chicken तो
a
आएगा.
misstep and then coming to the second one, looking a lot better. But so many good teams. I'm very confident to say this is about as competitive as it gets in PUBG Mobile right now. I think we have the right teams here with us. We go into our 3rd match of the day as we get towards our halfway point. Shooting range to start off down towards Novo. Straight through the center, really easy one here, Jackie, very nice. I think most people can get exactly where they need to go. Aurora, last game, like you said before, looked a little bit weakened, right? I mean, even Max picked up on it. He was saying that, hey, as the team's very experienced around this area of the map, should not be going down so early like this. It should be a game that you are a bit more in control of.
And
wasn't the case here.
अपनी टीम है आराम से ड्रॉप पे जा सकते
early.
हैं. कोई दिक्कत नहीं आएगा.
A little bit further down towards the south side of the map on the west.
ओजी भी अपना आराम से ड्रॉप ले लेगी, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। प्लेन पर डिसेंट है यार, एक डिसेंट प्लेन था। अच्छा जोन समझ रहे हो, मतलब ना घटका वाला जोन आएगा तो घटका वाला आ सकता है।
Obviously for Tiamba as well.
Another classic zone.
Quieter. It was 16 eliminations on their opening game of Rondo. Only 2 added to that count. See Milu still living his movie though in terms of individual plays as he was popping off on Rondo. Was a big piece of the team. I do wonder if we'll have something early here from Aura and Aurora. And where's that zone going to go? We've had some wacky zones this LAN. It's been kind of crazy.
Yeah, most circles have just been very strange so far, very awkward to play. We had a couple towards the end of the survival stage, which I think I was quite grateful for, that we're more normalized on Erangel at least. When teams can actually play out their game. Enigma Galaxy versus Ida. No idea why this is happening, by the way. It's actually very strange. I'll explain once it's done. I mean, Kalaris already went over it in the interview, but the context is crazy. The Ralph with the M249. There's some good shots done. Actually, Enigma Galaxy did quite well here, but already losing a player does feel bad, and it being Coops is even worse. Taken on the side, Lord hits some shots with Abacan. It's back and forth here. Swain last left to face. Ooh. And Ralph will get it done with the M24. He's screaming!
He's up, he's standing up.
Give them large for that. It is absolutely insane that they continue to come here. For context, Enigma Galaxy has dropped in this location for years upon years, and they say it every time. In fact, they actually say it to the crowd and to all the players, we will never switch our hot drop. So it is never worth it to fight Enigma Galaxy inside of Pachinki. Sadly for them, Fourth Rise feels like we can get some easy points off the back of this one. You guys just come off a fight. We know you've come off a fight. This is a great read from Fourth Rise. I actually love this.
Oh, mate, didn't see him on the angle. Fourth Rise spotting Lord. So as much as there was a pop-off of them defending their home turf on the hot drop, like you say, Fourth Rise know you're slightly weak. They'll look to get in there, twist the knife, and completely knock them out of the game, denying any more points on this.
I mean, to be honest, you do wonder, Fourth Rise boys, they see a big hubbub go over to by the Enigma Galaxy camp, and they're like, they've just won that fight.
We should get involved.
We should fly over. Oh, cheeky work, but you got to make the point somehow. Ralph the M249. Looking for some good damage, but the shouts from the crowd start to ring out. Fourth Rise might look to back away from this one, allowing Ralph as well as Satan to live another day. Circle did move up towards the northeast side. I don't know what Ida's doing, man. It's akin to throwing away all of your Erangels.
Yeah, it feels like one of those where it's kind of cutting your nose off to spite your face.
Yeah.
As much as, you know, it's your spot too. If it's not working, you got to adapt. Gigantic prize pool on the line. You fought this hard to be in finals. Don't ego challenge if you don't need to. But for Fourth Rise, can they find those elims they wanted off the back of this counter play? T24 spotted on the drop. Let's see if he can go for the peak off this. And of course for you, you can get involved with that Naruto event at home.
4T up top. T24, he's got an inkling. Smells him out on this one. Senses his Reiatsu inside the building. Satan underneath. Ooh, slightly slow on the timing there, and T24 tries to use the DBS. He's swinging around in circles. Satan's not sure where to look on this. The rest of Fourth Rise will come into hold. First.
अरे फिनिश डालने जा रहा है. फिनिश क्यों डालने जा रहा है? लेट्स की ट्राई कर लेता.
Church held.
Then get the revive back on T24. Ralph's just had to stay, man. It's where he's been for so long.
You'd be furious.
Yeah, you'd be fuming.
You win it twice. You win the hot drop twice back to back. It happens again, it costs you your game. And not even because of...
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, that's the thing, it just comes back to haunt you, right? Here we go, this is the full replay on it, so you get all the action. Oh, mate, it's carnage from the start. Obviously, we had Coops go down early, and like you say, they pop off to win it. We saw the celebration from Ralph literally sending a message live in the event. Live in the flesh, said it with his chest. They deserve the drop spot. But Ida don't want to give it up, and it's just really making it uncomfortable for both of those teams to get anything in these games.
It's the best Nick McGuire's looked in a long time as well. I think that's the saddest thing about it. Now it's happening in finals.
इनकी तो fight होनी थी.
And it's happened so frequently in the past as well, where Nick McGuire's just got to challenge another team for their drop spot. It's not guaranteed theirs for sure, but they've held it the entire tournament. Come on.
गया.
No fear getting ran down by Aurora as Top will find him
NS
on
और
the move.
उल्फ की fight हुई. Godlike ने अच्छा zone लिया हुआ.
4-5s did peace out, going slightly deeper into the zone to do a bit of loot, and obviously wasting a decent amount of time on that as well for the elim they were able to garner.
Vitality down towards the southwest, started in Kameshki style, but this time we're seeing him over towards Gatka, but they grabbed themselves the loot truck. Fiend as much as they can out from there.
Somme push आ रहा है.
Circle up towards that north side.
Somme के पास आ रहे.
Yes, Naya on the south side, on school, as well as Severny.
जाने नहीं
Shooting
देंगे
range
इसको.
area.
जाने नहीं देंगे.
Tiamba tighten it in with E-Arena, Aurora, Godlike. Salme currently holding down the gas station, pops up tire. He can't come through here for a pair.
वो दो इन्हें. फंस गए. ये मौका है.
Yeah, only 18
Pin
left.
करो इन्हें.
One in the clip, 17 in a hole. Let's see if he can turn some bodies cold on this push-up. Top going to drop down back behind the car. So Aurora taking a fair bit of damage. More reserve taps now.
Going
to find himself some ammo to play with. Switch it out to the Tommy just to keep the pressure on them. Suppressive fire.
Spraying it through, cutting the grass, but not quite finding the shots over towards the players.
अच्छा chance था revive करने का.
Roughly on this one. Aurora still figuring out where they want to play. Probably going to be a big old retreat here out.
ऊपर ही आएगा zone.
Migrate for a lot of squads. Hard shift potentially. No, actually. Very, very kind up towards that north side. Obviously, Lake is a bit of an awkward one to play around. You're going to see a lot of people playing on the rocky outcrops. The staging that goes up towards Stalba, big old mountainside. There is also, never mind, it's horrible. I lied to you. It's not great. You got the field down towards Yasnayatsu.
यार त्यानबा और गॉडल अलग ही प्यार है भाई. हर ये लोग खेल रहे हैं इनकी fight now आपस में.
Now and quickly, do you wrap on the north? Do you wrap on the south? Because you can't really change that as time goes on because of Yas Lake.
Mormon from E-Arena once again. Being able to throw out to
कुछ भी करो त्यान पर गॉडल की fight हो ही रही है.
That's back onto Aurora.
ये fight हो ही रही है.
Single knock there. We have the Tianba POV on rotation. Getting themselves into a fair place so far. Mormon keeping it
OG और
going.
Ulf की fight.
Ooh, that's Vitality as well, with Razy hitting a very big blow back.
अरे क्यों open में घूम रहा है?
A lot of fights breaking out across the battleground. Individuals being knocked. Ulf coming in with some show-stopping rotates.
बहुत प्यारा.
Wizgod had that one ready for him.
Got it primed. I mean, for Ulf.
आ जाओ.
In swinging.
अरे
Got
Somme
shot down very quickly there.
नहीं डाल दिया.
Scarface looks to send a nade, but I don't even know if I think it's worth it anymore to go for this. Ulf's deep on the south side of the map. Need to swing back further up in Yazway. Alula instantly takes up the cliffside. Aurora decides they're going to go loot Severny. I mean, to be fair, they had taken quite a fair hit earlier on. Spent a little bit of ammo. Potentially some of the vests are starting to wear down, some of the helmets. Get some resets on that before you get moving.
Tiamba tackling against the Vitality
अरे
killer
मैं समझ गया वो जा रहा होगा सामने उधर से उसने पक्का दे दिया होगा.
Already showing that
यही
consistent
हुआ है.
form.
putting himself up to 10 elims on the day, I believe, then after that. Nice start for the first 3 games.
Maybe keeping it a little bit quiet though. Now playing a little bit of a split on this one. They've got Eagle a little bit further forward, perched up over towards Aura. Very much slowing down now at the halfway portion, Jackie. Trying to maintain some of that lead because some teams have struck out in a big way. I mean, Enigma Galaxy absolutely 30 points right now. Aurora at 26. They were able to earn 3 after that last game. On the first, I think they were got 23 on that one, so last game was a bit of a dud. Hope they can find more of this one. Send us up over towards Tiamba as well as Aura, so those 2 compounds there are going to be a really big deal. Aura actually has the high ground on this one, the plateau that surrounds them. Very nice to be able to take shots out towards teams as they push on in. Sadly, Alula's much more high ground spot gets pulled off. So you're going to have to move over towards that western side. Yasser pulled away. I like this move for 4 Thrives though, Jackie. This is good.
4 Thrives still looking pretty nice in some of the encounters we've seen individually. Another roster we know that can be very explosive. Let's see if they can bring the boom on this one straight up towards the setup from Alula. Quick on top. Got a pump action in the back pocket ready for it if they can close the gap. Bit of overwatch from R3B on the top side with Claws relatively close to assist. Fast reactions onto the position of Falak, but the shot's not connecting.
Falak taking a little bit of damage here, down to half. Claws as a nade though, it's not the craziest of sends on this one. Good bounce on it, actually. That would have been on target if he hadn't moved. I mean, Falak just takes the time. Here's the
FL वाले ने STG का knock
दिया. Doesn't want to have any part of it. Tough circle though, man. Very, very tough circle. The majority of the center is taken up by that water. I actually do really like S2G's position. They're playing over towards those compounds that sit just a little bit east over towards the lake itself. Oh, sorry, the cliff face. You got flashed down towards those compounds, but S2G currently playing on that rocky outcrop on the northern side, just holding out teams on the south here. Tiamba's actually even going to crunch in towards that little bank.
Fine margins between this going wrong for either of these 2 teams in 4 Thrives and Alula. So not wanting to risk it too much. Meanwhile, OG
मत कर हरकतें के मत कर
Nonshin Red Force with Zizzy taking the
क्यों
peak
जा
over
रहा है
the
यार
top. Got the heavy weaponry ready to rock them if they stay close by. And luckily they have at least been able to create some space between the 2. Double back over to the bridge where Rolf is stationed.
Yeah, they know OG's in the area as well. See, Aaron struggled versus them earlier on his flying maneuver into the gas station. Tried to go for the movie entrance, but we went straight to credits instead. Yeah, Ulf hoping to hold them on the bridge side. Next circle, though, I'm feeling the pizza slice here over towards the west. I mean, Aurora currently have a really strong position on it, and we do have there, in fact. But it's like a case of
OG पे zone है, वो भी 4 man alive. निकाल सकते अच्छा मैच. यार अच्छा खासा वहाँ रुके रहते हैं अगर.
Radio towers and the square concretes that sit underneath them that end up being like where you play. You literally just lie down next to them, try and set up vehicles. You can see Vitality already sending over. But this is quite a nice spot for Aurora. It's a tiny bit of hard cover, a little bit of a crescent lit behind them as well.
And that's the last man for Enigma Galaxy, and Ralph trying to stay alive for as long as he can. But finally falls to S2G. S2G possibly being collapsed upon as well by 4 Thrives. They fall next.
Yeah, good fight. Very good fight from 4 Thrives. S2G tried to jump the gun there, Jackie, and ran straight into titanium wall. A lot of hopes riding on these 3 players from Aurora, though. Another good game here. Sits them a little bit further ahead. make up for that previous match there on Arangle. Not the greatest of pushes across the bridge to begin.
To be fair, with Nigma and S2G going down early, not really acclimating too many points on this one. It could be the
मीनो ओ यार पीछे से आ गया.
Unfortunately for Godlike, Adamino unable to withstand the hit that is thrown towards him. Furia will get
खुशी बनाने का भी मौका नहीं दिया.
to fight on this one.
अरे
Four of
मैंने
our
ऑप्शन की
squads
नॉक दे
out
दिया.
of the running into the
अबे
third
पूछ
game
देंगे. अरे
so
वन
far.
नॉक पुश वाले बंदे हैं.
Nongshim.
अरे फाइट दिखाओ इनको. क्या दिखा रहे हो तुम? इनकी फाइट कहाँ हो रही है भाई?
There's quite a few teams there. Nongshim's just gonna
barge
over towards OG. Tanky's already down. Another
Bhai,
nade
अच्छे
towards the
ने.
backside here. Good damage from Hyunbin, as always. Looking very, very strong. Hits the deck. Good dodge on that.
अच्छा
Second
नेड
nade
मारा.
a bit stronger though. Aru now needs to get back into action. The rest of Nongshim Red Force lagging behind as Flash still continues to create a little bit of a nuisance for
उल्फारी के
them in
पीछे से
tops.
पुश करने. नहीं.
It's back and forth blows, but Orangutan still being able to withstand. Uncomfortable for Nongshim, actually, man. Yeah, that's a nice flick back up towards the Wizard Tower, and it keeps him pinned in position, so he can't
कर लो,
provide
निकाल
too
लो,
much
निकाल लो.
overwatch.
तुम्हारा गेम है. तुम्हारा गेम है गाइस. निकालो यार. तुम्हारा गेम है.
Spot now. I mean, no position to help the rest of his team.
फिनिशेस निकालो यार. कम बैक करो यहाँ से अपना.
It's a cool side swipe coming through from tops as well. Caused so many problems on the back line there for Nongshim Red Force. Just weren't quite quick enough. He's going to have an even deeper look into this one. He wants to get up close and personal, investigate. Potentially some more eliminations here left at the crime scene.
He's still trying to get an angle on this. Minute you got to move, he'll be ready for the catch. And Furia over on the other side of the coast have been taking shots over as well, so it's all been a little bit uncomfortable for the four squads that have been collapsing in onto that one position. This gas station for OG somehow being a very formidable defensive area.
Oh,
गोडल पे अच्छा जोन था. अरे उधर नहीं. छक्का ना तो हो जाता.
calling it from zone 3 there. I got a little bit lucky, but yeah.
पानी से वहाँ जा सकती है
In a
गोडल.
really, really good spot now.
अरे यार ये जान ही नहीं देंगे.
This is definitely redeemable city here for Aurora. We just need to not see them.
तियानबा को क्या हो गया है? ये तियानबा शक्तियों से वापस आ गई लेके लग रहा है. चल यार ओजी.
Yeah, just keep their cards close to their chest and be able to close this one out with some good plays. To be honest, mate, that is kind of the dream with what we saw off the back of this game with the other squads above them falling out early. It has presented that opportunity, and like you say, if they can grab it, you've recovered from that. We can all forget about game 2. Everything looks good.
इनको zone 1 में नहीं जाना क्या FL वालों को?
Spot in first place.
जाओ ना भाई.
Come the end of this game, but that's still in the future.
खुद का भी गेम खराब कर रहा हो, हमारा भी कर रहे हो.
To upset them. So we'll stick with the narrative as it develops. This is their position right now. 4 Thrives
Aura वाले
going
नहीं
against the
छोड़ेंगे. Aura वाले
arena.
नहीं
Doc
छोड़ेंगे
looking
भाई.
to decimate some damage out, and he does hit nice. Good shot onto Falak. A little bit more they can do here.
I like that though.
Aura वाले को जहाँ kill दिखेंगे वो लेंगे भाई.
Goes towards the rock side to kind of isolate this engagement
Aurora
between them
side,
and 4
Aurora.
Thrives in the arena on the northern
Aura तो
edge.
इंडिया में है.
Makes a ton of sense to me as well. That vitality location is going to be a real problem for you. That's a long nade. Actually hits on target. Great damage. And they just keep on pumping in.
Aru finish.
4 Thrives are out.
4 Thrives.
Yeah, I mean, that's some massively long nades on that one.
Just chaining them together.
Pressure है guys,
One
pressure है.
After another, after another. They want to go in to grab the bits. Drop the smoke, try and stay alive. Issue is you're now in a position where other teams can take shots onto you for free.
Yeah.
Last हो जाए.
Good. I mean, Doc is holding on. He is holding on. I think he's got that mentality where it's like, well, I'm sorry guys, I ran out that time. I will play anchor for the rest of the day, and I will keep you lads safe. It's a good shot over towards Silence. The rest of the need to re-angle over towards it, but it takes a gun away from that western side. But Aurora had to do that. They had to push over towards 4 Thrives.
Aurora यहाँ से अगर chicken निकालती है, वो top पे आ जाएगी.
Many more death crates, and they need that util. They need that ammo to carry on inside of this match. Tiamba though looming off in the wings.
Had to restock and get themselves ready for what's yet to come. Tiamba
They've been doing a pretty effective job of harassing a lot of our other squads from distance as well throughout the past couple minutes, keeping pressure on them. Playing a little bit safer here in their setup. Window peak.
इसको निकालना चाहिए यहाँ पे यार. 5 लोग देख रहे हैं यार. लेट्स गो बॉयज इंडियन टीम को लिए. फ्लैग स्पैम करो, उनको जाके मैसेज करो तुम अच्छा खेल रहे हो, अच्छा कर सकते हो. आज पहला ही दिन है. चलो लेट्स गो बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स. 10 लाइक कर दो यार. एंड मैच को भी एंजॉय करो. बाद में लाइक सब्सक्राइब करना, पहले मैच को एंजॉय करो यार. अभी फिलहाल के लिए इंडियन टीम हमारी बाहर हो चुकी है मैच से, लेकिन अभी देखते हैं होगा बेस्ट. ये का चिकन लग रहा है मुझे.
Close the distance. Scarface is instead just going to go for the heel.
Top
pulls the pin. He should know. It should be right on the edge of the blue here. Good air burst will do the trick. Ruins the amount of healing that came through there. Or from the sidelines.
औरा वाले मार रहे भाई. औरा वाला मार रहा है भाई.
Over towards Bowes.
खतरनाक दे रहा औरा वाला भी.
Bowes is the one to refrag over towards that. Tiamba aching moving forward.
Tiamba ले ली zone.
Radio tower. This is a good spot to aggress over towards Aurora on. But more
नेड आएंगे, आप
importantly,
फटेंगे.
on the southeast side. Good nades again. Good. Aurora's having none of it.
Aurora भाई full form में है.
Air burst over the top side, trying to arc it round the corner. Ooh. Eagles crossing his fingers, hoping the smoke is enough to get the pick-up play back on Aching to stay alive.
I wonder if they're going to push this, Jackie.
I mean, with a molly, you could. You get the spread on it, just try follow
मुझे
up
लग रहा
off
है
the
ये
back,
स्लैम
you know
देगी
they're weak.
फ्यूरिया के ऊपर. अभी ये इनके पीछे भी आके मार सकते
I think they just wanted to get the
हैं. इनसे
flush
फाइट लेगी,
at
इनसे फाइट
least,
लेगी,
but
औरा से फाइट
not
लेगी,
meant to
अरोरा से
be.
फाइट लेगी.
That's a lot of nades
पक्का फाइट लेगी
invested
इनसे.
there for basically nothing. Aching's going to send back one of his own.
खतरनाक चल रहा है मामला गाइस.
On the radio tower.
खतरनाक हो रहा है.
Chip damage from the nades should be good enough. So they start to bombard now. They're splitting the difference on these ones. They know they have to go for one side, and it is over towards Dog. Survives the first blaster shrapnel and should survive the second.
So many nades though. And Doc, although the shrapnel hits him in the face, he takes that peek and shuts one player down once again. 6 nades thrown out for no real follow-up from it. So it goes both ways for either of these two teams. Top with the
अरोरा 7 फिनिशेस भाई. वो आगे टॉप आ गया अरोरा. अगर तियानवा भी चिकन निकालती है टॉप पे जा सकती है. ये भी निकालेगी चिकन टॉप पे जा सकती है, नो डाउट. 6-7 किल तो चिकन निकालेगी 10 पॉइंट के साथ. 16 हो जाएंगे, 35 पे आ जाएगी. ये पे अच्छा चांस है भाई टॉप पे आने का. वाइटिलिटी पे भी अच्छा चांस है. They have good opportunity.
Vitality still taking more shots here. Tiamba is the one to take down tops. Tiamba's playing as a 4-man. And genuinely, the way they weather the storm here versus Aurora, they have a place to play inside the circle going forward. It's more about dealing with the couple of players inside that shack right there. And it's hard.
Tiamba वाले back clear कर गएंगे पूरा, पता है.
Those nades past the
खत्म.
side.
तियानवा भाई कुछ हो गया भाई. तियानवा के साथ कुछ सीन हो गया भाई. तियानवा तगड़ा मार रही है भाई. खतरनाक चल रहा है तियानवा का गेम.
Schweppes with a bit of a forward scout play in the buggy.
शक्तियाँ याद आ गई ना अपनी शक्तियाँ.
QZZ was
समझ रहे हो तुम?
towards the backside. Thing is though, they've been here for so long and they've invested so many nades, so many bullets that they're starting to run dry and can't actually push out to get themselves anything. Availability of crates becoming an all-time premium. The longer this goes on, the worse it gets for Tiamba.
Yeah, they needed a break, honestly, and that break was going to come in, be able to get those shots, get those nades over towards Aurora. E-Arena making a massive swing. Mormon's got 5 nades to play around with too. QZZ finds shots over towards Vitality. They are trying to stop 2 teams from squeezing them together.
भाई कैसे नेट फेंक रहा है और पुश दे रहे हैं.
This is actually a good play. It's a desperation play.
पुश देते वाइटिलिटी पे पूरा पुश देते, पूरा पुश देते.
Now as Aching moves in, Razak last step alive. Where's the rest of the team? QZZ moves up. How is Razak living this?
उधर फ्यूरी अलग नेट मार रही है इन पे. भाई क्या हो रहा है ये?
The chaos as he stands strong to punish back. Vitality looked like it was all said and done, but they pop off on that one against Tiamba's clash in, knowing they needed to shut them down to get themselves any sort of ammunition, any kind of supplies to play on, and it does not work how they wanted.
देखो मैन लाइफ के अकॉर्डिंगली ये का चिकन होना चाहिए, पर अरोरा और 93 भी कुछ भी कर सकते हैं 3 बंदे लाइव है भाई उनके भी
Send some nades in. Joel's the first to fall off the
और
back of
Aurora
that.
का
They have
फटा
just played this game nice and slow.
Aurora खत्म हो जाएगी
From
नेट
that
से
northern
लग रहा
side,
है और
trying to
कवर दे
get
दिए रे
too
दूसरी में हेल्प
involved
कर
in
रही
things.
है
They've been
इनका
saving up these nades for that end game.
अरे
Mormon will
खत्म
move in.
खत्म Aurora
And
खत्म
just completely cleans them out.
अच्छा
This
खेले
guy's
Aurora वाले
been
इस मैच
unbelievable with the S12K today.
Finishes off the stragglers. Slowly but surely, the team's exit stage left, and the final fight begins to have itself set up. Furia coming back in with some of that firepower we had seen prior. Good damage onto E Arena. It's Tony K that's knocked behind the hard cover. Joker looks to wrap over to see if he can save his mate and put them back into an equal situation. 3 versus 4 right now. Schweppes warding off Ayala.
ये का चिकन है
Igor's Mormon
ये का चिकन है
still coming out strong. He wants more on the game, and they are delivering. Igor's down, big player on the squad. Now it's time for the likes of Ayala as well as Chief to stand up tall. The Arena saved all their potential up for that late game, though. We saw how much ammo they still had board, how many smokes they still had remaining. His team basically played this one out for the chicken dinner. The Arena, it's sort of not worth it unless they get the chicken dinner on this one. The amount they saved up, 5 nades still in the hand of Schweppes. Getting a second place is nice though, but yeah, it's this open ground, disgusting to work with. Furia is lining up for a big old bombardment from E Arena in the near future though.
As he go down, man, it's kind of so brutal because he really has been this pop-off player for the team. Is that going to be enough of a deficit to really make this one uncomfortable?
Igor, he's just providing all the information back all the time. Chief moves up over towards the loot crate. The nade has to be invested. Oh, man, don't miss out on that. Yeah, good. I was thinking that he was going to send it over towards Igor's. But he is just calling every single time they pull the pin on this one. When to move and when not to. Finally, the play zone takes him out, and Fury is blind again.
You lose your eyes in the back line and have to rely on your gun skill now. A standoff between these two teams with open space in front of them, waiting to be crunched forth. Silence with the big guns in the back line, ready to spray. A lot of nades invested, dashing them in towards the middle here.
I mean, they're mega blind. I mean, they can't have moved that far. Unless Igor's giving it back the worst information in the world, but... Yeah, I mean, for Fury, I think there's a little bit of scaredness of that front line being aggressed upon. Schweppes pulls the nades. We are playing battleships right now. Grenade to E5. You missed by a mile.
Just dashing them out.
Ooh.
He's gone wide, man. Start forest fire out in this field of Erangel right now. Be the best opportunity for them. That one actually hits.
He's happy to drive into it, though. Okay.
Assist.
I mean, I think we could just wait on these nades. There's plenty of time to wait on this one. E Arena can play off the back of the tree in the near future. Ayala's just going to swing round, right?
क्या चोक कर दिया रे?
Not how I expected the first domino to fall, but that's Ayala going in and opening things up with an advantage for E Arena.
यहाँ से चोक नहीं करेंगे भाई.
This is Pmwc here at EWC. There's been an end game. It has been an end game. Igor's confused everyone. Silence now. Trying to be as quiet as possible. Decent Molotovs, these ones, actually. Trying to catch them on the rotate out. MG3 could make all the difference. Joker's about to send this nade back into the blue.
A little bit of a pre-fire. Problem is, the info goes both ways. Silence got a good read of what angle they're actually playing from now. Oof.
He actually did.
Oh, okay.
Oh!
Chief for the peek up. There you go. Follow up off the back of it. Let's see if they can deal some damage. Silence peeks up.
Warning shots out, low on health, got about half left to play with. Runs in towards the tree, he's got the shotty in his hands now. Yeah, all right, it's all kicking off here. They're going to be able to find it through in the end.
aggression,
Do clutch on. A bit of a topsy-turvy one, but a chicken dinner they'll still be proud of.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you,
Much
really?
needed the win के लिए.
Good game from the arena. I think that the game plan was great. I think everyone confused one another right at the
इनके
end.
comeback के लिए much needed था ये.
Egos, as he went down, I think he might have thrown out some information that was maybe less than useful. Unfortunate stuff. To be fair, whilst he was still alive.
अभी 3 मैचेस और हैं. 2 हो गए, 3 और हैं. 3 हो गए ना. अभी गुस्सा करे चिकन हो गया अब तो. अरे हो गया यार तभी मम्मा पंखा मम्मा तेज करो. इस तरफ बस बहुत है बहुत है बहुत है बहुत है. आई मान्या कोई नहीं यार, हो जाएगा मान्या यार, चिल कर. एक आधा खराब जाएगा यार आज के दिन थोड़ा. आता हूँ. अगला मैच शुरू होगा तब। Oh my god. क्या हो रहा है boys and girls? What is happening? क्या चल रहा है अभी अपना stats? अपन काफी देर से एक ही जगह अपना चल रहा है अभी एक ही बीच में 5 की भी गई थी यार, अपन कैपिटलाइज नहीं कर पा रहे आज थोड़े मेरे एक्सपेक्टेशंस है कि कम डांस अरे अरीना और ऑरोरा एक ही सेम पॉइंट्स पे भाई, दे आर ऑन सेम पॉइंट्स गाइस। ये वाली टीम जो बोथ टीम सेम पॉइंट्स पे है। नोंगशिम रेड फोर्स कहीं से भी कोई स्मैश रूल बताया।
But then we got to see more of those.
Guys, it's not about your top press. Smash rule रहेगा.
More than that. 100%. And another team that's currently doing that, Max, it's none other than Nongshim. And I know you weren't quite happy with what Nongshim, especially Human, was doing that last game.
Yeah, initially I love the way they initiate the fight onto, I think it was Orangutan in that gas station. I'm like, okay, you've got some solid off angles, I like it, they're pushing the fight. But the thing is about off angles, they lose effectiveness the longer the fight goes on. And I think it was one of the play on the Harry Potter tower, he had a great line of sight, but eventually Orangutan know you have that line of sight, so they're not going to peek you that aggressively. That would be the prime time for them to regroup, fully commit to the fight and send it, and hopefully come out on top. But they're very slow to respond to these moments, and I'm very upset with their opening performances so far.
Yeah, one team talking about aggressive, talking about people committing to a fight. We saw Nigma Galaxy and Ida finally commit to the hot drop, and if I'm being completely honest, I don't want to see it. I don't care about it. Leave that ego to some other time, because right now it's going to be hurting those two teams.
Yeah, it is, and we did see Fourth Thrives take advantage of what's been going on there, right? Just dropping in on, trying to get a few limbs, and then move back to their position. They were trying to punish that as much as possible, just because it's kind of silly. In the finals, maybe day one you kind of get away with it, but keep on doing it, it's not going to work out. Fourth Thrives knew that, and you know, they might not be the only team to take advantage of that if the playing path's a little funny. If that keeps happening, other teams might just third party that.
Yeah, they will end up third partying that. We saw there towards the bottom of the leaderboard as well. Godlike OG currently not being able to put up those numbers. Those are two teams that are looking to bounce back, but right now we are halfway through that mark. Lace, any team that has surprised you so far?
I would just like to say that, like, I'm very proud of you, Furia. You know, I know I was a little bit mad in that situation, and I was surprised about you in the first couple of games, and I just want to make it note that that was a much better performance, but still I'm taking a driver's license away.
That was a good performance. Next time you ever take my mic, Lace, this big old chicken is going to be hitting your head once again. But as we're getting ready here for match 4, let's send it over to none other than Barney and Luti.
Luti, yeah, you know how last week we were talking about how to win PMWC?
Oh yeah, the big secret I told everyone.
You gave everyone some incredible insight for those
indeed.
of you at home that were listening. Teams were listening as well. Aurora Gaming, Tianba, the
Doing
Arena,
good.
they're playing very well at the moment.
Indeed.
But let's like break it down into the finer details.
Oh, it's
Okay,
pleasure, yeah.
I want to ask you a little bit more. Okay, so like, what's the best map to like capitalize on points?
India और पाकिस्तान की टीम के आमने सामने
There is different teams with different play styles, so it depends.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, it depends, yeah. How about like vehicles for like late rotations, getting into a good position? What's the best vehicle to use?
The horse, the buggy, and so different maps, so it depends.
It depends.
Yeah, as well. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Utility, okay, so like end of game, you know, smokes, nades, you know, medical packs, bandages. What's the best thing to have in your arsenal?
I mean, depending your situation with the cycle, so I will answer, it depends.
It depends.
Yeah.
Okay. Luti.
It's not that easy, you know?
Luti. What's the best gun in the game?
I mean,
let me guess. It depends. Sacre bleu.
No, Barney. Everyone knows it's the P90. No, it depends. Okay, back to you, casters. I hope you're ready. It depends.
And yeah,
I
right.
hope
the
next
P90
match.
is where it's at, but we are here live in the finals, getting ready for the last 3 matches.
Absolutely, we have got a great day unfolding before us. We've had some real step-ups from a lot of teams coming on through, some great rotations, some insertions, some side swipes into those zones. That S2G hovercraft double roll-up, that was looking pretty, but we're going to be sending ourselves once again over to Erangel to find ourselves one more chicken dinner.
Let's see who's gonna get it. Yeah, I mean, this is it, the last Erangel of the day, and it's time to put up some serious points. I mean, we're still super early in this tournament, but we're already starting to see some teams, right, make some things happen. I was able to talk to one player in particular as we were getting into this game. I happened to see S-Power from Godlike. You know, the hair is hard to miss. I went up to the man and said, hey, you know what, give me 3 words before we get into this next match. And he said, the domination begins.
Ooh, using a whole word on the. That is bold. That's the sort of confidence that you want to see coming through. For Godlike, they do want to try and push a little bit further up those tables, try and get in the competition for those top spots. Of course, having only seen 3 matches, we are still in a fairly uncertain situation, in a state of flux when it comes to those tables. Obviously, some performances standing out more than others, but it's definitely still achievable because of the fact that we have got an 18-match set, right? We've been playing so far on 12-match sets time and time again, but moving over to that expanded 3-day approach, that 18 set, that's where consistency really comes into play. So it's teams that are able to earn 6, 7, 8 points on those games that are going to be the teams that will take those top spots, those podium positions.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, it's all about putting up as many points as you can early on, and consistency is going to be the king here at the end of the day. I mean, we saw in the group stage, right, E-Arena, 39 points in one single game, and they weren't even able to make it. I mean, straight to the finals. They had to deal with the survival stage, and let's be honest, I mean, luckily we're able to get here, right? So, I mean, but they're crushing it now. They did a great job in that last game, right? And so they're off to a strong start. Let's just see if they're able to keep that pedal to the metal. Aurora starting off strong is really good because historically, they've always taken a long time, right, to really get warmed up. But for them to put some points on the board early just goes to show that come finals time, they're adjusting their strategies and it's working out for them.
Maybe able to finally claim a title spot, you know, that's what they're going to be looking for. Plenty of other teams looking to do so as well. I know there's plenty of fans in the crowd for Furia who are there, really giving them their backing, which has been nice to see. Hopefully they can keep up the pace towards the top side as well.
Bappa.
But yeah, I mean,
match,
there is
please,
so
Team
much
India,
on the line.
chicken.
That trophy,
OG Godlike दोनों से कोई भी
a
chicken
threat
यार,
to
please.
so many, but a promise to only one of our teams.
चल power
Man,
form
one of the
का
sickest trophies you could put on your shelf. I love every single year I see it. I'm like, oh, you gotta get one. And this is what these teams have been hunting for. They've been working all year long to get here. And we can tell the teams that have prepped, and it's every single one of them. It's wild to see all these names, and the level of competition has never been so even, in my opinion, right? I mean, there is squads all across the board. They get a good couple zones, good couple situations. They're not messing around. They're going to take full advantage of it here. You talked about Furia, right? I think it's only a matter of time before we see them. We got to see some teams. We saw that Team Vitality key, Tianba, 2 monster squads as well. So it's just really about that consistently, like you talked about. But you know what? We're in the final Erangel of the day, John. One thing that stands out to me, without a shadow of doubt, is Pachinki, right? What is going on there? That last game has to mean that something's got to switch up, right?
It has to. Something definitely has to change. For me, I feel like Enigma Galaxy, they kind of, well, certainly we know how consistently Ralph will just sacrifice tournaments to hold on to Pachinki. So for me, I'm just unsure as to why Ida made the decision to stick to that drop spot. There are obviously other opportunities, and it's sort of, it reads ego to me. It reads ego that they aren't disengaging. I liked Fourth Ride's adjustment. They were able to get in. They were able to get, I think, 2 eliminations right at the start of the match. Really, really nice stuff from that very peer position that they normally drop around. They were able to move on up. They exploited that situation. But I think that the second good decision that Fourth Ride's made in that scenario was not to hunt down Ralph, right? Because he's a solo. He's hiding in a corner. You don't know exactly where he is. You disengage. You don't go hunting, because a solo in a corner in Pachinki, you could lose a player to that very, very easily. So I liked their withdrawal there coming on through. The other side of a hot drop in Pachinki that is a massive factor, certainly for later into the mid and later game, is the fact that in a hot drop, you don't get that loot truck, and you can't get it double either, which means that it went over to Vitality during that last match. It goes over to other teams who just sit on that northwest side. It's also an incredibly clear indicator that a hot drop is happening. Get a team out there so they can grab that one and send on in to maybe pick up the pieces.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights here before we get started, as these teams are going to get locked and loaded here in just a second here, folks. But yeah, you know, when we go back to that hot drop, it's wild to see. I've been kind of watching these two teams talk to each other all along here in Paris. And I'd see, you know, Enigma Galaxy players walk by AIDA players and kind of have some exchanging of words. And I was hoping they would kind of get this settled before the finals, because I think it's just a devastating loss for this to continue here for both of them. And in the last game, it showed, just like, because guess what? 4 Thrives. They came to party right after. They were like, oh, you know what? There's a silly fight happening in Pachinki. We'll take those eliminations, and they got some of them, right? So yeah. I think now that you have 4 Thrives, especially now on the hunt for this, it's got to make, you know, AIDA, and Enigma Galaxy have to start second thinking, I think, some things. But at the end of the day, like you said it, you know, for those of you guys that don't know Ralph's true name, it's Ralph Pachinki Sanchez Montero III. Okay. Pachinki is in the name, all right? And he will refuse to let it go. And I mean, they've dominated it, right? We saw them be able to take out Ida, but now that you have 4 Thrives coming into play, it's got to make you second guess things.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that dropping in Pachinki is in Ralph's will somewhere.
Yeah.
For any eventually, hopefully, in the very far future. But if he keeps dropping in Pachinki in-game, he's certainly not going to have a long life expectancy. Aurora Gaming able to do the business, but we are going to head to a quick video whilst we get this lobby ready to rock for our last Pachinki today.
안녕하세요. 저는 농심 레드폭스의 엑지입니다. 여기는 현빈, 소이지, TG입니다.
프로 선수로서 경쟁하는 일은 항상 힘든 일입니다.
하지만 이런 플레이 라운지에 오게 되면 즐거운 게 되게 많죠.
저희가 이 플레이 라운지에 왔기 때문에 이 플레이 라운지에 있는 것들을 즐겨보겠습니다. 가시죠.
이 공간은 협력 공간입니다. 대회 측과 소통하거나 협력해야 될 일이 있으면 이곳에서 해결하실 수 있습니다.
EWC 공간에 있는 한 공간 중인 탁구장이 있는데 저희가 한번 재밌게 해보도록 하겠습니다. 오!
연습반이네, 완전.
어이씨, 뭐야? 여기는 여러 가지 즐길 것이 있는데요. 저희가 한번 다 체험해 보도록 하겠습니다.
대회를 할 때면 항상 배고플 때가 있는데
WC에서 제공해주는 음식이 있는데 그 품질이 아주 좋고 최고급이라고 해서 저희가 한번 먹으러 와봤습니다.
아, 배고프다. 빨리 가자.
Welcome back to the Hot Drop Watch here as we await the fate of Pachinki. It is still undetermined as to who is going to last the longest in that location.
चलो गणपति बप्पा मोरिया, अगला मैच अपना शुरू हो रहा है एंड ये एंगल ही है. होप बप्पा साथ हो, आज चिकन आएगा, चिंता मत करो, अभी स्टार्टिंग के मैचेस हैं.
See that action. That would be absolutely insane. I mean, if it was going to be possible, now would be the time, because it's the last one of the day. But you know what? It's time to see what exactly is going to happen as we get into the map. Final Erangel of day 1 of the finals.
Final
Erangel,
let's go.
Put some serious points on the board before we get into the sandy deserts of Miramar.
I mean, I'll take non-serious points at this stage, of course. Every single team would as well. Plane path on the west side of the
मिल जाएगा
mainland
Godlike
here,
और
coming through
Godlike
from North
zone
George
pass
to
किया।
the west point of
गटका वाला
the
zone आता
military
है, मजा आ
base.
जाएगा। Godlike
And it
आराम
will
से
be
zone ले लेगी।
going fairly close to Pachinki, so we're not going to be denied it by the plane path. Horror out early over towards Severny. Tiamba over into North George. I'm keeping an eye out to see if any of our teams on the hot drop are going somewhere else, but I'm really not holding my breath.
I kind of am here. You know what? I will say, yeah, you can see already. Look at that. Looks like we're going to see another hot drop in Pachinki as Ida and Enigma Galaxy are headed in that direction.
Uh-oh.
Very, very interesting. I will say, though, we got to give massive props to Enigma Galaxy for being so high up on the leaderboards, considering that they've been dealing with this all day long here. I mean, they're in 4th place, 30 points. That's pretty insane.
Sure, I mean, they were able to take a chicken dinner towards the start of the day, right? So they do have a little bit of a foundation to try and do this with, but they could be so much further ahead without this situation. It looks like we're not going to see a 4th Thrives flex out. Instead, S2G are the closest by on the southwest side. Nongshim Red Force, who have yet to touch the floor of their parachute, could potentially also flex in from the southeast side, but I feel like S2G are the most likely right now to cause problems for Ida. Enigma Galaxy on the north side of Pachinki, they're split right now, but you can see Rita on that off angle could be quite important. Ralph seems like they know he's in this building, but the nade won't connect.
Yeah, that was a warning nade for sure. You can see Satan up on the roof here, or on this ledge, trying to get a little bit of information. He knows exactly where Rita is. It's a big stalemate, though. This is the hard part about these hot drops, and I can hear it. That loot truck is now driving on by. The precious loot. Satan's like, that should have been ours. I want it. No. Oh, Lord gets knocked. And did he get thirsted? No, he actually gets beat up pretty bad. Satan, through the door. What a clutch knock for this team.
Able to take out the off angle there, and Ida are going to really struggle to get back to this one. It's across the road, and I don't think you can break past that. The res, though, in the meantime, is going to be there, and because it's so early in the game, it's so much less likely that you've got the nades on side to just completely suppress that res position, which allows Enigma Galaxy to go back to 4 and leaves Ida stranded on 3. Rita getting knocked there is the most crucial part of that fight, Jukes.
Man, that was an insane shot there from Satan. I mean, that's that game sense, guys.
भाई यहाँ से
right through the door. He knew he was there, and he makes the play for his team. It's one of those micro plays, right? That when you make that kind of play, it just changes the entire situation for your squad. And now, because of that, Enigma Galaxy up ahead against Ida.
They still have to get a little bit more pace to it, though. And Ida are retreating now right to the southeast point of Pachinki. They've read that immediately Satan can move out, get this position on the off angle that they were previously in control of. The fact that they're aware of that is good, but you're just going to keep losing players. At this stage, I feel like Enigma Galaxy definitely have had a better result so far in this Pachinki hot drop. They were very ready for it. As you said, they will have known, they will have been aware that this is unfurled.
Yeah, and what are you going to do if you're Ida at this point? I mean, look where they're at on the leaderboards. I mean, this is crazy. 16th place, only 2 points so far. If I'm their coach, anybody that is in the leadership of this team, I'm like, give it up, guys. We lost. I mean, I get it, right? Day one.
4 लोग देख रहे हैं. Let's go. अभी अपनी टीम का chicken आ है. Chicken.
It's an L. Like, you gotta at some point realize that this is not going to work for us. If we want to be able to do well in this tournament, I mean, Aaron Gale is the majority of the maps we're going to be playing here. We cannot afford to continue doing this.
देखा ये लोग ये वाली गन बहुत चलाते हैं.
Pretty devastating. They have only lost 1 player this time around, but the loot is going to be fairly thin on the ground. The vehicle condition, like, I don't know, man. It's really cutting the legs out from underneath themselves.
International players.
It's terrible. I mean, you're down a player. You don't get the loot truck. You don't get any. You're under looted at this point. I mean, it's just a loss overall, and where they stand on the leaderboards is a pure reflection of that. So. Yeah, you know, I always say that when it comes to these kind of hot drops or these situations in general, I really do think these need to be settled in rehearsals, you know, in the pre-matches, where it's like, hey, you know what, guys? Have a little handshake agreement. We're going to drop the Pachinki this game. Whoever wins it, gets it, you know?
Fair enough. Yeah, well, I don't think that would ever happen, but yeah, I mean, I kind of understand. It is a question, right, that is rooted in a lot more, I think, subjective opinion for a lot of people.
Sure.
Because you have that question of, if we give up our drop spot, are we just going to be easily pushed around in the future, right? Like, are you trying to do that sort of thing? I mean, it's like negotiating contracts, negotiating business there. It is one strategy is to just be like, okay, we'll go somewhere else. We'll go somewhere else. But you can hold your nerve. And if you guys want to be the best, then you guys need to hold your nerve, and you can look good doing it using the Naruto skins here. Make sure you're heading into game, get that character set, get that Ninetales Fury AUG skin, get that one developing as well, because you can get some variations on that bad boy.
Yeah, you want to be maxing that bad boy out and looking real good. As you know, Tiambos have been looking really good today. They're in 4th place, 31 points. Milu, man, the way he started off that Rondo match was just wild. I mean, this man has been performing all tournament long for his squad. He had, for sure, right, the play of the tournament. That 1v4 earlier in the group stage was so sick.
Yeah.
And then come finals time, the way he started out, they are looking really good.
Absolutely. They are currently in 4th place right now. Looking to try and keep themselves within striking distance of that 1st place spot. Godlike would love to try and join them, but they are a little bit more destitute on that points front, with only 8 towards the bottom of those tables. Another circle heading up towards the north side, split by that central river. A lot of open ground south of Severny, being covered actually mostly by Aura, who have a wide spread around the river, are causing a lot of problems. I'm interested to see how many teams look to head east of Yasnaya. Furia likely going to do so. Could potentially see that from teams who are still on the military island, by the way, Aurora and Al-Ula. And maybe we'll see it from one of the 2 teams who are still in Pachinki too, because, well, it looks like either looking to push back in and re-engage. Enigma Galaxy have been working the ground in the meantime, snaffling up all that loot and checking every corner. Or at least I hope they are.
Yeah, they better be, that's for sure. I mean, you can definitely tell they're keeping their head on a swivel here. They got to know that Ida's around here somewhere. They're just clearing building by building, with Satan on the other side, rocking a 3-1 split. Got to be careful, though. One nade could be dangerous. Oh! And the knock onto Coops is huge.
He's got another nade as well. Coops is in danger here. Ralph does need to get some healing done before he can go for that revive, but he should be okay to do it. You can't step forwards and go for the cross. And again, Satan is on that off angle. Just about misses Swain on the cross, but he should be able to call that one out. Should have spotted it. Lord is already cooking a nade. He knows he's in the building now. Launches it forwards and he takes it down. Beautiful communication.
The plays from Enigma Galaxy in Pachinki are just insane. How do they do these wild bounce back shots, nades that just turn the fight in their direction? This just goes to show you, when you know this side of the map like the back of your hand, it's gonna pay dividends.
In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force and 4th Rise are going head-to-head. And at the moment, it looks like 4th Rise are in the driver's seat. This is out to the east side of Potato Hill, but they are grabbing a couple of flushes on board as well. As we keep going with this hot drop, though. Yeah, Nongshim Red Force
Godlike
are going to
अच्छा
try
zone
and
है.
solo survivor coming on through. And another knock goes on in. This is Enigma Galaxy sweeping it under the rug. They're putting this hot drop to bed. It cannot come back tomorrow. It would be a terrible idea.
I can't stress how difficult this is to do, right? To be able to deal with this hot drop so frequently and to just execute in this perfect fashion. I mean, not losing a single player, getting those 4 points early on is just insane.
There was a hard north shift on the circle in the meantime. We are watching all of this hot drop unfold, but it is pushing teams now north very, very quickly, which is causing conflict around the crossings as Coops finds the final player on Ida. And down they go. All 4 players from Enigma Galaxy are there, and no third party came on through as well. Now we're going to jump over towards the teams that are looking to put pressure on up towards the north side. We talked a little bit about Nongshim Red Force losing 3 of their players. 4th Rise lost 1, but they did manage to get the 3 points for that fight. They are both still south of the river. Ulf Orangutan now on this northern side of Roshok River, and trying to get their foothold to move in towards those shooting range hills, potentially over towards Severny Way.
Yeah, we've been really focused on that Pachinki fight for so long. This zone is all the way up to the north, like you mentioned. We already got Fudia up there in Severny, E-Arena over by shooting range right now, taking that Snake Hill position. And now we're gonna see a lot of these teams start make that rotation. Aurora Gaming, oh, the one rock! You gotta hit it for good luck.
That's a map open right there, guaranteed. 100% looking at the map.
Yeah.
No way.
I think we're gonna go here, guys.
Oh, he's gonna do it again? Oh, no. Oh, okay, we're getting a little replay. This is on the 4th Thrive and Nongshan Red Force fight. They'd already lost T24, but the hold from Hazaifa, the angles that he was able to clock, it seems, pretty efficacious on the high ground there. Love to see it for 4th Thrives. Aurora on their crossing, run into Vitality. Looks like they may have run their last across these bridges. This western hold looking quite good for Vitality, who, for the time being, have been a little bit quieter, I think it's safe to say, than their group stage performances, but they're still very much there. They're still very much present. Well, certainly their presence is being felt by Aurora on this northwest side. Vitality.
Gordon पे पूरा zone है, OG पे पूरा zone है, chicken हो सकता है इनका.
Here and a big southern shift.
भाई आ रहा है पप्पा.
Really good for the side of Name of Galaxy as they're going to be mushing in super late here. And are you kidding me? If this zone actually south shifts one more time to Roz, that would be devastating for this lobby. Aurora, I'm trying to figure out, what do you think they're doing here, right? They're over there by North George splitting up, maybe trying to find some late loot.
Well, I mean, they were being held out by Vitality,
yeah,
right? So
you're right.
They're just trying to take a turn around the town to maybe allow Vitality to disengage and then maybe re-engage later on, see what they can do with a little bit less pressure from the river crossing on that front. Team Flash over on the east side need to settle their score with Alula to try and get towards the circle. And it is not looking pretty for Alula. They lose a player. Not a good start, but yeah, it would be kind of mental to send all the way down to Rozhok. It'd be great for Nick McGalaxy, right? They're still just on the north side of Pachinki, so yeah, they could just take up that mountain and lickety-split, get themselves another chicken dinner. Godlike, in the meantime, on the hunt in the middle. Getting stuff done, getting bits out to Aura, and it seems that they are going to be able to take at least one and get the flush for Godlike.
Mormon, the nade looks good, puts them all the way down to 1 HP. Mormon, pow, pow, pow. S12K getting the finish. And look at that. I mean, teammate instantly there with the vehicle to make sure that they can get him over to safety. So Aura going to have to go out pretty early here in this game. Only one single player up, see what he can do later on. But now we're off to the gas station with a Furia. Keeping their eyes onto Team Flash. Win has the P90 and the ghillie suit. So he definitely won that crate drop. He came out absolutely stacked to the teeth and hits the tree for good luck. That is a necessary thing to do here, folks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bold
just a
strategy.
Little tap on the tree.
Little tap, tap, tap.
Little shout out to Mother Nature there for saying hi, and then
भाई अगर chicken निकालना है तो fight जीतनी पड़ेगी भाई.
Unleash lead into the hillsides around him. Hopefully with that P90. Team Flash
Maximum zone पता है इसी side
getting out of dodge from this east side could be tricky. S2G managed to make their way to one of the buildings here that is this lineup from S2G, from Orangutan, from Tianba, and from Ulf. On this lineup, very central on the circle, some very defensible positions, but teams will start to crowd in around them. Vitality.
Oh, top!
This is the re-engage.
Top का game में चले, baby.
It looks like Aurora are on top so far with that knock on a Razak. You can see Zol driving around, trying to get some information. Federalis up close and personal, having to run back. Oh, it's Godlike on the other side. Yeah, that's too dangerous. Vitality need to disengage this as their 6 is not covered, but Razy is driving up close and personal, giving an opportunity for Reesmus to put some shots on him.
पीछे से ये आ रही है.
Yeah, it's just down to these 2 players left for Aurora. This fight would have definitely went off earlier, but that third party from Godlike bought Aurora Gaming some time.
A little bit, but now they're down to 2. And Vitality do eat a little bit of nade there, not ideal. E-Arena in the meantime trying to find their way in on the north side, but it's not looking super accessible right now. And now it seems like they're engaged with the final player from Horror. Sleepy is holding it, but in the meantime a crash. S2G trying to roll across, but Tiamba are holding face against it, and they are not going to let S2G in without a fight. Aurora want to jump in and join the party here. A nade in, that could be brutal there, right under his feet. Is it going to blast him down? But there's an answer, and Reefus falls. A third knock over towards Tiamba, but now everybody has been isolated and evacuated from this fight. Nobody's left to put the pressure on this triple knock.
Are you kidding me? It looked like these guys were fighting in a lake of fire here. QZ in the center of it. And Top could have been there to make that play, but unfortunately, there are too many teams surrounding him, and it stopped that crucial third party.
Oh, another nade from Top. Doesn't quite connect there. There is an answering nade, and that is going to back
Next
Top
bullet.
off.
आ गया.
Orangutan
आजा
maybe
लड़के.
missing a beat there, maybe missing a trick, not able to flex out, didn't quite have the angles on it.
गया.
Ooh,
Top
just
top
about
game चला अपना.
behind the concrete there to keep him safe from catch, but they know exactly where he is. He's got 2 smokes. He is slap bang in the middle of the circle though, Jukes, and that might be a little bit of a help until another team rocks up with nowhere to go. They're going to roll right on top of this guy.
Yeah, Top's cooked right now. He's just like, I think I'm just going to lay down right here.
He's on the simmer.
For as long as I possibly can. No standing up for me. It's straight hit the deck time on the side of Top. But hey, you know what? That's good, right? He's got a good position in zone. They're pretty high up on the leaderboard, so they can just kind of hang on and get some placement points. That'll be good for him. But meanwhile, I mean, Tianba on a tear. 7 eliminations.
अब आएगा. अब मैं आगे comeback loading. हाँ, तू ही है lucky charm. तेरी तो कमी थी.
Igor hopping out the vehicle here, getting punished by Arena for it.
Oh, it's not going well. It is not going well for Furia. Unfortunate, they're just going to be down to Chief. The other 2 players down on the hillside.
Chicken आएगा लग रहा है.
Tiamba, by the way, managed to
तो
fend
करो
off
ये वालों पे आ जाओ
a
अभी third party
triple team
करने.
crash on their compound. Right, they're now on 7 eliminations.
एक ने knock दिया Tianba का एक.
Phenomenal stuff. It's likely they're going to have to fend off at least 1 more, but the number of crates around them is going to be ludicrous. They're going to have to try and figure out exactly what they want to put in their backpacks as Flash tries to find their way through, thread the needle, but Arena are just going to roll it down. Mormon over the top, doesn't even need to ring the doorbell to open that door. And Tops has to turn tail. Turny K sees to it.
बहुत अच्छा zone है पता है Gordon पे भी.
I think that might be Orangutan chiming
मारने
in.
आ गया पीछे मारने मारेगा
Tops has to
इनको.
head towards 4th Thrive, so
मारने
nowhere
पे clear
real
कर रहा है.
to go for him. As Hyunbin finally bites the dust, the last player alive for Nongshim Red Force.
Nongshim.
Arena are putting some good points on the board here. I mean, they're having to really battle it out, holding the edge of that circle, because there's a lot of open field in this zone.
Falak,
and
falak,
now you see
falak.
4 Thrives. 6 eliminations
India
so
versus
far.
Pakistan
Balak
होने
with 2,
वाला है.
Zypha with 3.
It's keeping Rozog in.
Oh my, I just saw that circle shift. Are you kidding me? Enigma Galaxy, they'll take that all day long, right? Hey, you know what? Sometimes you got to get a little reward for those crazy hot drop efforts, and they'll definitely take that one to the bank.
Yeah, that's going to be friendly for them for the time being. For them, I feel like a good strategy is to start scouting the other side of the river now, though. I feel like you need to get someone in fast. The difficulty, of course, is that 4 Thrives, and now Vitality is starting to move in, and they don't have an outpost there. Move over to the bridge, a little bit out of the zone.
Yeah.
I feel like somehow you've got to find a coastal position on that riverbank. And if you hold towards the warehouse, towards the triple stack, it's just going to be a bleed out for Enigma Galaxy. The placements aren't really going to be enough. Yeah, I want a little bit more forward thinking there as Aurora lose their final player. Top could not stay in for too much longer. 4 Thrives though, getting crashed on.
Here they go, Arena not messing around here, just full sending it, non-stop aggression from this team. And it's been paying off so far, and that's why you can see them on top. Orban hopping on out, trying to hit that flick shot onto Huzaifa. Huzaifa's really hurt here. Great teamwork solve from Arena, picking apart the likes of 4 Thrives.
Huzaifa has been so difficult to deal with, but Arena the only team to be able to take him down, and it took at least 3 of them. Turny K goes down with him.
भाई ओजू को यहाँ push करना चाहिए था.
Arena, very possible to get this res. This is the chance though for Enigma Galaxy to move across, and look at Ralph. He's getting over. Coops is looking to join him. This is the perfect opportunity whilst these teams on the east are preoccupied. A little bit slow to get the third party, but it is a good first step. I like what they've been able to do there. We've seen counter-pointed river cross positions in 2-2 splits work well in the past. I'm hoping they can leverage that here.
कब निकाले पता नहीं, पर निकाल लिए पता है.
I feel like they could have poked their noses into that fight, and third party did as well. Moved a little bit further out to the east, been fairly safe from Tiamba, and gotten stuck in there. But they hold inside,
हाँ.
and I don't think it was going to be enough.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed here in the EWC
और
is
compound अच्छा है, वो नहीं
these
छोड़ेंगे उस
teams are
compound को,
ready
पता
to
है.
third party and take those opportunities, and it's just kind of surprising to see OG just kind of hold back there for a second. Then Galaxy, just due to the terrain, weren't able to even think about getting that third party, but because of that fight, it opened the door for them to be able to at least make that safe rotation and get that 2-2 split going that you were talking about. So let's see how they're able to capitalize onto it, though. As now is the calm before the storm. We are in stage number 5. All these teams just planning it out, trying to figure out, okay, if the zone goes over here, we're going to have to make these plays. If the zone stays on us, then GG, baby. We just shoot at everything in sight.
Yeah, we're going to get the next zone unveiling itself in the next 20 seconds or so. It's Godlike try and keep their ridgeline in play. This is a replay of the roll-up. Okay, this is when Arena crashed on towards 4 thrives. Falak. Yeah, went down very quickly there to Joker. Not much you can do about that. When the flying vehicle launches over the top, the bunny rabbits bound on into your sidelines. He wasn't ready for it, which is kind of unfortunate. Next circle though comes in.
आ जाओ ऊपर, आ जाओ, जोन आ जाओ, गॉडल पे जोन आ जाओ, गॉडल पे जोन आ. चलो जोन है, जोन है, जोन है. निकल जाएगा, अच्छा निकलेगा मैच.
Fairly happy in their compound.
ले लिया, फाइट ले लिया. अरे यार पीछे से त्यान भाई. चौक हो गया. गलत टाइम पे स्लैम.
They're super pinched, making it very difficult for them to make a play from their position. And now you can see Scarface getting up close and personal. Has power, trying to smoke some things out, buy his teams some time. It's going to be up to him and Admino, though, as they are just trying to hold this spot. Unfortunately for them, though, it's outside a circle. Yeah, so now Ulf are in a perfect position to gate cardi this. Oh!
Mar!
Nice
Mar, Mino, Mar!
Admino. But unfortunately, those smokes are perfectly put, and he's not able to get the thirst.
The nade is up high, doesn't quite go the distance. It went completely out of his viewing angle there. If it had been just a little bit further, that could have been a straight knock there. S-Power gets across. Just to get some healing started as well, but that blue zone pressure is coming through. We're looking at OG and Arena, as well as Enigma Galaxy, also having to make moves in the meantime, Dukes, and move in from this east edge. Tiamba gonna have to move. There is a lot of teams that have to make some difficult decisions now, and OG are making it right now. They're gonna roll straight on forwards, try and get dead center here, and contest with Enigma Galaxy on the coastline, into Vitality sightlines as well. They drop down, and 3 of them managed to get across, not unscathed.
GG rotation, bhai.
Great
risk
IQ rotation. They knew that one little plateau was right there. They were able to head straight towards it. They get their safe. Coops in trouble. The closest nade, he's done. Oh, able to get the heal off, and now get some shots downrange. Headshot onto Mormon. Joker right there next to him, though. Can Coops get to safety? No, he gets knocked, and E-Arena are going to continue to apply that pressure, getting that thirst immediately there onto Coops. Enigma Galaxy just getting picked apart. That 2-2 split not working out.
That was insane for Coops to be able to do so much damage on that angle. He really held Ralph in the game there, and are leaving Enigma Galaxy on 3. Orangutan lost players on the center as well. They are now down to just 2 as the Arena make the same mad dash. The mad crash against Tiamba will not work out for them, and E-Arena
evaporated, and they end up feeding the beast that is Tiamba. They did put some good points on the board for them, and I love to see that aggression. Let's see if Tiamba, though, can put even some more points and get this chicken dinner. They already have 10 eliminations. They're looking pretty unstoppable. S-Power forced to hit the deck. Ulf now with those sight lines just punishing them. I mean, they have this position locked down.
You needed Admino to be on an angle there to suppress Ulf, but no, not quite there, not quite ready. Didn't have the presence, and it's a difficult spot on the north side, so I can't really blame them too much there. Now the transition to the rest of the circle. A knock over towards Tiamba, and the final flush onto Godlike as well. Another nade over towards Tiamba. They're getting caught in the crunches. Enigma Galaxy move up the hill. They're challenging Orangutan. They're challenging Tiamba. They're doing a lot on this eastern side. Enigma Galaxy striking the opportune moment.
Perfect timing there for Enigma Galaxy. They understand the situation. Hey, we got to push up. We can't just sit back and relax, wait for them to come us. And you can see Lord with those nades applying the pressure. I think they need to slow things down a little bit, though. The circle is coming. The circle will push these teams out. So you want to make sure you hold on to all of that utility up until that last and final second. And I think they realize that. That's why they're starting to hold on to those nades. But the shots ringing out. Eagle getting a nice knock on Aaron. That's their biggest threat right now.
Catch though with the response over to QZZ, and it leaves Eagle alone. Dropping that smoke, the zone starts closing in 15 seconds, so this res needs to be now. It needs to come through as fast as possible to be able to be in a position to move out. Orangutan lose their final player.
Gone.
And it is going to go down to Nigma Galaxy, who are now up on 7 elims. Their transition from across the river has gone so well for them.
What a game from Nigma Galaxy, getting hot dropped over and over and over. They take out
भाई क्या
Ida in just
consistent खेली
a
Nigma Galaxy, but
beautiful
भाई ये
fashion.
कल का
And
दिन
now
पता लगा
with
कौन
this
जीत रहा
fortunate
tournament.
zone shift are putting the punishment on this lobby as they take down
कल
Eagle
का
from
दिन पता
Tiamba.
लगेगा.
Now QZZ will go down too, and Tiamba knocked out. They managed to get a whole host of points though, 14 on the match. And they will keep themselves in the running for the podium. Nigma Galaxy looking to join them. There's not enough room for both of you. You've got to organize it. Back to front, stand the line. But Vitality gonna have to leave as well from their cover on that south edge.
Does Solus not see Satan right there in that corner? He had to see him now. No, he's too focused downhill. Oh, never mind. It's going to be Axel that catches him out. So it's all up to Vitality. Axel, the last player up. Is he able to survive?
Oh, Ralph gets knocked as well. Ulf are captaining from this compound for quite a while now. They haven't had to leave it. And when they do, it's against 2 duo teams with one of their players on either side knocked. For Ulf, this should be a clean sweep. There are no two ways about it, but it might get a little bit hairy. Lord is shut out first, and Aaron doesn't even hit the deck. A 2v4 here would be needed for Vitality.
खत्म मैंने बोला ना उल्फ का चिकन आ रहा है. उल्फ का चिकन बोल दिया था भाई मैंने.
On the hunt, downhill, they roll on in, and it's just Razy to stand in their way. The smoke billows, the P90 at hand. You couldn't ask for a better setup, but Ulf are here, and they have the nades.
बोला था उल्फ का चिकन आ रहा है.
Blast them apart at the seams.
And that is how you do it, folks. Ulf just taking full
I already told.
opportunity there and capitalizing it on it. We love to be able to see
उल्फ का
that.
चिकन आ रहा है.
Building so strong, it was in circle all the way up there towards the end, but they didn't just sit on their hands,
तुम्हें
right? They
हल्का हाथ
just
रहा, बता
saw, they
अपनी
hunted
teams
down
का.
every elimination they possibly could, and then once they realized that those teams were weak, they pushed out
आज अपनी
immediately
teams
and
का
were able
थोड़ा
to
सा
get it done.
हल्का हाथ रहा है.
Some real heads-up plays, some proactive plays during that match. I mean, we focused a lot at the start on the hot drop, but the rotations up towards the north side also came in to be really impactful later on into that match, right? It was the teams that got there early that had the staying power.
चलो next match में आते हैं. प्रिंस भाई आज तो क्लिप्स का इंतजाम ही नहीं हो रहा, धक धक हो रहा है, रीसेट होना पड़ेगा अपने बॉयज को। हो जाएंगे यार, क्या दिक्कत है, कल पूरी उम्मीद है मुझे। आज रीड करेंगे, आज थोड़ा सा चोको का रीड करेंगे, कल वापस आएंगे, कल डोमिनेट करेंगे एंड परसों इवेंट जीतेंगे, मुझे पता है ना। इतना कोई सीन नहीं यार, भरोसा रखो, तिरंगा है अपने साथ गणपति बप्पा भी हैं, कोई टेंशन नहीं है, चिल करो, हो जाएगा, भरोसा रखो उन पे, हो जाएगा, चिल करो, भरोसा रखो, हो जाएगा, इतना ही बोलूँगा। कीप हैव फेथ इन देम, मेरे को तो है भी बहुत। हाँ बट जैसा वो अभी खेल रहे हैं, वो उनका भाई देखो वैसा गेम प्ले है नहीं, ठीक है, सिंपल सी बात है। अभी वो थोड़ा सा आई थिंक फाइनल्स का प्रेशर है तो थोड़ा सा लैग कर रहे हैं, बट आई नो कम बैक हो जाएगा एंड अच्छा कम बैक होगा, सो ट्रस्टिंग देम। अरे आज ही उम्मीद है भाई, अरे मुझे तो है भाई, आज मैं कह रहा हूँ 2 मैच और चोक हो सकते हैं, कोई बड़ी बात नहीं, लेकिन हाँ इतने नहीं होंगे कि हम कुछ पॉइंट्स लेके जाएंगे अपने लड़के, तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं, चिल करो, इतना सीन नहीं है।
It's gotta be easy,
नेक्स्ट
right?
स्टार्ट करने में
There
काफी
has to
टाइम
be.
लगा दिया इन्होंने।
Like, they're not even getting any further into the late game. They should have just made the decision to sort of rotate from this position. I mean,
The group stage and then came
So let's see how they're
They're making slow decisions, but again, this is slowing their decision. But
yeah,
Eat Up just
Look, by the way, look at the left side of the screen. While they're still in their looting stage, technically, right? So hot top's a bit weird, it's a bit different. You have Motion Red Force fighting for Thrive.
चीचा को देख के चीचा क्या कर रहे हैं? नहीं
after
यार
the
दो
looting
कॉपीराइट
stage.
मार
This
देंगे
is
चीचा
look, even
हमारे.
here. You have to fight Orangutan.
चीचा हमारे कॉपीराइट मार देंगे. चीचा पे नहीं जा रहे. यहाँ पे देखता हूँ चीचा को, रुको. Start
to
Moonwalk.
be aggressive. Yes, I'm gonna moonwalk.
Look, okay.
I'm gonna hee at you.
TLDR.
Very aggressively.
TLDR for the entire segment. We don't.
$48. कुछ करना पड़ेगा भाई खतरनाक अपनी टीम्स को. मतलब ऐसे तो नहीं चलेगा, कुछ खतरनाक ही करके दिखाना पड़ेगा.
I want to see something come out of it, but yeah, they've definitely been slowing down quite
एक बड़ा मैच.
Keep in mind, they've got 11 placement points, sure, but they got second place on the first rondo. That's 6 placement points. After that, the rest of the day is only 5 placement points after 3 Orangles back to back to back. Quite disappointing, especially when it's just outside of Ferry Pier. I was expecting way more. They're slipping down, and especially when Ulf now, they've just got a 4-man finish. You know, Ulf are going to be chasing for that podium spot.
I mean, for me, I'm not too worried about Aurora right now. They've had a good start to the day or start to the finals, and we do know that this is a team that really waits until the last minute.
वही तो मैं नहीं ग्लोबल मैच में चाहिए तो गेम बैन कर देंगे वापस ये.
But the problem is when you're
वापस गेम बैन कर देंगे ना. Chinese app ban.
We haven't even seen Vitality at their best.
तो वहाँ
yet.
कुछ नहीं कर
You know,
सकता अपन.
teams like this that are going to be coming up and gaining that momentum as the days go on, Aurora are going to get left behind pretty quickly.
पहले PUBG था ना बहुत अच्छा था.
I'm on the fence as of right now. At the end of the day, I'll be a bit worried.
Okay, because you say I'm not worried, and then you start sounding very worried to me.
I'm not too worried.
Started to sink in.
जितना मैंने BGMI के टाइम पे खेला है ना, मतलब कॉम्पी PUBG टाइम पे उतना कॉम्पी नहीं खेला, लेकिन PUBG में भाई कॉम्पी जितना खेला मजेदार था. यार दोनों में टीम नीचे यार.
Going here towards the second page, we really haven't seen much lays out of S2G. With Furia, it's been a hit of a miss, and then we got some of the other squads there.
S2G are getting busy, right? But they are sort of like losing the contests on these fights. They're able to get the placement points. It's been great. Chicken dinners are coming through, but it's kind of like more of a
थोड़ा मतलब करना पड़ेगा कमबैक यार, ऐसे नहीं चलेगा.
In a lot of segments.
We need a comeback right now.
You've heard me about Fury, guys. I'm not going to go on
needed,
about that.
much
but
needed.
Driver's license,
I won't carry on about that. But look, I even like just want to touch on like Vitality.
पता है watching भी नहीं आ रही है. Godlike अच्छा नहीं खेली ना, watching भी नहीं आ रही. अच्छा जब खेलती थी भाई क्या watching आ रही थी हमारी भी watching अच्छी जा रही थी.
So worried in that sense because like even in that
लड़ी नहीं
final
रहे
zone there, they had the western side to sort of scoop up behind Nigma Galaxy.
यार मैच अच्छा है.
And they did nothing.
Yep. One team that I want to see more out of, especially towards that second page, is none other than Godlike. And I would love to see the player stats so far today, because this is a team that a lot of people were expecting to actually finish pretty high. And it has to come with the fragging power of S-Power. And right now, for S-Power, to give him a break, he is the only one that's performing for the squad, being able to average at least 1. But the rest of the squad is just not looking good.
It's looking pretty bad in terms of eliminations, and the reason why the eliminations are so low is look at their survival time. They're not even breaching the 20, and some of the players not even the 18-minute mark, which is not good in a lobby of this caliber if you want to be contending for that, let's say, top 5 situation right now. So Godlike, even looking back on this game, they should have pushed up onto, I think it was Ulf's compound, but they got very idle, because the thing is, compared to the group stage where some teams might do mistakes and you might be able to weasel your way in, here you have to take fights head on if you want to have a chance to get very late into those games, get those placement points. Godlike, in a lobby like this, you cannot be hesitant. We've seen in your group stage, you have that raw fragging power from S-Power, from Admino, even Somei, and Manya is a great IGL, but you need to utilize
ये भी कह रहे हैं यार, है यार.
Yeah, what I've noticed is Manu is
डर रहे हैं,
like
पता है,
these sort of
डर भी नहीं,
scouting
pressure है
power plays,
यार.
but the rest of the team is not supporting him, which they're getting caught out. So
मैं बोलूँगा pressure है.
It's surprising to sort of
pressure है यार, real pressure है.
that they're at right now because Manya is making incredible decisions, but it looks like
pressure है
sort
बहुत
of on the
ज़्यादा.
team are just kind of tunnel visioning into the wrong direction, and then that's when they're getting caught in.
Yeah, I think also one thing that we really need to think about, or they need to think about, is it seems like they keep going for positions that put them in a position to have to fight teams head on, and they're not succeeding in winning those fights. So if you want to make sure that you're actually going to get a position and be in there in the late game, you know, if you know that you're not really fragging out against these squads in the finals, then stop putting yourself in these tight positions in between teams that mean you have to frag your way out of them. Play a little bit more like Vitality, the way that they're on the edge. Nigma Galaxy as well, they're on the edge. They're trying to just wait out of their
कर सकते हैं ऐसी कोई बात नहीं कर सकती अपनी टीम अभी भी. मैं उम्मीद रख रहा हूँ, मैं पूरी उम्मीद रख रहा हूँ अभी भी कर सकते हैं.
That's the name of the game, all right? Just survive. It's so easy. Why don't you do it, Godlike?
हो जाएगा.
Actually, I believe they will be able to turn it around. It is their first time here in the finals international event for a lot of its players. It's power. I'm still proud of you, brother. You're still putting up the numbers, and I think you're going to do even more as the day goes on, as the days do end up going on. But for right now, let's send it over to none other than the stylish man, Blank, and our special reporter, Kalaris.
Yes, the stylish man and the short man. I get it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We've got ourselves Mr. Blank here to talk about everything
you're my
that's been going
special
on.
little reporter, aren't you?
Right, yeah. I'll try my very best to rise to the occasion.
My special little man on the stage.
Shut up and go away. All right, we've got Tiamba to talk about as well, of course, as they have looked stellar in terms of their positioning and how they've been kind of playing these games out, Blank.
Yeah, they have been really, really good. I'm so sorry. I do love you, bro. But honestly, there has been moments where the decision-making has been fantastic. I think that the way that they are speedily going to sometimes their demise is actually astonishingly good, right? Because I think me and Jackie were talking about this. I don't know if you'd agree, but there are times where they'll make what feels like the best decision moment, right? Where a lot of teams would just stand by and probably get naded and be like, oh, it's over.
Well, Circles haven't been kind to them, so they've been able to kind of fight against some of the adversity. And I think that when you watched as QZZ was able to get MVPs on international stages this year alone, I think a lot of people, including Max and some pundits, etc., wanted extra people to be able to step up to the plate alongside him.
Sure.
Milu's been able to do that like twofold, which has been really phenomenal to watch so far.
Oh, Milu has been amazing. Yeah. Milu's been really, really good. It's fantastic to see. I mean, you were talking about it was FMVP for PMI, where he was able to get 39 eliminations over 7,000 damage for QZZ. But yeah, they have balanced the load in a big way. I think it's
yeah, ये तो बहुत गंदा मारेगा लॉबी को यहाँ तो मर जाएंगे लेकिन फाइट
Alpha 7 used to play.
हाँ वही है. पर वही है ना थोड़ा बैड फाइट्स हो गई यार मतलब हमारी. हम मतलब वो डिसाइड नहीं कर पाए कि हमें लेनी है नहीं लेनी फाइट. थोड़ा मुझे आज ये लैग लग रहा है. बाकी लेट्स सी क्या होता है क्योंकि आपके पास एरेंगल और रोंडो दोनों में बहुत अच्छी पोजीशन थी. But we choked.
Great survivalist. I think they have all the tools necessary.
Hoping for best कि कल अपने रोंडो चिकन आए जैसे आ रहे हैं. Second day पे अपना रोंडो चिकन आता है.
Come back. It's fine. No. Okay, so the thing is that I think when you look at Tiamba's performance so far, and we can wrap it up on this and move on to our next team, is that double chicken dinner that they got at the start of survival stage, huge revitalization for them to be able to get themselves back on the road again and actually push to be able to find themselves in this state that they're in right now.
मतलब उम्मीद है मुझे.
Very, very good. I do think that that's what they needed because the confidence came through. Every time I look down at Milu on the stage, right, it's very.
Like Milu.
I do like Milu. It's very heartwarming because there's. I like it when players are enjoying themselves, and Milu definitely enjoys himself. He's one of the smiliest guys I've seen. QZZ is a little bit more serious, I would say, other than the winning moments where, you know, he almost breaks his fingers on the high fives. That was funny. But I do think that for Milu, it's just nice to see a guy who's so good at the game, but also very much is passionate and enjoys his time in it. And he should be, because he's having an unreal run.
All right, let's move on to another team then, as we have Ulf, who has looked, I would say, towards some of these latest moments, pretty good as well. Obviously, they qualified off the back of having that last game survival win, which was extremely important for their campaign as a whole. And they are one of the teams that a lot of people thought was going to be able to attain those top spots. Right now, their space control is looking
PMWC
good.
Yes, very much so. I mean, I'm one of those believers. I'm an Ulf believer.
Okay.
Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that Eren is one of my favorite players. Ketch also from way back when, MVP in PMPL Season 1 Spring.
Yeah, but उनका watch party का invitation है ना. The PUBG का ये mobile
still got it in him. He's got the grizzle beard. He's a grizzle warrior.
PCVC का नहीं है अपने पास watch party.
And I think that
अपन वीडियो डालेंगे अपन कर देंगे. सीन हो जाएगा अपने channel का.
Because
we were talking about it backstage, right? And I said, if Ulf wins this game, I want to talk about them. But it was nice for me to be in like stage 6 and really believe in Ulf to actually win the game that they should be winning if they make the necessary movements, which was to take out Tiamba and slowly corral the rest of the squad. So the fact that they did one, kind of a prideful moment for me because I was like,
तो survival stage में #3 खत्म करा है.
And you liked your prediction.
I did, yeah. Also, I was quite chuffed about myself. Yes, that is right. Okay, 50-50.
Yeah, okay.
Great job, lads. Great job, me.
I think as well, you know, controlling that compound, it actually has great lines of sight on the south side. Any vulnerability normally comes from the north, which actually didn't really exist in that game due to the way the circles were shifting. So they had to turn all their attention to the east as the next main threat. And I think you're right. They prioritize those threats very well from a compound like that. So good stuff by Ulf so far. Let's turn our attention as well to E-Arena, who has looked... It's funny because I'm a little bit...
Wow. अरे मैच शुरू करो यार.
E-Arena's been putting up so far. Because even in this last game, I really appreciate the wide wraps that they're doing, but 4Thrives have like almost zero opportunity to be able to react to the snowball coming down the hill and, you know, crushing them all. It was tough.
It was tough. I mean, E-Arena is just a strange team right now where I'm not sure if they're really good at the game or very lucky.
वही तो यार, बहुत बात कर रहे हैं.
I don't think I'm very sure about this point in time. I remember a time when Schweppes, you know, was sweeping aside the competition. But again, I think E-Arena just hasn't quite hit that full stride yet.
Yeah.
But they do have the massive potential, Kale.
He's been able to win twice on the stage in the past, Schweppes, with, of course, Vampire in the past. But anyway, thank you very much, Blank, for joining me here down on the stage. It is time to head on over to Glitter with an update.
Because there's a lot going on in chess today.
ये कोई
and
नया
a
दिख
lot
रहा
of
है.
it is very CC heavy. So talk us through what's been going on.
नंबर ले लो घर पे कॉल कर लेना. किसके?
At the moment it's Magnus Carlsen, the tournament favorite playing for Team Liquid.
हाँ मतलब उनको बोल रहा है. हाँ यार.
Okay.
So pretty big game, mainly for Team Liquid. You know, SAUL have popped up across a few games, but not really near the top of the leaderboard. So Team Liquid, I'm not going to pretend like they're near the top at the moment either, to be honest with you, because they're probably lower down than SAUL at the moment. But they're expected to get a win here this weekend, considering Magnus Carlsen being the chess player that he is. And he is up 2-0 at the moment as well. So even if he gets one more draw through the next 2 games, he'll be progressing to the semi-finals. Earlier today, we had the first quarterfinal, which was Denis Lazovic playing against the Na'Vi representative. And he managed to get a win. So that's huge for AGL as well, considering they're trying to keep the top of this leaderboard. They pretty much need to outperform Falcons, which in itself, you know, it sounds kind of doable. But then you realize they've got 2 players. One of them
EWC Cup Championship में तो हम इंडिया नहीं रहेगी क्योंकि भाई obviously सारे मैचेस तो बाहर होंगे ना. PUBG में चल रहा है जो कॉम्पिटिशन है बाकी 1-2 गेम्स में.
To the semi-finals, which lines up a Hikaru Nakamura versus Denis Lazovic, AGL versus Falcons in the semi-final.
I mean, to be fair, Dennis was trying to almost
ENC में मजा आएगा पता है Esports Nation Cup
putting the key into the trophy yesterday. So, you know, maybe that's a good omen.
I mean, the thing is, he was literally putting his opponent's key that he'd beaten in the winning trophy. So it wasn't even his own key. He was like knocking someone out and then putting them on a pedestal straight away. But yeah, it's been a good one over here in chess. You know, there's so many club championship storylines that kind of lay on chess at the moment, considering, you know, AGL have been knocked out of PUBG Mobile, have been knocked out of several other competitions as well. So Team Falcons have to be outperformed by AGL if AGL want to keep that top spot. But then again, Falcons are in Rocket League as well. So they're kind of in a great position to go far in the club championship this week.
And of course, already have managed to secure some points being in the top 4. So it's going to be a very close race is what we're hearing right now. And chess is going to be a big impact on just how close that race for the leaderboard is. We actually have way more matches coming up on the rest of the day. So as we have some more updates, we'll check back in with you, Trev. For now, we're going to say goodbye.
Shout out to the amazing Glitter Explosion and the amazing Trav as well for the Club Championship update. But now going back to PUBG Mobile's esports here at PMWC at EWC 26. We got to talk about Aurora. I would love to see Aurora player stats because there is one player in particular that you're not happy with his performance. You're over here like George St. Pierre, Max. You're like, I'm not happy with your performance. That's exactly what it sounds like because for this squad, I mean, they were able to start off hot, but they're just going to keep going down that leaderboard.
Yeah, it's not even just Doc actually.
आपको पता है गॉडल फिर से क्लिप पार्टनरशिप के लिए क्वालिफाई कर गए तो हैं
Ziola can give him a pass because he had some incredible grenades early on Rondo, so sure maybe it doesn't showcase itself in his stats, but in general I feel like Ziola's definitely also been pulling his weight. But top, it's been the top show, getting almost 3 average eliminations per game is crazy in a lobby of this caliber, but it's not enough when only one player's putting up those numbers. Niptura, Doc, Reefus, again, Jolly get a pass, but Doc and Reefus, I want to see those guys doing well here in these coming Miramars.
Oh, absolutely. We know they can offer so much more than they are right
Doc
now.
पे तो केस हुआ था ना उसकी वाइफ ने कर दिया था ऐसा कुछ सीन हो बेचारा सो कितना प्रेशर में खेल रहा होगा वो
have some really cool information scouting off angles like way across certain areas of the zone, really trying to get as much information as possible for his team. So in that regard, yeah, I do feel like he's kind of pulling his weight a little bit, but yes, overall I do agree with you, Max, that they all of them need to really be stepping up to the plate here.
एक अच्छा मैच ऊपर आ जाएंगे ये तो मुझे भी पता है, बट वही अच्छा मैच आ नहीं रहा ना. मोमेंटम आ जाएगा ना, एक बार एक चिकन है, एक चिकन दे दो. मोमेंटम वाला मैच 10-12 किल वाला मोमेंटम वाला चिकन आ जाए, मोमेंटम मिल जाएगा, पता है.
MVPs in that squad, so the pressure is on you. Okay, any passes that I had for him was last year. This is a new year. I want to see more survival time out of him as well. But here we go. We're looking at the overall lace. We're talking about Tiamba. We're talking about Flash. We're talking about some of these teams that just we need to see more placement points out of.
Yeah, I want to ask Max. If he were to be an embodiment of a coach, you pick Team Flash, right?
Oh, if I wanted to coach a team, which team I would coach?
No, so I think Flash was wasn't that your
They're my prediction, yeah.
Yeah, your prediction.
Yeah.
Obviously being 7th place there, not doing terribly, but come on.
23 points behind.
Inner coach, what do you think they need to do to be able to skyrocket up that leaderboard so your prediction is correct?
Oh, it's complicated exactly to pinpoint what's going on with
Tell
Team
us,
Flash.
Max.
Oh, you're putting me on the spot right now. I didn't prepare a segment for this.
Time was elimination के base पे चल
Flash,
रही
I feel like actually there was one fight that was versus 4 Thrives that I find interesting. That was actually the one that happened last game that eventually was won by Ulf. And I feel like what happened with Team Flash, they got caught off guard and they didn't find a good way to get themselves back up on their 2 feet and get ready for the fight, which under pressure, that is what you need to be able to do. Flash is a great team, right? If they take a fight they're ready for, when they're not ready for it, they just tend to crumble a little bit. So I don't think it's a gameplay issue per se. I feel like it's more of a mindset issue that Flash need to try and resolve.
Yes, we're looking at the second page here. I'm also going to be looking at Hora Esports, Neptura. This squad, I mean, they have the fan base here. They have the support from the fans. But right now, in the second page, knowing Hora Esports, they're not going to be happy with this performance.
No, they're not. And I think it's a bit of an odd one, right? Because I think it's hard to say, like Max, right? It's hard to pinpoint what exactly is going on with them. But typically, this is a team that likes to play edge, likes to survive, likes to wait until the last few phases of the game to really start spreading out and taking third-party opportunities. They're very good at those third parties, and we're just not seeing that from them. They try sort of half-heartedly making good on some of these plays, but they get overthrown very, very quickly by these more aggressive players and more aggressive teams, and so they just seem to be a little bit too passive. I know Hora tends to be called passive a little bit more, but this is not a passive team when it comes to those fights, and except for today, it just kind of feels like that's what they're the name that they're living up to, unfortunately.
I mean, it's an incredible start from them, though, from the first couple of matches. So, like, obviously, we talk about teams that sort of start out strong, start out weak. I think they started out incredibly strong, but it seems like, obviously, coming into these later matches and everybody's reading the zones a little bit better in these positionings, they are getting caught out on that. So I do agree with you in that sense. But look, it's just kind of that balance of mentality that they're sort of struggling later in these matches, but I feel like even though it's just today, I feel like tomorrow it's going to be like a little bit of a different scene from them in the start. I do believe so. I do believe they have it. They got the fans to back them up, of course. I'm backing them up. Maybe not for the rest of today, but tomorrow.
I was about to say, you're giving them a break until tomorrow. No, these fans, I want to see it. They want to see it coming up in Miramar.
I mean, yeah, the thing is, right, is that, okay, if you only had like your typical rule set, sure, fair enough. You can have one day off. We got Smash ruling. You might just have only 2 games there on that day 3, and you just don't know how it's going to go. If it happens like it happened in the Macau Invitational, boy, oh boy, that was crazy. We had 5 teams in the Smash zone at the same time. Eventually, Nongshim Red Force did get the win, stealing it away from Furia, but smash rolling in play. You just don't know how long you really have, Niptura, so you got to make the most out of the games you're currently playing, because otherwise that gap, it might be impossible to come back from in that final day.
Oh, exactly. And there's your point brings up two teams to mind for me. The first one we've already talked about, Aurora. I said that they typically are a day 3 team, which makes things very complicated when you get to that smash ruling. Exactly. What day 3, right? The other one is for Thrives, because again, they do very well, typically, very well on day 1, because day 2, they tend to dip. The momentum just drops significantly, and then they can bring it back up on day 3. Again, what day 3? We could very well have a scenario where day 3 is really non-existent. So for those two teams in particular, that's really scary thought.
Yeah, day 3 will still happen, but depending on how the leaderboard is looking, and depending on what other teams end up doing, we could end up just seeing 2 games because Smash Roll is in effect. So just to remind everybody, the way that ends up working out is when we end up going to Smash Roll on the last day, whoever's in first place on the previous day, you get plus 10 points if I'm not mistaken, and then that becomes what we like to call the Smash Zone. Once a team is able to pass that threshold, in the next game, if they do end up winning, or whichever game after that, if they do end up winning, they would end up winning via Smash Win. This is something that you were especially hitting on just now, Max, because it could come into play. If a team is too far ahead, I mean, especially with Rondo starting off as well, it could be an easy 10 points for that squad, and later on, we can see teams just readjusting their playing style because all they have to do is just win, baby.
But it also adds so much pressure.
Yes.
Right? We do have to highlight it. I mean, I want to take you guys back to PMGO Season 1, Jakarta, right, in Indonesia. 4 Thrives, what was it, 50-plus point lead after day 1? Like something crazy like that. They just destroyed everyone in those 6 games. And then comes over day 2. They're like, oh, wait a minute. We try and get into the Smash Zone. They get in the Smash Zone very early. Pressure gets to them. Ulf is like, oh, you're crumbling. You're having a bad time. And they catch back up to that team and almost take it away in that last Miramar. But luckily enough,
and is on that off the terrain.
Last one पहले हुआ था यार.
Approach it, and for 4 Thrives, I am scared if they do get into the Smash Room.
Scary. We had some hot drops that we were talking about with Godlike versus Hora. This squads, I mean, the only thing that would suck for those squads is that they're currently on that second page, Max. That's why we're saying we don't want to see any hot drops from those two squads.
Nobody wants to be Ida 2.0. Okay, sorry. You know
It's
what?
fair.
If
It's
you're an
fair.
Ida fan, I'm sorry. I'm gonna start. I'm just memeing at this point. No, but they didn't do the hot drop in their respective group, right? Which was Group A back then, if I'm not mistaken, or the other one, but one of the groups. And they didn't go for it. But the reason why they didn't go for the hot drops, really, the real reason is because the planes were very focused over to the eastern side and the southern side, meaning La Cobreria was not in reach. I want to see a plane, right, Niptura, where it goes
The house. Long time. We're still. This was honestly ended up working out for EA, especially because they jumped.
Tough.
Why?
Because I have no interest in doing that.
Come on, we need you over there.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go to the beach just really quick, and if the games are still going on by the time I get back, I'll say a couple words.
The beach is 5 hours from here.
Luck. That is a necessary thing to do here, folks.
If they had, if they were top 5, top 6, something like that, and they were feeling really good and looking very confident, maybe you could try to contest the drop, right? But the way it stands, honestly, for either of these teams, I don't think either of them should really try and contest this. It really is down to who had it first. And up to the other team want to go, because I'm not confident that either of those teams would win against each other. I think it's a 50-50.
Even if you lose a player, right, it just hurts your potential performances
Especially
onto
on
Miramar. So, yeah, I do think that Godlike, talking to S-Power, you and me, right, Seven, we had a bit of a chat with him. He's like, you know what, it's not worth it. They had that first hot drop onto, I believe it was Hustler Crew, onto Orangutan in their group stage, and like, you know what, it's just not worth it. Let's give it up. And I think that was one of the best changes in this entire tournament, was from Godlike, and I want to see that bleed into Miramar going into today.
Maturity, honestly, from the first time being at a global event, especially in finals, and well, during group stages, it ended up happening. But maturity out of that player for S-Power, saying we don't want to continue with the hot drops. We want to stop that. We see that it's going to end up hurting our performance. And Lace, I want you to put your mindset into a coach right now, into the biggest hype coach for some of their squads. Godlike and Hora, which team are you going to be picking, and what are you going to be telling them if they do decide to hot drop, or if they don't decide to hot drop?
Just get it together, man. No. Look, Godlike, and because, we were just saying S-Power, their adaptation to each and every game deserves to get a little bit further, and I just hope that you guys can find that great little key that you need to be able to push through into those final zones and capitalize on those eliminations. They have it in them, you've got it in you, and I believe that you will be able to do that. Obviously, we may need a little bit more time to sort of get that, but I just like the way that this team calculates and puts in a strategy. Might not work out for them, but then they'll try a new strategy that they'll be able to solidify a lot more in this competition. So look, I think they can do it.
Yeah, especially for both teams being in the second page. You want to be able to build up the momentum. We've seen some teams being able to build up momentum and just carry it on throughout the matches. Only 3 days here at PMWC, at EWC 26, the finals. We've been sending it to Jackie over and over again. Then I want to see what Hot Jukes and Blank are up to.
Woo! Thank goodness the group stage and the survival stage is done. Now we can finally kick back and save our voices for a little bit.
Playing some ball was a good time. It's been an incredible event so far, honestly, in Paris. Very, very fun. I mean, we're here right now in the Players Lounge, which is honestly ginormous. I think the first place we saw when we came in. I'm trying to hit some trickies right now, but it ain't happening. Also, I just want to let everyone know that I play pool. But I don't really, I play snooker. So this is very different for me.
It's not the same thing, not the same thing at all. Matter of fact, I've never even seen a snooker table in real life. This is the game to play. I thought it was only one singular game.
Yeah, I'm gonna break the rules.
Okay, what are you thinking? What are you thinking?
I think I'm gonna break the rules in terms of where I'm.
He is looking to take the shot. Will he hit the stripe? Little bounce shot. There we go. Well, you know, we're getting things figured out here. Let's see if I can finally hit one of these things.
Okay. So what have you thought about the tournament so far? I mean, for me, the tournament's been great. I've really enjoyed it. It's been insane. There's been some crazy moments. That's a good shot. It's a good shot too. Fourth drives look fantastic. I mean, Orangutan, Godlike coming in over towards that top 5 is just some crazy stuff. couldn't believe it. I think everyone I've talked to whilst they're being here saying they're having a really good time. Again, everyone's really taken care of here as well. Plenty of stuff that we're taking advantage of as well. Honestly, that's the big thing. Like, we're having actually kind of a pretty damn good time here. All right, yeah, we got our 3 games in. I do watch the other ones, but afterwards I like to come chill here. It's a lovely spot.
This place is stupid, to be honest. It's ridiculous. Dude, the by far some of the best food I've ever had at an event ever. And this place really does have it all, dude, right? I mean, like every game you can imagine, manicurists on stage, and dude, that lady's insane. Like I've seen some of the girls walking out of there, and now she's like booked out for 2 weeks, which is wild. But I might even get a haircut in a second. I love it. I love it here.
We're so hyped about you taking the mic back off me as well. Yeah, I know. I'm about to get a manicure, dude. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready for mine. Yeah. But overall, genuinely, PUBG Mobile is all, I think PUBG Mobile might be the greatest event at EWC. PMWC, EWC, so good. We're biased as hell though about that, but we do get like 2 good weeks out here to enjoy the vibe. You know, it's been in Riyadh quite a few other times, but even there, it's been very, very fun coming to Paris. For me, Paris is good because it's a 1-hour flight as opposed to an 18. But I'll still take the 18 to go to Riyadh. Very, very good time. But it does mean I don't have to get a massage whilst I'm here. My back is not ruined.
Massage therapist actually available. I was like, please, please, where are you at? Because my flight was a whole lot longer than that. But yeah, man, so far.
I am scared if
The stage just finished. It was tough leaving the hotel room this morning and seeing like 10 teams go home. But at the end of the day, someone's going to be the champ. And
sadly,
my bad.
Rank up once again.
Just how late take some space back.
इधर मैं इतने बड़े स्टेज पे 1v1v1 देख रहा हूँ एंड जोन में 1v1v1 देख रहा हूँ एंड जोन में बाप रे
I'm playing the equivalent of golf, just with a long stick. I hope that's fine what you did. I don't know the rules. Tell me the rules. Right? That's fine. I got you, bro.
ये मैचेस कैंसिल हो गए.
Yeah, I heard you like stop. I heard you stop. You kind of confused what was going on. That's fine.
Someone has joined.
Yeah. So you're Solos, I'm Stripes. Is that how that works? Or the numbers? I just know.
Guys, chill करो यार, chill करो.
That's where I'm from. It's just.
thing that you really need to make sure whenever you're
It was ridiculous. You're right. It was ridiculous. It was a good time though watching them play. Big return to form for Indonesia. It's not been like this in such a long time. Oh, almost. But yeah, big return for Indonesia. It like feels like the spiritual successors right now to BTR back in the day, but there's no BTR pranks happening. No jokes, just gameplay.
Just gameplay indeed, dude. The whole Vitality Day
was absolutely insane. I just kept on talking to some of these dudes backstage, and I was like, guys, what do you think about Vitality's performance? And all I heard was, what the, and it was like filled in by any word you could possibly imagine. That's what I'm talking about. That was good. That was good. I like it. Purposeful shots here. Let's see how this one goes for Blank. Side pocket. Oh, just barely off the edge. But you know what, dude? That's the one thing I love about PUBG Mobile. Sometimes you get put in some beautiful situations, but the best teams always find themselves a way out.
I mean, AJL is a good example of that. They got themselves in a real good situation. I mean, top team Tiamba going for the crown, and honestly, they completely flubbed it. That was a lovely shot, by the way, dude. Well played. Went up against Tiamba in that last game, survival stage. They're given all the chance in the world versus Nongshim Red Force, but Nongshim, I would say they're one of the teams looking to continue on. And I don't think AGL had it in them this year, but Tiamba just had a massive turnaround. But these things happen. Some mistakes happen. Oh, dude, I forgot that you're like right at the finish line. I've got like some more steps to go.
You got it, but hey, you know what? That's what it's all about. You just take things one step at a time. No matter what kind of situation you put in, you gotta just figure things out and make it happen. Yeah, take another one. Sometimes you gotta take a mulligan. Little combination shot.
I tried.
I like it. I like it.
I've made it easy for you though. I've lined you up. You're lined up, you're ready to go. Look, I've created a runway for you. Look. Say, you come down here, you go in this back pocket. Yeah. I've got the lights. I'm guiding you home, dude. I'm guiding you home. Oh! Okay, that was a real. The lights, they guided him home. It was good to see. Let's hope that some of these teams can get themselves guided home to a victory at the end of PMWC here at EWC. Thanks for watching. My name's Blank, and this right here is
Hot Jukes.
Catch you guys later.
This is probably my best acting performance ever. Man, it's gonna be a crazy finals. I mean, we got 4 Thrives who from Pakistan. They won PMGO season 1. They're a huge favorite. Team Vitality, dude, they had the craziest group stage performance I've ever seen. Godlike, yeah, we got OG, yeah, they're insane. Dude, anybody could really do this, you know what I'm saying? Team Furia is a huge favorite of mine. They qualified in through survival stage, but it's one of those things where, like, I feel like this year we're gonna see a team nobody expected win the whole thing.
Okay.
Which should be fun to see.
All right, $5. Who is it?
Who could it be, dude? It's gonna be so wild of a pick. Honestly, if 4 Thrives wins this, it'll be like the nuttiest thing ever.
Yep.
It would be crazy.
What do they got to do to win? Get a little lucky, obviously. But what else? What can they do to set themselves up?
That's the biggest thing, right? Like PUBG Mobile.
हाँ मैंने बंद करके रखा था माइक
Such a
अपना
team game that even if you don't get those lucky circles,
क्योंकि कुछ चल तो रहा है नहीं तो मैं आराम से बैठ गया था
you know? I mean, and if you don't get a little, just even the slightest bit lazy, you're going home, you know? Like, one of my personal favorite teams, because their NA team, was the Wolves. They made just the tiniest little car mistake. They end up losing and went home by 1 point.
Wow.
And
the margin this year, insane.
And if you look back at the videos, like, there was one play where one of the players accidentally just drove into a wall.
For every click, every clutch, every...
The rules, right? But even if you don't understand the rules,
Dude, sometimes the wall looks too juicy. There's those coin flip decisions, dude, right? And you can go left, and if it works out, you're a genius, you know? And if it doesn't, you're like an idiot. So, like, I think it's just avoiding as many of those coin flips as possible. But if you do have to make those coin flips, you gotta have enough trust in your team to, like, for them to just send it completely.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. You're doing great. Oh.
I can hear it.
The casting has been so tough. So hard.
Okay, try that out.
Oh, man.
This is officially my favorite part of Paris.
A little bit to the right.
7, we're live.
That's the left. God damn it.
Not again. Thanks, Max. That was actually a pretty good massage. That was nice. Hodgix enjoying massages out there, being able to play pool, being able to do a bunch of stuff as well. But for some of these other squads, I mean, Neptura, I know you've been wanting to talk about S2G.
Yeah. They were cruising very nicely on like one game with those hovercrafts, which I'm still very impressed with. I think the momentum, they saw their opportunity and they took it. They absolutely ran with those things. Really, really nice to see. However, and this is what gives me a little bit of an issue here, is it's because of the hovercraft that they gained that momentum, and then in the next couple of games we have not seen the same come from them. So for me, that feels like that ends up being a little bit of a fluke, which I really hope that that is not the case, that we do see them come back in a more normal way and still have that same kind of momentum, because that's what you really want. You can still get that same speed with those vehicles, it's just not the tankiness of a hovercraft, but you can still do it. It's still very doable. So I'm really hoping that actually they'll be able to do something else that doesn't include a hovercraft.
Would be nice. I mean, actually, if you're looking at the overall rankings, right, their position actually, I mean, production, 10 out of 10 stuff. Actually, no, they're on the second page, but S2G, they got that one chicken dinner with a hovercraft, as you already stated here, Niptura, but they only have 10 placement points, meaning, and I always love to say this point, which is you take that chicken dinner away, what do you really have? And you can really only judge a team on their
आज
bad
लगता है
games. You
start
still
नहीं
get
होगा
1 or 2 points only, or you're a team that on your bad games
तो
get
कल 8
3,
मैचेस
4,
होंगे
5 points, a few placement points.
7-7 कर देंगे
with a few
मैचेस ऐसा कर देंगे मुझे लग
That
रहा
is
है
the
ये
mark of a great team that generally right now I would say that team is Chamba. I mean, actually look at their 37 points, right? You take away their placements, Niptra, they would still be in what is that 4th place? Insane stuff from this team in day one.
That's so good.
S2G, you take away that win, they would have 0 placement points. So going along the lines of what you were talking about, got a chance to talk about Notch and Red Force. Notch and Red Force, just black and white, honestly. I know we keep talking about this team, Max. Black and white in regards to what we saw during groups, during survival as well for this squad. We were talking about how they would end up getting so many placement points, but they just weren't being aggressive. This time they're like, okay, we hear you. How about we just flip it upside down and we end up being more aggressive and end up getting only 1 placement point after 4 matches.
This is not the Nongshim Red Force that were crowned your PMMI 2026 champions. I'm just going to be brutally honest right now. They look like a shadow of their past selves. We know they can do so much more, and I mentioned it earlier, right, is that especially they got caught on their rotation on that previous game, which was a while ago now, by actually the side of 4 Thrives outside Potato Hill, and they just didn't have a plan B. They just didn't know how to catch up. And actually, a team that, in my opinion, Niptra, is a great team when it comes to getting a second, like, plan B, plan C, the entire alphabet, right? Is Chamba, in my opinion, because looking back at that rondo, they were getting chased with Eagle, that recall player, outside in Tinglong Garden, and man, they booked it because they're like, if we lose that solo player, our game is done. Eagle, literally, by doing so, saved the game. I would love to see a similar kind of mindset and approach to the game from Nongshim Red Force, and even maybe Team Flash.
Yeah, no, because I think if Nongshim played the way Tiamba are doing, they would be so scary, right? Going back to our previous point of the Smash ruling, right? I watched the last game of PMMI, where Nongshim Red Force won by Smash, right? I watched that game on my couch in my living room, and I was still scared. I was scared and I wasn't even playing because that team, they knew what they had to do, and rather than fall underneath the pressure of, like so many other teams do, quite rightly, this team knew exactly how to play this. It was like they weren't worried at all. They were like, yeah, we just have to get a win. That's all we got to do, and easy peasy. So for me, if this team can just move forward, step up, get that momentum going over the next day, basically, then what we could see is a team in the Smash point, and then good luck to everybody else, because that team is insane.
Talking about other teams, Lace, you want to say something?
I just want to say I agree, because like the fact that they could have those placement points early on, and the fact that there was one scenario where they absolutely just steamrolled Furia. If they just can add that together, I just have to, sorry, I just had to add on that, that I agree that they would be scary as heck.
A team that could be scary as heck as well are the reigning champions of PMGO, and it's none other than 4 Thrives. 4 Thrives, I mean, currently being able to outperform what Nongshim Red Force is doing. average placement, the exact same. I would love to see 4Thrive's player stats though, because for this, I want to see who's currently performing, who's currently not performing. We saw who's Sci-Fi earlier on being able to clutch it up for the squad, and I feel like he's currently being the standout player when we usually end up seeing Falak.
Yeah, I mean, there was even a scenario where they were sort of bunkering in a building and it just looks like their communication is not as tight as we're used to seeing. So yeah, if we bring up like player stats behind it, it looks like they're sort of just feeding and funneling into these, I guess, fights one by one, which is obviously catching them out. And generally, they will have sort of like a nice little split hold strategic way of actually pushing a team into the position that they want them to be able to take them out. So I think it was this spot actually here where, you know, they were sort of bursting and it just was a little bit miscalculated. Still a great sort of, I guess, push from them, but it just isn't as fast-paced as 4Thrives when we used to see.
Yeah, I fully agree with that, and also we kind of saw that when you were pointing it out. Max, the one we saw where 4Thrives just decided to coexist with Horror Esports, it ended up hurting them in a big way because we saw, who was it, No Fear, that ended up actually clutching up that 1 versus 2. For 4Thrives, I would have loved to see them being a little bit more aggressive, making them back off and not just waiting the longest time when they actually have to just fight. Usually we tend to see 4Thrives being a little bit more aggressive as we're looking at the player stats, and it's actually Falak that's still putting up the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, he had some crazy good grenades, but actually, I wouldn't fully agree about them being more aggressive. I feel like they're aggressive enough, especially in the early game, right? They love to do it. They were going for it in Pachinki. They even were chasing down Longshan Red Force at some point, clearing out the entirety of Team Flash. I feel like the issue is sometimes they linger too long on their splits, like that, a 2-2 split inside Fairy Pit, which I liked it. But then you saw Sleepy from Horror, and Sleepy is a very sleepy, sneaky man, okay? He spots you with a mini 14 or even like ARs that pretty much are just, you know, long-range AR snipers. And he's just gonna tear you down. He did that on Falak. They were able to get the reset, but it really goes to show that a split like that, if you're holding on for too long, you are going to be showing a bit of a kink in your armor. I'm not really too scared for 4Thrives. I feel like they're a team that don't really have a big ego. They're willing to change and iterate when they need to do so. So I feel like it's fine, but it's definitely been a rougher opening day than maybe a lot of people were expecting.
No, I do agree that they're not in the woods yet, right?
No, it's fine.
They're not in the woods. They're okay for now, but yeah, it's just that I know the other teams are going to start really playing a lot harder and a lot faster in the second day, and so for them in particular, they really need a good first day, and so far we just haven't had that from them. I kind of agree with both of you, right? Where you're like, they need to be more aggressive. Max says they don't. I think they need to be more aggressive in their momentum, right? Not in getting the elites, not in getting the fights, right? But they need to be snappy. We're not seeing this team be snappy in their rotations. They're not being snappy in their pushes. Their splits are very slow. Yes. They need to slay those rotations. No, I'm sorry.
They do. I agree.
They do.
They actually do.
They do. They really do. They need to be really like Nigma Galaxy that we've seen. Like, who else have we seen? EA have been very quick. If a player gets knocked, they are all over it immediately. They're very, very good. Al-Ula as well, quick, being very speedy with those pushes out for info to make sure that nobody comes in behind them. Stuff like that I want to see from 4Thrives. We saw it in the group stage. It worked very well for them. And just now they're starting to be very indecisive, and I kind of feel like they don't know what's going wrong.
It's just their pacing's off.
Their pacing is off. You're indecisive. Trust your gut. Go with it as a group, not one-on-one. Just go with it. Just do it. Just
do it. Just survive once again. But for this team, it's spot on. You were talking about the 2-2 splits. I felt like that 2-2 split took a little bit too long. They should have bring it up together, and that's why I wasn't really happy with how long they decided to coexist with Horror. And talking about that too, they've been aggressive when they need to, but I want to see the 4Thrives that we ended up seeing at PMGO. For everybody that's been watching EWC, you know that the club championship is currently at stake. So why not listen to our amazing reporter that's been keeping track of everything going on with the club championship, Glitter Explosion.
SEC Arena to check in with Ginny about what's going on over here. What's going on with CC and the fans, really?
It's a really good time right now. This is our second game where we have the French crowd absolutely cheering out of their minds. Starting off today, Gentlemates had their game, which was in that lower bracket, and they needed to win in order to be CC eligible, which now they are because they ended up in the top 8.
Okay.
Same thing for KC. They were second on the second game that we had here in the SCC Arena, way back when PUBG has just started. So they need another top 8 finish. If they win this game, they'll make it happen. But same old. Vitality Falcons already qualified.
Of course.
And Twisted Minds playing later today.
All right, so then that means we've got way more competition still coming up around the corner, and it could be massive for our leaderboard at the end of it all. Of course, we'll check back in as we have more information.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers and Blank here. We're amongst it right now, Blank, and we're going to be recapping some of what we've seen today. Obviously, day one of finals for PMWC. We've had 3 games played, all with a very different sort of aura to them, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been a good day today. Tiamba's done very, very well so far. All been able to get that win over on match 4, I believe it was, which is very cool to see, because I really like Ulf as a team. Fortunately, it has been a bit of a rocky start for them. Their star player, Eren, hasn't really been stepping up to the plate as much as I might have liked him to. But Scarface, though, he was doing great.
Yeah, Scarface came out swinging. Obviously, talking to some of the fans as well earlier today.
Oh, really?
A lot of love, mate. You can see everyone's very excited. They're actually quite a big representation of the old fandom here.
Yeah.
So that's been kind of cool, getting a different vibe on it. I don't know, it feels like, you got a lot of Godlike fans, very loud, very energetic for them.
Oh, yeah.
But the old fans are there. It just feels like they've been a bit more reserved. They're kind of waiting. They were saying, we know they're going to do well. We'll just wait until they pop off.
We're ramping.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're just ramping. We're just ramping it. I do think the loudest fans today, though, of all of them, have been Nigma Galaxy fans.
True.
They have come out in force. I was surprised by that, but it's good to see them here. They're all giving them a lot of love, which they deserve right now. Coops is doing fantastic.
Yeah.
I think Ralph's also playing a damn good game. I mean, on that match we watched, I think it was match 2, where he came out with the M249. Great shots over towards Ida. Ida in the bin, by the way, absolutely.
I think that one's a cut storyline already. They're just basically throwing themselves at Nigma Galaxy. I think 3 of us at this point from the team here, the talent team, who spoke to Ralph and asked him similar questions.
Yeah.
And when I asked him about it, you could see that look in his eye where he's just like, I don't know why they're doing it, but it's giving us points and we're going to take it. But you're spot on, mate. Nigma as a team, they've looked great. And honestly, you're right. The fans have been bigging them up and saying, look, I'm pretty confident we're going to win this one.
Yeah.
He also said himself, I think we're in a good spot. Comms are good. I reckon we can win this year's PMWC.
Yeah. You think it's a bit amazing as well, because Coops, said it before, he's dodged quite a few events so far with the team. And you really do want to see Coops with the squad. And now they're all together. It does feel like they're a well-oiled squad despite that. So you imagine there's been a lot of scrimming going on in the background, making sure he's been part of the team even when he's not been at events to ensure it's happened. But Coops has just had these awesome moments so far, alongside with Lord a lot, which is great to see. But I will say, one of the teams I've been sort of astonished about, let's put it that way, is Flash. Because we had some really nice moments with Flash, but match 3 today, they're able to get the win. Zeus with the unbelievable quick switch over towards Nova.
Yeah.
That was fantastic. But again, I wanted to ask you about it because they are the rookie upstarts. When they came through, they qualified to some massive events. Some of them by playing behind a random loot crate out in the open on Miramar. It's so fun to see a team like this, but they were down on your luck. And I mean, my question to you really, throughout all your years in esports, is like, for a team to do so well as a rookie squad, do they tend to have that downtrend, do you think, before they come back up again?
You know, I think if anything, it's kind of generally a bit easier in most other games. It seems kind of harder in PUBG Mobile because it's very intimate in the way the teams look into each other. They're always researching, always prepping. So even if you are an underdog or a little bit more unknown, someone knows your drop, someone knows your playstyle, they know what weapons you use, they know the way you approach the game. It feels like it's harder to counter. But that was always my theory. Of a team like that, I think if they do start to hit that form, you could go really far, because maybe a few players aren't suspecting the best play from you at times. You can pull it out the bag. Maximus saying they'll do well. I think they could have been a little bit better in the early groups. I think now, though, they keep it up with the shots we've seen. Mechanically, they could go really far this finals.
Yeah, they're looking, because it's very mirroring the fact of like Tiamba, where you're making these quick snap decisions on the fly. And I think a team like them has certainly come into this with a bit more of a lackadaisical attitude of just, we've just got to get in there, we've got to make it happen. Funnily enough, it was like, I actually was getting my manicure done. At the same time,
show them off, there you go.
Show them off,
there
these are cool. at the same time as Kamikaze was getting his haircut.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
And he came in, he was asking me, who do you think's going to win? And I was like, well, from what we've seen so far, Fourth Thrives looks pretty good. Vitality looks really good as well.
Safe bets, safe bets.
Safe bets, you know. Didn't want to put it all on the table. And he just went, we're going to win. And I was like, right. But his explanation was quite cool, though.
Yeah.
He said that we came in groups, we just did not care. Well, they thought that the pressure would get to a lot of teams, which it has.
Yeah, definitely has. There's been too much respect. I think we said this on the cast.
Oh my God,
like,
yes.
During groups, teams were scared to kind of make some big plays out of like, oh God, what if we don't make it? We have to go to survival. End of the day, mate, survival's the safety net.
Yeah.
If you're struggling, you kind of weirdly want to be there because then you can reset and come out better when we're in finals. And I think they're a team that proved, you know what, we'll just play our own game, give it. The fans are loving it. They looked kind of sick with how they've been playing today as well. And Kamikaze's like absolutely ridiculous with the plays he makes, but he can back it up. So fair play.
He can, yeah. I mean, then he was just in full Zen mode, getting his quick fade put in, which was cool to see. But again, I think for Kamikaze, doing really good on the team. He played a long while back actually on a fair few squads. He'd always been like subbing in and out for S2G. And it's finally they believe in him now to really make those moments happen. And he is, because he was sort of the new kid on the block. Because you had your Solaces, you had your Silas, Sol K, Ketch back in the day, Kelsey Hamty G, and then he would be like filling in here and there. But I think this must be a great moment for him, having such a fantastic time on the main stage. But yeah, I think S2G's doing well. Ulf, on the other hand, there's still a little bit more to go.
They're ramping.
They are ramping. They are ramping. But it is funny to me because there is some big Turkish rivalry between those teams. It's not brotherly love between those two squads.
No, like organization-wise, you can see everyone's firmly in their own corner. If we want this team to win, it's kind of fun. It makes it a bit more exciting. Where it's like, no, I love my team, my players. I think that's cool. I did also like the throw it in there. We had the pop-off moment with Ralph earlier.
Oh, bro.
The fans loved it. You could see we loved it. It was like, dude, this is what I want to see. There's a lot of personality in PUBG Mobile. And I think Pmwc seems like one of the better events for it, where people get into that mindset of like, we are superstars. And they absolutely are. Best of the best in the game, biggest stages, most lights on them, and they're living up to it. $3 million prize pool. You got to bring your best. So we'll find out how it goes here in the finals.
हाँ और देख के मैनेज कर मैच ऑडियंस की बात नहीं बता रहा हूं कि बात देखो मेरे को लगा था ऑडियंस अच्छी है ये पता सो गाइस सोर्सेज के थ्रू पता लगा है कि आज के मैचेस जो हैं सस्पेंड हो चुके हैं, मतलब सस्पेंड हो जाएंगे मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली, मुझे भी लग रहा है, क्योंकि थोड़ा प्लेयर्स की जो है तबीयत ख़राब हो गई है। सो मैं भी चलता हूँ यार, अभी रुकने का कोई सेंस नहीं है ना। चलो बाय बाय, टेक केयर, लव यू ऑल, कल मिलते हैं।